Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and it's day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft. And I don't know about y'all, I'm ready to get this thing rocking. Can I get a Raiders? I left yesterday's show, I'm talking on a whole nother level, man. And there's been a little bit of confusion around what the pick of Brock Bowers ultimately meant for the Silver and Black. If you subscribe to the idea that you're going to go with best player available, Brock Bowers the best player available. Now, what is Tom Telesco? What is Antonio Pierce going to do? There is still tons of talent on the board at the cornerback spot, at offensive line. You could see this team decide to go with a player like a Braden Fisk. I've said that before. Do they decide to look at a linebacker like a Peyton Wilson? I mean, you can go a whole bunch of different directions, but you know what, man? I did not want to rock with anybody else today besides the nation. My guy, Jeremy Chuggs, and today's going to be a rowdy football day, no doubt about it. We're going to get the picks before you see them on TV. We're going to be live all round 2, round 3, and then it's a bright and early morning tomorrow, so y'all better be ready. Get that coffee ready. You better get some mimosas ready to be poured up because we're going to be live tomorrow as well. So if this is the first time you've ever tuned into the Raiders Report for our draft coverage, I'm going to ask a lot for you tonight. Why? Because the nation of me, I want to be able to prove to my bosses, I want to be able to prove to everybody here at Chat Sports, I want to be able to prove to people out there at YouTube that nobody is better. Nobody is better than Raider Nation. We are undefeated, so I'm going to ask you to click that like button. I'm going to tell you to hit that subscribe button. I'm going to tell you to get rowdy with me down in the comments because I've been to Oakland tailgates, I've been to Raiders parties, and it's not just a one-person thing. If you subscribe to the idea that I bleed silver and black, the nation above all, I don't need you to super chat, but I will demand some participation because at the end of the day, that's what the nation is. We're a family, and we're going to rock with each other here. So what is your confidence level? After yesterday, the first round of the draft, what is your confidence level in AP and Telesco today? Scale it from 1 to 10. 1 being you're not confident at all. 10, you fully believe in what this organization is doing. I see Cloud says 7.5. Rao, he's going to go with a 10. Brooks going to go with an 8. Gatling Gun sends 7. What up, Camacho? 4. Steel Cage 7. Yoda Jenkins 5. Patrick B, what's up, my brother? Says 10. Song 9. James Posada 10. Also, major shout out to yesterday's MVP, Justin Abgen. I do want to say this just in case it happens. If I get a Hondo today from Abgen, I will only do my first boot when we get 10 bangs. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And if I treat this like a sprint, I'll be cooked like I was yesterday. So scale it for me 1 to 10. Let me know down below. For me personally, I'm going to be sitting somewhere around that 7 and 8 range because, yes, I wanted the Raiders to potentially take a Terrion Arnold, a Quinyon Mitchell, even a dude like Talisi Fuaga. They decided to go with the best player available, and I don't want you to think of tight end for Brock Bowers. Think of him as like, we all loved Hunter Renfrow, right? You got a bigger, faster, better route runner, overall just a way, way better player. You hit the upgrade button on Hunter Renfrow.
It's like a Pokemon.
The highest graded player on some people's boards was Brock Bowers. Like, next-gen stats had Bowers ranked higher than Caleb Williams.
Like, Hunter Renfrow, he's like Charmin. Or, no.
Charmander. Yeah.
That's the small one?
That's the Pokemon. Yep.
That's the small one?
Brock Bowers is Charizard.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
I appreciate the Pokemon reference. I really, really do. We do get a few super chats up here on screen. And remember, if you want to get those questions, comments up here on the show, hashtag Raiders or super chat in order to do it. We also got a few deals as well, Chug, so I do want to get to those in just a second. I see Anthony Morales says, Bowers is a dog. Tay, Bowers, Mayers, Tucker. There's going to be a lot of talent out there on the offensive side of the football. If I had to imagine what the Raiders' starting offense is, you got your 2 receivers in Jacoby and Devontae. Then I think they're going to line up Bowers a lot more in the slot. Last season for the Georgia Bulldogs, he lined up in the slot 52% of the time. And I also think about a dominant college football program. Georgia the last 3 years was probably the most dominant team in college football, right?
Yeah.
The best player on their team on offense was Brock Bowers. All 3 of those years. They said, how can I get the ball in this guy's hands as much as possible? He does everything. I can't wait to see what happens. I want me some Kool-Aid today. I promise you this. I know I said I wouldn't do a boot. If the Raiders draft Kool-Aid McKinstry, we have some Kool-Aid out there. I will do a Kool-Aid boot. I will do a Kool-Aid boot if it happens today because you know what, John? I'm with you. Adrian, 3rd and Bowers in 2024. his impact is going to be noticeable. Like, it's kind of funny where with McDaniels, we always talked about Hernandez, we talked about Gronk. The Raiders are going to be able to run an offense that a lot of people are going to be like, it kind of reminds them of those great Patriot offense where they ran a lot of two tight end sets. And you know what? You can say you like it, you can say you don't, but if we have that commitment to excellence, if the mantra is just win, baby, I really think Bowers is going to bring something special, especially for a team that's looking for a quarterback. And Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell, whoever it is, they got a new safety blanket of Brock Bowers.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you also think about, hey, you might have to move on from Devontae. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but in a few years or maybe you move on from the 44.1. I don't think it happens. Finding a tight end, two really good tight ends, will also be cheaper than a wide receiver. Speaking of being able to find things a little bit cheaper, shout out to today's sponsor, Game Time. Last minute tickets, Chugs, lowest price guaranteed.
And I promise you this, you're going to enjoy Game Time whenever the Raiders are scoring more points with Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. I'm telling you that right now. You'll enjoy yourself, and you'll be able to get last-second tickets, lowest prices.
As they say, guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
That link's going to be available to y'all down in the comments and in the description of today's show. But when I want to buy tickets, when I honestly try to do anything, I like simplicity. If I think it's going to be challenging, I don't know how dedicated I am going to be going through with it. The other thing is when you're getting ready to go to a big-time game, right? Like if I'm going to take Alex out to a Dallas Stars game, they're playing the Golden Knights, I'm also going to get ready because we're going to treat that as date night, have a few drinks. Maybe when we get home, Dallas Stars aren't the only ones trying to score. I am too. So shout out to Manscaped for hooking up all the guys out there. Our two sponsors today. Use code Raiders for 20% off at manscaped.com. I'll also say this for everybody that's watching. We're going to be giving one of these away today. I'll tell you how to get one in a little bit.
I think we just go ahead and tell them right now.
You want to tell them right now? All right. So yesterday we did an Insanity duck race where shout out to, who won it?
Sims.
Was it Sim? No, Chris Luna.
Chris
Luna ended up winning $3,550 yesterday, and we had so many people enter, and I'm just going to say two things. Chugs and I got a few messages of like, I didn't see my duck because it was crazy because there were so many ducks in the race. Let me just say this. We're family. I will never rip off anyone. So today, so we can see more of the ducks, we're going to do a $50 Venmo race. Here's the thing. Person that comes in first place, you're going to win the money. The person that comes in last place, so that way your butthole looks great, we're going to give you some Manscaped products on top of that.
So first, if you're not first, you're last. But if you're last, you're also a winner.
You're also going to be scoring. Manscaped.com, code Raiders. Shout out to Manscaped for the best male grooming products out there. So we got a few picks that are coming up here. You got the, I almost said Chicago Bills because I saw Carolina. The Buffalo Bills at 33, the New England Patriots 34, Cardinals at 35, the Commanders at 36. For the Las Vegas Raiders today, they pick at pick 44, and then they also have a pick there at number 77. You know what, though? Some days it's going to get rowdy, and there's days where on this show, I know it's always going to get rowdy. John Scheffler!
Bang! Let's go! He said, let's get this party started. Let's get it started in Let's get it started in here. We finally took a best player available, and half the nation was pissed off instead of reaching for somebody. Reaching for somebody else. This guy is a beast, and he will eat. Think of Debo Samuel with the Niners, but a way better route runner.
Yeah, I actually think like his comp to me is like if you were to put Debo Samuel and George Kittle into one, because I still think Kittle is more physical, but I also think that Bowers is the better pass catcher in terms of like the overall tight end skill set. He is a phenomenal football player. He's also got that dog mentality. He is an absolute freak when it comes to watching tape. And there was a scout that was talking about Bowers recently in an interview, and he said, they're not going to find anybody that's going to outwork him. So when you add somebody like that with an organization that has Antonio Pierce, with Maxx Crosby, with some of these dogs that we already have, we're trying to not only just win this season, you're also trying to find those right building blocks to be able to go for a long time and really build that success. You need more guys like Brock Bowers. Dude's going to be an absolute stud this year. Shout out to John Scheffler. And Sheffy, I got something special for you tomorrow. I got something special for Sheffy tomorrow.
Really?
Yep, and we talked about it before, probably a few weeks ago, Chef. All I'm saying is you better be ready to pull up tomorrow. Nico, what's up, my brother? Today, I want us to trade up for Kool-Aid or Jackson Powers Johnson and take Rattler in the third. I think what's interesting about that, and again, I want to get these questions in. We're going to be breaking down the NFL draft. It doesn't start for what? Another hour and 18 minutes, essentially. So that's what we're going to be doing, just hanging out, answering questions and whatnot. Every hundo I will bang on the show. I'll also say whoever bangs the most on today's episode, you're going to get yourself a signed Raiders helmet from Jeremy Chuggs and I. So, again, we want to try to show fun ways that we appreciate you guys. I know people that watch the show appreciate what we do. It's a fun little trade-off, but I still want to be able to give you guys something for, rocking with us. I'll say, I don't know if the Raiders are going to trade up for any of those players just because there are still so many good corners that are on the board. Like, I like Ennis Rakestraw a lot and Kool-Aid. Those would probably be my top two corners that I would look at to go get today. Jackson Powers Johnson is an absolute stud on the interior, though there are some teams that are worried about his medical, so kind of something to watch out there. And then Rattler in the third. I'll be real, I don't know if Rattler falls to me. Jordan Schultz texted me.
I think he goes in the second.
Yeah, Jordan texted me and said that the Raiders are actually one of the teams to keep an eye on. That could trade back up into the back end of round 2 to take Spencer Rattler. I don't think that they would take him at 44. But I was also told today another quarterback to keep an eye on if you want to target somebody in round 3. I'm not as high on Jordan Travis, though I know the Raiders are. Jordan Travis is definitely another player to keep in mind in terms of the quarterback position. Before I get into some other supers there from Muerte and Adrian Rodriguez, today's Super Chat menu is this. Every 500 likes, we got some Fireball. We're pouring some up today, and I want to do a cheers to the nation, and I want to get this party rocking. Every $10 Super Chat that we get, recently we've been having people say, hey, Mitch, I want a boot. I want the boot that you guys use. So today we're going to auction off a boot. If you want an opportunity to get the boot that we use today, $10 Super Chat, you're in that raffle. We're going to do that at the end of today's show. Every $50 Super Chat that we get is a wheel spin. Now, I will say this. The wheel spin deals are pretty good. If you want Chuggs and I to eat some gross beans, some spicy beans, also, there's the beer bong deal in there. So you got a 1 out of 3 chance that Chuggs and I got to do a beer bong half the price. Every hundo is a beer bong and a bang. And Scheffler was already trying to get this party started. Some Raiders Day 2 draft targets that I talked about a little bit yesterday, and I will apologize to anybody that watched my video that I put out this morning. I was absolutely fried last night, and hopefully, if you're a first-time viewer and you saw that, that's not how I always talk, but you guys cooked me yesterday. I also think that some of the other names that you could potentially add into this is an Edgerrin Cooper, maybe a dude like a Peyton Wilson could be another guy just for some. These targets to me were more of like guys that I would look at in round 2 just because round 3, you never know exactly how it's going to go. Like Junior Colson, I think is a player to watch out for. Trevin Wallace is a player I think to watch out for. You can go in a lot of different directions. Roughneck Raider, would you look at Bowers like more reliable Waller? I still think Waller might be the better like physically gifted athlete. But Bowers, to me, is going to be a very good tight end in the NFL if he doesn't get hurt for the next 10 years. Like, I legitimately think you could have a top 3 tight end in the NFL for the next 3 seasons. Like, you let Mayer be a little bit more of the inline guy and hand in the dirt tight end, and then you can line up Bowers outside at receiver. You can line him up as a tight end. You can line him up in the slot. Again, Georgia, the number 1 player that the best college football team the last 3 years, when they had a third down situation, when they had a fourth and whatever situation, their go-to guy was Brock Bowers. He is I literally think calling him a tight end doesn't do it justice. He is an athletic freak. He is a special weapon, and I'm excited to see what Luke Getsy, Rich Scangarillo, this offense decides to draw up for him. Ow!
Nathan Wolf Bang!
What's up, my brother? The Gene, baby. I'm from Iowa. Lil Ethan wants a bang. He gives you one every time he sees you at 2. Hell yeah, my man. I'll say this, which I got to give a shout out to Raider Posts on Twitter because I literally LOL'd today. They put up a picture of, it was like the wines, and it said exciting whites for like wines. And then they listed off Maxx Crosby, Brock Bowers, Daniel Carlson, A.J. Cole, Robert Spillane, and it said like exciting whites underneath that. If you're trying to add to your exciting whites wine collection for Raider Nation, the Gene might be one of those players. He's like straight line fast to me. I think he's probably built to be a little bit more of a safety than a corner in the NFL. But if you add a dude like that, that's going to be another player that you can add as a gunner. You can use him in special teams, and he could be a reliable player on that defense.
He's a return guy, too.
Oh, he's a hell of an athlete, man.
All right, OC Raider, what does Bowers' first-year stats have to be to make this an A-grade pick by you? I would say 1,000 yards receiving.
I'm not going to say 1,000 yards. I mean, to ask a young tight end to make an impact right away, I mean, we kind of saw it with Mayer.
But no, he's asking, like, for this to be an A for you.
An A grade for me, if Bowers comes away with this season, I would say if he can get 45 grabs for 700 yards and about 6 to 7 touchdowns, that's a good first year. I mean, that's a great first year for a tight end because, like, if he gets 1,000 yards, that means to me that something happened probably to Jacoby or Devontae. Like, I don't want to live in a world where I think our first-year tight end's going to get 1,000 yards. So, from what I see on tape and what I think the Raiders need, if you can get that 45 grab, somewhere around 700 yards, and if you can get a rookie tight end that can give you 6 to 7 touchdowns, I think that is a big-time win. Raider Muerte, sending in the good vibes. Thank you so much, my brother. I know a lot of y'all have been rocking with us the entire day, the entire weekend. I want to see right now who is rocking with us. If you want to shout out here on the Raiders Report, spam me down below. Spam me down below. Who's rocking with us today on the show? It's easy to show up for round one. It's easy to show up for week one of the NFL season. It's easy to be a diehard Raider fan in September, October, November, December, January. But guess what? I'm built different. And I think a lot of people that are watching this stream, y'all are built different too. Because if you're watching Raiders YouTube football in April, March, May, June, and July, y'all are my type of people, man. Let's go. Let's give some shout-outs here. I see Conscience, Dave, Chance-tastic, Mateus, King Sanchez, back in silver and black, Luis Rodriguez, Batman Ham Sandwich, G-Money, Raiders fan 007, Just, Nick, we got Raider Rudy, 48, Texans versus Mexicans. What's up, brother? Scott Matz, David, Ryder, what up, what up, what up? Now, I'm going to refresh my phone here real quick. I'm going to see if anybody decided to get in our 50-50 raffle, and already we got a few people that are in, so let me just get a few people that are in here real quick. I got Luis A. You in? I see Victor Rod in. Randall Carter is in. My man Nico Laz in. And then I also see Adrian Rod is in. So right now, as it stands, $50 Venmo, you'd have a chance to win $125. And then at the very end of the show, whoever comes in last, you're also going to go home with a Lawnmower 5.0 from Manscaped. Who do you want the Raiders to draft today, Chuggy Bull? Any guesses for you? What do you guys think? Who do you want the Raiders to come away with today?
If they could get a Jackson Powers Johnson or a Kingsley, I really like some of the linemen that are still available.
Oh, there's some good linemen.
But if I'm at the same time, if I'm the Raiders, I think there's so much defensive talent to be had because there's 8 defensive picks in round one.
Yep.
There's so much defensive talent that it would be hard-pressed for me to say not grab one of the top linebackers, one of the top, safeties left on the board. Even there's some good corners still available. Like, I know a lot of people are going to say Kool-Aid McKinstry. I know a lot of people are going to say Cooper DeJean. On top of that, TJ Tampa is really good. Max Melton is another good prospect. Ennis Rakestraw is another good prospect. You have all the safeties on the board. You can pick between Jaden Hicks, Tyler Newbin, Javon Bullard, all the top linebackers, Edgerrin Cooper, Peyton Wilson. You can get Junior Colson, any of those guys. Jerzon Newton, I don't think he makes it to 44, but if he somehow were to slip all the way to 44-1, I think something might be wrong with Jerzon Newton.
And maybe there's something that we don't know because, to me, Newton's a top 20 talent.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be one of those drafts where sometimes you just let players fall for, and I don't know what the reason is, and then you look back at it 3-4 years from now, and you're like, holy shit, I can't believe Jerzon Newton went there.
And we even said, could it be a Spencer Rattler? Because we see all the time, people kind of see how the draft goes down, and I think sometimes we don't realize other teams are like taking, account to how many quarterbacks are left, how many running backs are left, how many this, how many that. You're looking at the quarterbacks. There was 6 taken yesterday.
Yeah, in the top 12.
6 in the top 12, 6 in the first round.
Frank, you in.
The best quarterback available is Spencer Rattler. I don't see him making it out of the second. No way. So if he's...
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
If the Raiders are high on him or if they like him, possibly a pick there.
I think it's what's going to kind of remind me is last year when the Raiders drafted Aiden O'Connell, because nobody really thought Aiden was going to go in round 4. But when the Rams took Stetson Bennett at pick 127, that kind of like started like oh shit, we're going to have to start going up and get some QBs. Then a few quarterbacks kind of flew off the board. I think that you could see something similar to like that today if Rattler does go off the board. I also got to say something to Luis A. on Venmo. Luis, you sent me 40, so I need another 10 to put you in. Adrian Rodriguez, Mitch, I saw an Instagram post that if the Raiders don't go quarterback in this draft, we could possibly see a trade for Cousins, or if it's possible, Penix. Could you see that? I think we let our quarterbacks compete. I think that this speculation is rolling in because Kirk Cousins was very upset that the Atlanta Falcons drafted Michael Penix Jr. His camp was told that they could take a QB, did not anticipate that they were going to take one in round 1. Then Arthur Blank, the Falcons owner, actually went down on draft night and talked to the GM and was like, what the hell is going on? And we talked about it a little bit yesterday. If you're Cousins, you're moving your entire family to a new city, and now that team just drafted a QB at number 8. So Cousins is very, very upset. I don't think that anything like this is going to happen, and quite frankly, I think I'd actually rather roll, this might sound insane, I might actually rather roll with the guy like Gardner Minshew making the money that he does compared to the amount of money that Kirk Cousins is, unless Atlanta says, I'm willing to eat some of that. Because I don't really want to pay Kirk Cousins $40 million a year. What up, Chance? Let's go Stars, for God's sake. Don't go down 3-0 on Saturday. Let's get Cooper or Kool-Aid. Such a damn good day to be a Raider. Let's go. It's a great damn day. It's a great damn day. Yeah, Mando messaged me and said, holy shit, Raider Nation is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Mando was very impressed by y'all yesterday. So shout out to the nation for being a bunch of real ones and showing some love. Also, we are 150 likes away from our first round of shots. Come on, hit that like button. We got 1,500 people here. If you're not awake, wake the hell up. I just shotgunned a Red Bull, and I'm ready to go now. I'm telling you, I'm ready to rock.
I'm all hyped up on Mountain Dew.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Not mad, Brock is a dog. Can you go back?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see it. Not mad, Brock is a dog, but in a division with Pat Mahomes, how do we compete with AOC or Minshew? I need your take, Mitch. The honest answer to that is you're going to compete with defense. No matter what quarterback the Raiders would have probably gotten, unless it would have been Jaden or one of those top guys, you're not there's a lot of QBs in the NFL that aren't going to be able to compete with Pat Mahomes. So right now for the Raiders, you need a QB that takes care of the football, and then you need a top 5 defense. You need a top 5 defense. You need a quarterback that takes care of the football. And I think one of the things that the Raiders did, and you got to give Telesco at least a little bit of credit here. He played chess a little bit because there was a very big run on QBs. There was a lot of teams overpaying for quarterbacks yesterday in the draft. That's a fact. And the Raiders probably overpaid a little bit for Gardner Minshew, and they knew that there was a chance that a lot of QBs could go off the board. So now they have that safety blanket, which is exactly what Gardner Minshew is. And what's a great recipe for success if you're not confident in your quarterback talent? We're going to load up a shit ton of talent around him on the offensive side of the football, and you get arguably one of the most gifted athletes at the offensive position coming out in the draft in quite some time in Brock Bowers. If you're Aiden or Gardner, you're going, all right, so I can throw it to Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers. I can hit Trey Tucker deep. Wait, and now you're telling me I can throw it to Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers? You're adding a whole nother level there to that offense.
I will say, did it upset you a little bit that the very next pick was Talise Fuanga?
I was upset because I love Talise, and I thought that he could have been a solid player. But I also said last night, and I made a video on Monday about surprise picks, and I said, watch for Bowers to be a surprise pick by the Raiders because they like to use those 2 tight end sets and they like to, get athletes involved. But what if they are a lot more confident in Thayer Munford? You know what I mean? Like, if we're sitting up here going, I want the Raiders to get a right tackle. What if Telesco goes, well, we have a right tackle. We have Thayer Munford. I think it'll be interesting to see how this draft unfolds. And because Talisi was on the board, that tells me that they're a lot more confident in Munford than what a lot of us believe. Ben, please, no quarterbacks this draft until late. Corners and offensive tackles, maybe a guard. Very excited about Bowers' question. Do we need to get another outside linebacker? I do think we got to get something. Probably like now when you say outside linebacker, I don't know if you mean an edge, like maybe you mean like a Chris Braswell would be an intriguing player from Alabama. Another linebacker like a Junior Colson, I think could be a guy to keep in mind. Peyton Wilson is another linebacker to potentially look at. You say no QBs, but I'll also say that the Raiders have a good situation to take a quarterback late. That's a developmental project where you can have Aiden and Gardner battle it out this season, and like that's going to be your starter, right? Then you draft a rookie, let's say, what if it's round 4, round 3? I mean, if it's Spencer Rattler, if it's Jordan Travis, you take a quarterback that maybe has a little bit of upside, let them learn for a year, and you don't even give them a chance unless they are clearly the best quarterback in the room. You let them learn for a year, and then you try to hand them the keys to the car the next season. Like, I don't think that that's a terrible idea, and we've seen that work before with a lot of NFL teams because being in the NFL is tough, especially at the QB position.
Oh, yeah.
So when you have the opportunity to sit back and learn and get some of that little things right, that helps you then for the bigger moments. And I don't think that that's a bad idea for the Raiders or honestly any NFL team out there. I got to figure out why my phone's not charging. It's probably because my thing's not plugged in. Giggity.
There we go.
And now we're rocking.
I have maybe an interesting question for you.
Okay. I like this
Not
question.
draft related, but somewhat.
Okay. Hit me.
Choose one to sign. Xavier Howard, Stephon Gilmore, Dalton Reisner, Justin Simmons. Money's not an issue.
If money's not an issue,
just fit. If I told you pick one to make the Raiders a better football club next year,
I'd probably say Stephon Gilmore. I mean, he's probably the best player that's up there right now. However, though, fit. If I were to guess out of all these names who I think is the most likely, I'd say Xavier Howard just because of his connections with Patrick Graham, with Gerald Alexander, the Raiders' safety coach now. He was the DB coach for the Dolphins when Howard had 10 interceptions one year and then 5 interceptions the following season. So, I mean, the best player up here to me is Stephon Gilmore. Like, he's still probably the best corner in this group. Then I'd probably say Xavier Howard. Though Justin Simmons, I think he's a phenomenal football player. Safety's not nearly as big of a need. And then Reisner, you could start him at left guard, let Cody Whitehair be a little bit of a backup. Because to me, like, you still need a guard. Like, I don't love the idea of the Raiders starting Cody Whitehair. Like, as out as I was on the Raiders starting Van Roten at the beginning of last season, which that still ended up working out, Whitehair is a big black guy on that offensive line right now. It scares the hell out of me. I'd say that that's their biggest weakness on the offensive side of the football, left guard right now. I would say that's their biggest weakness right now. What would you guys say, though? What do you think here? I see a Stephon Gilmore from Just Raiders, baby.
Our system's acting a little weird, so I'm just going to go ahead and read off some of the Super Chats because we lost them through the system.
Okay.
John Scheffler said they definitely are probably going to use some HB.
HB. Interesting. Luis A., cool. Luis Origil, I don't know who that is, but you sent me a $10 Venmo, so I need 40 more from you. Noah Santana, you're in.
Let's see. Jordan Jimenez says, linebacker Lee Kapogba from West Virginia, late round or falls to UDFA.
I'll have to look at that. I know the Raiders can have 19 UDFAs at the end of this draft. That's based on if they were to take 8 players. So you'd be allowed to have 19 on the roster. I will say, though, the UDFA class this year, I think the draft is very strong for about 4 to 5 rounds. After that, the depth really, I think, really falls off. And based on to some of the coaches, scouts that I've talked to, this is one of the weaker UDFA classes. So I'll do a little bit more homework. I'll also be dropping a video on Sunday. Chugs and I will come in on Sunday with Trace, and we'll make some videos around UDFAs, the grades, the signings, all that kind of good stuff for the silver and black.
Taino says, in for the boot, let's get cornerback and O-line.
Okay.
And then I think I have the ones after that.
You think you have the ones after that?
Yeah, so the next one is Noah Santana.
I got you. What up, No? I truly believe the best offense move we could have made with Bowers. This will help almost as much as if we moved up for Marvin Harrison Jr., specifically if we are all in on Getsy as our OC. I mean, we have to be all in on Getsy as our OC, right? I mean, he's our OC right now. But I agree. Like, to me, if I were to rank the offensive players just based on offensive players, I do think Bowers is in that tier of guys like Odunze, Malik Neighbors, and Marvin Harrison Jr. Yes, he's not a receiver. But I might be able to argue, you might be able to do more with Barack Bowers than those other three guys there. Bowers is just as much of a one-on-one nightmare as those three guys that we just mentioned. Scheffler, look what Carolina paid to move up in the draft, and after the round today, the Bears fleeced them almost one of the worst trades dating back, I don't see the rest, dating back to Dallas for Herschel Walker. I will still say that it's way too early to say who won that Bears trade. Yes, it looks like the Bears are the clear winners now, but I don't think Bryce Young got a fair chance last year. He was behind probably the worst offensive line in the NFL, probably had the worst receiving core in the NFL. They have upgraded the O-line. They have added some more receiving talent. Like, Bryce Young's number one target was a 34-year-old Adam Thielen. So he's definitely undersized. I will also say that I think Carolina is a little bit nervous and is like, shit, we could have had C.J. Stroud. But I still think it's way too early to say that that's an absolute horrible trade. Daniel, Brock Bowers is the player that Darren Waller should have been. I still think that Waller is just the better athlete if you just look at the body of work. But Bowers is the type of player that, like, he's going to be a dude in the weight room, first guy there, last guy to leave. He's not afraid to block. He's going to be like, wherever you want to put me on the field, I'm good with it. He's a team player. He was an absolute stud at Georgia, so he already has like that mentality of what it takes to, I think, really be successful, and he's going to try to bring that to the room. But you're going to be able to use him in so many different ways, man. I can't wait to see how they use him.
You know what products you can use in many different ways
Let's hear
for
it.
all your grooming needs?
Really?
That'd be Manscaped.
Shout out to Manscaped, today's sponsor. You can call them what you want, knee knockers, golden nuggets, thigh slappers, but our friends at Manscaped refer to them as the boys. Not every man has children, but every man is responsible for their two boys below the waist. When your little guy has more hair than they need, trust Manscaped for all your grooming dreams. Boys need love too, so join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to manscaped.com. Use code Raiders for 20% off plus free shipping. You heard it here first. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. Get 20% off plus free shipping with code Raiders at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with code Raiders at manscaped.com. For the best your boys have ever looked, trust Manscaped. If they're smooth, you're smooth. And I think it's just one of those things, man. In today's day and age, and, you know, Chugs, you're married now, and I'm not afraid to say it. I got a fiance as well. When you first started dating,
yeah,
you know, it was a little easier. Now, you got to take advantage of your opportunities. And if I do get lucky enough and Alex finally gives me the green light, I don't want to drive to the lane and go up for a layup and not score. Guess what? If I got a bush down there, I'm getting rejected. I'm talking, you think Alex is a tiny little Mexican woman? No. If my balls aren't shaved, she looks like the Kembe Mutombo swatting that shit out of there. Use manscaped.com.
And if you're like, man, I really want to try out Manscaped. I really want to try out their products. Well, we're doing something special today. You are in luck for our 50-50 raffle. The winner is going to win half the pot, but whoever comes in last place, what do they get, Mitch?
They are going to get the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra from Manscaped. Skin-safe technology, dual head system, waterproof, USB-C and QI compatible, quick charge option, dual temp LED spotlight, and a travel lock.
Can you give us your Vanna White of it? Can we get? Wow. There we go. So
shout out to Manscaped.
Join our 50-50 raffle, and the loser is a winner.
There you go. Julian Walker, I'm glad you think so because Alex doesn't. I'll get a message later. She's like, really? Really? You're going to do that to me? What up, Darth? What kind of car does Jenkins drive? It's a Toyota. That's funny. You get it? Yoda Jenkins. What kind of car does Jenkins drive? It's a Toyota.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. The fact that you made that about somebody that watches this show as much as Yoda Jenkins does, cheers to that, Darth. What up? Is that Conscience?
Conscience.
I thought he was trying to steal science. I didn't know. I mean, if you're a con artist and you work in science, are you a con science? Is that how you spell it? Is that how you spell science? Like if you were to take science class.
Yeah.
But that's conscience.
Yep.
That's like the Penix debate.
Exact same.
It's the exact same thing. Jersey Boy, 44 for Cooper Beebe, 77 for Jeremiah Trotter, and sign Xavier Howard to be cornerback 1. I'm not going to lie to you. I'd sign up for that right now. I know, like, I might be a little bit higher on Beebe than you are, but Cooper to me could be starting day 1 left guard. You put him, and if you have the offensive line of Colton Miller, Cooper Beebe, Andre James, then Dylan Parham and Thayer Munford, I do think that helps out what you're trying to do. Plus now, with the addition of Brock Bowers and Mayer, like you are going to be able to help out those guys block just a little bit better, which has got to be able to help out a guy like Munford. If you ask me right now, would I sign up for this? My answer would be yes. I would sign up for this right now. I like it a lot. What would you guys grade this? If we ended up today with Cooper Beebe, that'd be your starting left guard. You add another linebacker there to the rotation, and then you sign Xavier Howard. And like, sure, there's other routes that we could go that I might be able to say I like more. But if we ended today with Brock Bowers, Cooper Beebe, Jeremiah Trotter, and then Antonio Pierce was like, we're also signing Xavier Howard. Yeah, I'm hyped.
Please tell me how far your family's come. We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
That might have been my favorite thing at draft night 1. If you didn't see that from Malik Neighbors.
No, it was from Brian Thomas.
Oh, Brian Thomas, excuse me. I was
wrong LSU.
Wrong LSU. That's on me.
But that's also
Dude,
I think we both said that's partly on the interviewer of not like you got to be more clear when you're asking a question. This woman's having the biggest moment of her life,
sure, and
you just come in with it's not even an open-ended question. That was a demand. She said, "Tell me how far y'all have come."
Yeah.
That's not a question.
Sure.
Tell me how far your family's come. Like that could mean that's so vague. That could mean so many things. And I know what she was wanting to ask.
Yeah.
But also like just ask a more direct question. What does this mean for you and your family? The drafting of your son into the National Football League.
I think it's also the idea that I think she wanted them to say like we came from nothing. Like how far you've come. It is what it is. But
what if they were like, actually, our family is very successful. We come from a lot of money.
Yeah. And good. That might not be the answer that you want, but at the end of the day, I want the truth. This is a hell of a question. This is a rumor that's been trending for quite some time that the San Francisco 49ers have been shopping Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. Obviously, there's some connections there with Ayuk and Antonio Pierce. If I said right now, you could get one of these players for a third-round pick, because it was reported today that Deebo could be going for a third. Would you trade pick 77?
How about this?
For one of these two guys.
Type D for Deebo, type A for Ayuk, or type N for neither.
Okay, I like that. Type D for Deebo, A for Ayuk, N for neither. And right now, again, it is being reported that it could be a third-round pick.
Let's see. I see Ayuk from Joseph, from Tuburon, from Jeff, from Camacho. They're all saying Ayuk. Sergio says Deebo. Victoria's saying neither. Ron says he wants both.
Crash Dog, you in?
Can Ron get both?
Ron, I'll allow it.
Sergeant Fighter says Ayuk. Slick says Ayuk. Definitely more Ayuks than Deebo's. Raider Devellin says Deebo. What if I told you...
Scott Eckert in.
What if I told you you'd have to give up a second for Ayuk, but a third for Deebo? Would that change your mind?
I mean, I think what would honestly happen is if the Raiders made a deal for one of these guys, I think that they would try to move on from probably a Jacoby Myers. Like, they did restructure his contract. They will have to end up eating some money on it, but I would be shocked if the Raiders went Deebo or Ayuk.
I mean, I'd be shocked if the Falcons drafted Michael Penix.
Sure. I mean, I think what's cool about the draft is yesterday was the perfect example of nobody truly knows what's going to happen, right? Like, anything can happen. The picks dictate a lot of different things. The pick that I was the most happy about yesterday was the fact that the Broncos took Bo Nix. I mean, I think that was probably when our channel got the most happy, the most excited that it's gotten. Also, Chugs, we did just hit 500 likes. So I still got some Fireball from yesterday, which, F it, I forgot to get ice. That's all you. Nation, pour one up here with Chugs and me. Yes, I am drinking Fireball out of the cup that Jeremy got me with the straw. I'll tell you what, that's not what the doctor ordered.
Feliz.
I was a little bit hungover this morning, which might surprise some of y'all. I was a hurting man. Hurting man. Let's go to Jersey Boy Garisa. I think we already got that one.
The next
one's Kai.
Yeah.
Georgia Brock ran jet sweeps.
There we go.
And played running back. Getsy loves that. We'll see him at fullback. We're up and coming, bro. Let's get a stud at corner.
Hot take. Use him as a tight end / have him as a fullback option too, to have like a 2 running back in the backfield set where it's like kind of like the 49ers use Kyle Juszczyk on a lot of passing routes out of the backfield, and they're creative in the way they use him.
Yeah.
I could see Brock Bowers being that level where he can play tight end, he can play slot, he could also play fullback. You can move him around in all these different areas if you have somebody creative enough to do so.
And we'll see if Getsy is creative enough to do it. And I think like that's one of the beautiful things about Bowers, where you can line him up as an outside receiver. You can line him up legitimately as an X or a Y or a Z. You can line him up as an inline tight end, hand him the dirt tight end. You could probably put him back there as a fullback. Use kind of how the 49ers use him as a Juszczyk. He's a hell of an athlete, man.
You could put him as an A, a B, C, D.
Like yesterday when I gave my initial draft grade for Bowers, I gave it a C+. And then when I saw the draft unfold, I said B-. The more and more I'm sitting here, and then the more and more you're seeing like what people are saying about this kid, the more and more I'm starting to like it. I still want to see how the remainder of the draft unfolds. But right now, based off some of the other players that are still on this board, now if you were to ask me what I think of the Brock Bowers pick, I'm thinking it's a B+, just because he's just such a great player. Like, I had multiple people reach out to me that are big SEC people, and they're like, dude, that's one of the best players that's come out in the draft. Like, from top to bottom, prospect-wise, and he might not look, I think he's kind of got that Hunter Renfrow syndrome where sometimes people look at a guy and they're like, he's not that good. Brock Bowers is that good. Hunter Renfrow, when he was younger, he was in his bag. You couldn't cover him.
You're not that guy, pal.
You're not that often guy. There was a game this year where Brock Bowers took a 75-yard jet sweep. They ran a jet sweep with a tight end. He took it 75 yards to the house. Not many guys can do that.
Evil Mitch.
Trade up to get Kool-Aid, Shedeur Sanders to LV. The only way you're getting Shedeur is if Sanders, Dion himself goes, we're only playing for the Raiders, because the Raiders aren't going to be in a position next year to be a top 10 team.
I'm telling you where Shedeur's going.
Let's hear it.
He's a Dallas Cowboy.
If you're trying to make money, it's definitely one up there. Scott Eckert, you in. Remember, today's 50-50 raffle, $50 Venmo. So Pepper Jack, you sent me a 20. I need 30 more for you to get in. Chad Jacobs, I say we trade our first next year for both of Washington's second and trade up our second a couple picks, then draft Suamatia, Peyton Wilson, and Rattler. I don't really want to give up our first-round pick next year just because of the fact of you just never know what can happen. Like, I know that I sit up here and I say that I anticipate that the Raiders are going to win at least 8 games again because you have an upgrade at head coach. You got a better defense from top to bottom, and your quarterback play will be better than what it was last season. But, like, in the event that we get unlucky with injuries and we have a top 5 pick, I'm not going to give up that potential. Now for the Raiders, there's not a single player that I'm willing to give up a 2025 first-round pick for to trade up and get a guy. I'm just not doing it. Crash Dog, what up, Gunny? I think we have to go corner with the next pick, then offensive line or quarterback. Although I would love to get Fisk too. No matter what, I am here for the nation. Raiders simplify. I think we have to go corner with the next pick. And I would say that this team proved to me that they're going to go best player available. Whoever they think is the best player on their board is probably going to be the position that they go with. Because for them to have Fuaga, Mitchell, Terry, and Arnold all on the board and them say, no, we're going to go with Brock Bowers, that just tells me that they've already given you their entire plan of what they believe is the most successful. Or there's a few guys that maybe are in that round 2, round 3 range that they're like, you know, we might have a round 1 grade on that guy, or we're a lot higher on this player than a lot of other teams. So they're thinking like, well, if we do this, there's 2 other guys, or maybe there's 3 other guys. There's this one dude that we like a lot that we can get a little bit later on. I think that they've showed you that they are going to go with best player available. So let me know down below, should the Raiders draft a quarterback? If so, who do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be a Spencer Rattler? Do you think it's going to be somebody like Jordan Travis?
They missed out on the best quarterback in the draft in J.J. McCarthy.
No, that's
right?
not wild. I saw a lot of people saying Joe Milton.
Joe Milton?
See, Joe Milton would scare me a little bit. If you ended up going Milton.
They missed out on the generational talent that's J.J. McCarthy. I mean, he was my favorite quarterback in the draft by far.
I think Joe Milton is the guy who got benched for the guy that got benched for J.J. So
there you go.
You want
Joe Milton got benched for the guy that got benched for J.J., so it's basically like a national championship winning quarterback.
There you go. Mm-hmm. Joe Milton to the Raiders, confirmed. We got 42 minutes till draft time.
Our boss, who is in no way biased towards the University of Michigan.
And in no way at all. Absolutely in no way at all.
Who, me?
We are 42 minutes away from the draft, and I want to say this. Yesterday, the Raiders Report was the most watched draft coverage here at Chat Sports. We had the most liked video. We won our Super Chat battle. We dominated. Guess what? I want to dominate again today. So I'm going to ask you again to do a lot of things for me from top to bottom. And I know that not everybody can Super Chat, but you know what everyone can do? Everyone can hit that subscribe button. Everybody can click that like button. Everybody can comment. Everybody can share. So if you guys could help us make this the best damn watch party, best damn draft party on the internet, it would be, I would owe you guys a great debt. Let's just say that. So if you could, click that share button, put it on Facebook, put it on Twitter, text it to your friends, say, hey, pull up here with us. If you hit that like button, it helps us out a lot. I want to get to 1,000 likes in the next 60 seconds. Help us be number 1. If you ain't first, you're last. If you believe that the nation is undefeated,
I want to go
help
fast.
us be number 1.
I want to go fast.
I do want to go fast. I want to go real fast.
If you liked the video, if you shared the video, if you subscribed,
where we at?
Comment me right now.
Where are my real ones
If you're helping us out, if
Where
you're helping us
climb
the mountaintop, go to the very top.
Mountaintop.
Very top of the top. Type me, because I want to give some shout-outs to the realest ones out there, like a Yoda Jenkins, a Matt Fluhey, a Kyle Johnson, Mateus, King, LW Ron, Ronnie, I Am Punchy, I see a Mark, I see Shane, Low Tone, David Silva, I Am Punchy, Raider Nation for life, Michael, I see a Cloud, I see Wes, I see Ron Raspberry, I also see Zalesbo, Alex, Enrique, Michael, Lawrence, Jake, I see Solomon, I see Joseph, Noah, Jeremy, Jason, Morty, Luis, Daniel, Victoria, Chris, Chasers, Hammerman, all in the chat saying me, Simba, Cloud, Gary Fake, James Cluck, Jake Serb, Jerry Danley, Alex, Rubio, Trey, Micah, Chris, LA Crash Dog, Ben McLeod. Let's get it popping.
What is up, Gunny? Winner of our 50-50 raffle right now, $50 Venmo. You'd have the opportunity to go home with, I want to say, $275 as it stands right now. $50 Venmo for a chance to win $275 for the first place winner. Whoever comes in last place, you're going to go home with the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. Good luck to all of y'all. Good luck to all of y'all, and believe me when I say it, I appreciate the fact that you guys decided to tune in. With Jeremy and I, you got a lot of places that you could tune into. There's a lot of people out there. My our good friends, Wasted and Graph, they're live. There's a lot of other people that do exactly what we do, but the fact that you guys choose us, believe me, it doesn't go unnoticed. It definitely doesn't go unnoticed. What up, Stoffel the Badger? I see you. Douglas Raider. Yeah.
And so
this is kind of an interesting question.
I'm not going to lie.
Kind of an interesting one.
People were split last night when the Chiefs took Xavier Worthy.
Yep.
Half the people were pretty scared about it.
Sure.
The other half was like, okay, they got another guy with drop issues. They have 2 fast guys with drop issues.
Yep, they do.
But I want to ask you this. From these 3, who had the best draft? And I don't want you to confidently say, oh, the Chiefs, or have to even write down the Chiefs in a good connotation. So if you think it's the Chiefs who had the best draft, type FKC.
I like it.
If you think it's the Chargers who had the best draft, type FLAC.
I like it.
Or if you think it's the Broncos, type FDEN. Who are you typing?
I know it's not Denver because I think the biggest loser from last night, and it's not close, is the Denver Broncos. I guess then I'm probably going to go. I like J.C. Latham, though I was very surprised that he went off the board where he did for the Chargers. Or no, where did Latham go?
Latham went.
No, Joe Alt went
to
the Chargers. Yeah, sorry. Latham went to the Titans.
Yes.
I guess because of that, I'm going to say the biggest winner was the Chargers. Because Joe Alt is the player that I had ranked the highest. Where I know some people like Xavier Worthy because of his speed.
Now, the one thing
he's not 4.2 fast on
the one thing I'm concerned about, which maybe I'm just taking too much into it, and Joe Alt might be a really talented guy who it doesn't really matter for him. Because there are some guys who can go from left to right, right to left.
Yep.
But Joe Alt predominantly played left tackle.
Correct.
Rashawn Slater is the Chargers' left tackle,
yep.
And reports are that Joe Alt's going to be moved to the right side.
It's risky.
Is he as good a right tackle as he is a left tackle? Because I know you've been practicing everything, every little detail from the left side. And
yep.
I know it's in your mind the same thing. Basically, you're like, oh, you're just doing it on the opposite side. But it's like somebody who plays, first base and third base. It's a little different.
Yeah. I mean, that's, I feel like, more different.
Maybe.
I think it's the better analogy would have been shortstop and second base.
Okay.
But I hear you, though. I mean, I think, from talking to Jermaine and a lot of the offensive line guys that I talk to, I just don't think people understand how different the footwork is, right? Like, oh, just because you can hit righty doesn't mean that you can hit lefty. You know what I mean? Like, and that's kind of the way that it is for a lot of these guys. When you're at this level, when you're at the NFL level, the peak of the peak, going from right side to left side, it's not easy.
And the Broncos, I think this is going to be one of the first actual quarterback battles where I think all 3 guys might be in it.
Yeah?
I think Jarrett Stidham could have a chance. I think Zach Wilson could have a chance. And even though he was drafted in round 1, I don't think it's necessarily Bo Nix's job 100% day 1.
I mean, I'll say this right now. The quarterback that I would have the most confidence in Week 1 for the Denver Broncos is Jarrett Stidham. Not because I think Jarrett Stidham is the most talented. I think when you look at the athlete, Zach Wilson is a better, more talented QB than Jarrett Stidham. But Jarrett Stidham's a better quarterback than Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Like right now. Like maybe Peyton can figure out Wilson.
Yeah.
And I also think that Jarrett Stidham is a better quarterback right now than Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix has higher upside than Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you want to talk about the worst quarterback room that I have almost ever seen? I mean, in all honesty, you got Jarrett Stidham, Bo Nix, Ben DiNucci, and Zach Wilson. I mean, there's that old saying, you got 2 quarterbacks, you got none. What happens if you got 4? What does that mean then? Because the Broncos are in a – I really think that the Broncos and Sean Payton, I've said it before, Sean Payton's about to be the next Josh McDaniels. He thinks that he's just so much smarter. And then even yesterday was in that press conference. Did you see what he said? He was bragging about how he thought that he had the Vikings trade up for J.J. McCarthy. He was like, he bragged about it. He's like, oh, yeah, I did that, and I got Bo Nix. And I'm like, you're a clown right now for thinking that you won that draft. Steven, just seeing the Brock Bowers intro, and it doesn't seem like he doesn't want to be a Raider.
That's a double negative, so I don't know if you mean it seems like he doesn't or he doesn't.
I'll say this, and I think I've seen this a lot where it's like people are keep saying like, oh, like that player looks like he doesn't even want to be a part of the team. Think about this. You just got drafted. What do you think they're doing that night? They're going out, they're celebrating their freaking dicks off.
Imagine if
You're
overnight.
going to be hungover the next day.
Imagine if overnight you signed a contract to work for $1 million.
I put myself into oblivion for a few $100 super chats that Chugs and I don't even get to keep. You know what I mean? Like, if I signed a contract to be an NFL player and I'm making millions, I'm going out that night and I am celebrating because for the last 3 months, they've been trying to get in the best shape of their entire lives. They probably haven't been doing that kind of stuff. I'm celebrating my dick off. So guess what? Brock Bowers probably looked hungover this morning. You know why? Probably because he was a little bit hungover. Like, I'm not going to rip on a kid for that. I mean, yes, which if you watch the press conference, very humble young man, very well-spoken guy, and he was asked, like, oh, like, your family, like, you know, from the Bay, are they Raider fans? And he was like, no, I grew up in a 49er household. But also people at his draft party, they had silver and black balloons. They had Raiders coats, jackets. I mean, that is a team now. And they also said, we're from the Bay. Like, that's a Raider family now. That's a Raider family now. What up, Kai? Been watching since I was 16. Much love from Salt Lake City. Mitch and Chugs have been my sanity in the offseason. Much love, Raiders. My question is, Kai, if you've been watching since you're 16, the oldest that you could be right now is 21. The oldest. Kai, shout out to you. Doc, thank God the first round is over and all the delusional talk about the Raiders trading up to get an unproven flash in the pan QB and risk our future. If you guys don't know, Doc clearly wasn't on board for the trade up to go get Jade and Daniel's conversation. But I agree with you, Doc, and you know I appreciate the fact that you're still watching the show, hanging out with us, and it's one of those things where I get sick of talking about the speculation and the rumors too. The unfortunate matter is, in a business that we do, that a lot of times moves the needle, but now the fact that we can finally concentrate on the future in real-life football talk, I agree. I'm excited. Steven, trade Davante Adams and Maxx Crosby for Bo Nix. Yep.
Probably.
I mean, I'm not even going to entertain this idea. That's basically me saying, like, you know what, Steven, I'll make you a deal right now, okay? I'll make a video about the Raiders trading Davante Adams and Maxx Crosby for Bo Nix if you send me right now a $10,000 Venmo, and I'll send you $1 because that's what you're asking for right here. If you do that, Steven, Venmo at MitchellRents365 because that's what you're asking for right here. You do that, I'll make the video. Should the Raiders try to trade up? Give me a yes, give me a no. Should the Raiders try to trade up today? So right now they're at pick 44. We've had a few people say, hey, let's go get Kool-Aid McKinstry. I mean, you could even see a potential, you know, them trying to go up, maybe get a Jackson Power Johnson was a name somebody threw out there. A Cooper DeJean. Maybe somebody like a Kingsley Suamataia. I mean, there's a lot of names out there. Could you also see them potentially look up into the back end of round 2 and move up to go get a quarterback? We'll see. It is being reported that apparently the Cardinals are very high on Jackson Powers Johnson, so could be a name to watch out for. The top quarterbacks that are still available on the board, to me there are 2 names on this list that I know the Raiders have at least shown some interest in, and that is Spencer Rattler and Jordan Travis. So just 2 names to at least be on the lookout for the Raiders today. But man, oh man, today's going to be a wild, wild day. Chugs, real quick before we get into some of these other supers, can we go back over the deals here on today's show? We got 30 minutes until our draft coverage for day 2 gets underway, which means the Cardinal, or who's got the first pick today? The Cardinals.
The Bills.
The Bills, yeah, Christ. The Bills are on the clock first. So every 500 likes we get, we're doing a round of shots here at the Raiders Port. And for everybody that's over 21, you're doing one with us. We're about 250 likes away, so if you guys could do me a solid, half the people that are watching this video have not clicked that like button. It does help us out quite a bit. Also, every $10, you're entered in to win a Raiders Report boot all the time. People ask us, Mitch, where do you get your boots? Well, now you got the opportunity to win the one that Chugs and I are going to be using today. $50 wheel spin, which is for half off beer bong. Also, the jelly beans. gets wicked. Also, if you guys send in a 50, you get added for the boot raffle. And then every hundo, we're banging, we're getting some beer bongs going. But if I do it, y'all need to do it too. So if somebody were to bang, we got about 2,000 people here. Imagine if just 1% of that 2,000 did it. That's 200 people right now pouring one up with you. That's a hell of a moment.
And I do have to say, we're under 30 minutes until the start of day 2 of the NFL draft.
Yep.
This last 30-minute countdown to the draft is brought to you by Game Time. Download the Game Time app today. Use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase.
Do it.
Mitch, I mean, like, why would you even get Game Time? Like, what does Game Time offer?
Do you guys like to have fun? Raise your hand. Type yes if you like to have fun. Do you like to do things with other people? Okay, I like that. Things too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah? Chugs gave me a wink there. Seriously, though, whether you want to go to a hockey game, a baseball game, a basketball game, a concert, I've been trying to up my date night game also with Alex. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. If anybody in the chat has used Game Time, let us know, because I know we talk about it a lot, but sometimes I know that if other people say that they have used it and they have a good experience, it can persuade some people to also do it. It's easy to find and buy tickets for every kind of event in your area. Last-minute tickets, flash deals, zone deals, lowest price guaranteed, event cancellation protection, the all-in prices. That's going to show you the total up front, so you know you're getting a great deal before you check out. Obviously, terms apply again. Create an account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, that's CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Shout out to Game Time for sponsoring the Raiders Report. Draft day, day 2. We got 27 minutes left until day 2 gets underway, and the Buffalo Bills will officially be on the clock. I should also mention that whoever bangs today the most is the MVP of today's stream. I will wear your jersey tomorrow for day 3, and on top of that, you're going to go home with a signed Raiders helmet by Jeremy Chugs and I. Right now, the 2 MVPs, it is a tie between Scheffler and Nathan Wolf. Nathan Wolf and Scheffler are tied. Stanley Holmes is in for the duck race. Stanley, you in. Mark, what up, bro? Bauer's dad reaction was priceless when he realized he had to start rooting for his Bay Area rival. Yeah, and you know what? We actually talked about this today in the office where, like, I'm a big sports fan, obviously, and growing up, the only team that I grew up, like, from diaper days was the New York Mets. I'm telling you right now, if the New York Yankees drafted me and gave me and my family life-changing money, like $4 million, $5 million, $6 million, that's life-changing money. I don't give a shit who you are. If you invest it right and you're not a dummy, that can change you and your family's life forever. I'm rooting for the Yankees. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to support my kid. If my kid wants to play, I'm telling you right now, if my kid gets drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm going to root for my kid to succeed. I will. I'm telling you right now.
I won't.
I still root for the Raiders. Like, I'm going to be like Marcus Peters' dad, where deep down I will root for the Raiders, but I will root for my kid to succeed. I mean,
Nope.
No?
Nope.
So you're telling me your kid, he gets drafted by the Chiefs, you're FKC.
100%.
Okay. I respect it.
Got to have that dog in him.
I respect it. Now, that's also me saying,
Got to have that dog
that's
in
also
him.
me thinking that I can get a kid that's talented enough in the NFL. Like, you're looking at this gene pool right here. This ain't going to the NFL. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. Simba says I wouldn't. I hear you. Hey, with Bowers is an absolute dog. If we get Kool-Aid from Bama or even Mike, I can never pronounce this guy's name, undersized corner, but he's a good slot guy. I've heard the Raiders are pretty high on him as a potential Meek replacement. To help the secondary, this draft will be looking pretty good. I do think that the Raiders got to come away with at least one position of need today, which when I think of position of need, I think somewhere on that offensive line and then a corner, whether it's 44 or 77. We'll see how the chips fall. But Jay Seno, I hear you. And if anybody needs an awesome kids book, Raider Nation Adventures with Jay Seno, Google it. It's an awesome book. My boss reads it to his kid.
I read it to Sadie.
That's cute. What up, Doc? Mitch, I love you, brother, and can't wait for the season and your live streams. I ain't going nowhere.
Raiders! Blop! Blop! Blop!
Doc, you know us all love, man. And I think that's why I love doing this show, because there's definitely times where we're going to disagree just because that's life in general. You disagree with your friends, your family, and if you don't have disagreements, then to me that you're not really speaking your mind. I think it's okay to be able to have those conversations when you have them in a healthy way. So, Doc, believe me, it's all love, my man. J-Ro, Mitch, be the bigger man and show Raj Goodell how to really drink. Dude was hammered. Offensive tackle round 2. Let's go.
I highly doubt that he was hammered.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Unless you're talking about Mitch.
I was hammered.
Roger Goodell just had back surgery, so if he's hammered.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's all hopped up on something else. I'll tell you this, yesterday was probably a top 5. I can't even say top 5 because when I first started this show, like I'm talking the Raider Ron David Zahn days when we used to do beer bongs for $20 super chats, $10 shot. I mean, I would leave shows. Guys, I can't even tell you how crossed I used to be when I first started doing this. Yesterday was tough. And if you want to see really, really faded Mitch, watch the video I put out this morning on my my day 2 mock draft and some draft targets. I was hurting yesterday, but that's because of y'all. I don't know how many I did yesterday. I have no idea. Raider, go trade Mayers to the Bills for a second-round pick. Nobody's going to trade a second-round pick for Michael Mayer or Jacoby Myers. You mean Jacoby Myers. I mean, think about this. Brandon Ayuk right now is available. If I'm an NFL team and I'm looking for a receiver and I'm going to give up a second-round pick, it's not going to be for Jacoby Myers. Like right now, if you're going to talk about receivers, Debo's above Jacoby. Brandon Ayuk, I would say, is above Debo just because of the contract situation and the age. So if Jacoby Myers were to get traded, I would say it'd probably be for like a 4th, 5th-round pick, right? If Keenan Allen got traded for a 4th, I would say Jacoby Myers probably get traded for a 4th or a 5th-round pick. Probably a 5th. Let's go to Sergeant Fighter 555. What did the Denver Broncos get in Knicks? Oh, I know. They got a bow job.
Oh, fuck.
Triple nickel, baby. Semper Fi.
Triple nickel, baby.
Uh-oh. Stone is back.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Who's trying to get stoned?
Stoned is back.
Who's trying to get stoned?
Tell a friend.
We got 21 minutes till the
Stoned
NFL
is
draft.
back.
2,000 people
Stoned
here
is
in the
back.
building. If we get to 1,000 likes, we're doing a shot here with the new guy. We got a new guy shot.
New guy shot. New guy shot. New guy shot.
He said, spin that wheel. Mitch, let's get ready to party. Can I get a Raiders? Mr. Fluhey. Jelly Bean, can you do something for me? A little bit of the spice. A little bit of the spice. You ready? All right. New guy Stone, come here real quick. I'm going to let you pick the jelly bean for Chugs because you don't know what they mean.
Well, that's not true.
Oh, you do know now?
Well, you gave me one yesterday.
Okay. Well, then you can pick the one for Chugs.
Should I do it?
This is Stone, by the way.
Back again? Should I give him the one you gave me yesterday?
If you know
It
which
depends
one
on
it
how
is.
much you love your job.
It's up to you. I would say you give him whatever you want.
Yeah. You're
You
setting
get whatever you want.
You're setting the precedent of our relationship right now. I'm just letting you know that. What you do right now, just take that into consideration.
I'll be a little bit nicer. I won't go with that.
It's up to you. It's up to you, brother. How do you want to live your life, man?
I'll be real. I don't know what he gave you. I didn't quite see it.
I think it might be the cayenne.
Is it the cayenne? See, cayenne I think is hot, but I also think it's the worst tasting one. Cayenne's hot. So cayenne is...
Good choice, brother.
It's the one in the middle. It's the 3rd hottest. Cayenne's the 3rd hottest. The orange one is sneaky hot.
You know what that says about Stone? Because
What?
I'm gauging what I think off of Stone based off what bean he gave me.
Okay.
It's telling me he's not a total pushover because he didn't go one. He didn't
Yep.
give me the least spicy. But he's not a dick. He's not going to push his boundaries a little bit. He knows where he's at. He's in that middle president where he has his feet on the ground, but but he's ready to learn.
Yeah?
I think so.
All right.
That's what I get off of this bean.
Yeah?
Enjoy it, brother.
And then, how about this? You get to pick the next bean for Stone. Chugs is like, I'm giving that mother effer a Carolina Reaper. Fluhy, you a real one, man. Fluhy, I love you, my man.
And if you haven't already, like the video, brother.
Uh-oh. Who will have more yards this season? Bowers, type B. Michael Mayer, type M. Oh, man. What do you think? It's hot. I think that one's the gross one in terms of the taste. I don't think that one tastes good at all.
Yeah, it's more peppery.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I think it actually tastes like if you were to put a whole bunch of actual cayenne powder into a paste and then eat it. Because it even has that grainy, I don't want to say chalky.
A lot of people saying Bowers, which is interesting because you told me Mayer yesterday that you thought he would have more yards than Bowers this season.
That might have been the drunkenness in me talking.
Maybe.
Yeah, I really don't think so. I think what's going to end up happening is Bowers, I'm going to guess Bowers is probably going to be somewhere around 550 yards this year. That would be my projection for Bowers. Now, Mayer's probably also going to be somewhere around that 450 mark where for them to draft them where they did, I think that they're going to use him a little bit more. Now, again, I think I might have said Mayer might make the bigger impact in year one because I also think that Mayer is going to be a better blocker in year one than Bowers will be in year one just because of the tight end growth you see every year. It's not easy. But from a reception standpoint, the person who I think is going to make a bigger impact in the receiving game, I do think it's Brock Bowers. I actually don't remember what I said yesterday. I'm going to be completely honest with y'all. Yesterday was a blur. I was cooked. If we had a fire alarm in here, it would have went off.
I was blitzkrieged.
Yeah, it was bad, man. I'm thinking he's going to be around 550. If you can be 550, 600 yards, a rookie tight end on an offense that also features Devontae Adams with a quarterback like AOC or Gardner Minshew, I think that that's a pretty fair start for the young man there. Let's go to Dragger Jury. What up, man? I sent 10 yesterday on Venmo. Was thinking that, not 20. Could I be added to the raffle if we get best player and defensive end? What's your thoughts? Are you saying the raffle for the boot today? I don't, because our 50-50 raffle today is a $50 Venmo. And I know yesterday that I got everybody in the duck race, which I'm very, very proud of myself because I wasn't the one doing it. We had one of our other newer guys pull up.
We had Weed.
Who?
Weed.
Oh, I was like, what'd you just say? Yeah, Reed, luckily enough, was able to help us out.
Weed, I see you're the new guy here.
He was able to help us out.
I heard you like Harry Potter.
Dude has a Harry Potter tattoo. I've never met anybody that has a Harry Potter tattoo.
He told me he's a Gryffindor.
Yeah? I mean, he said that sometimes when he gets wasted, he shows off his Sorcerer's Stones.
Manscaped. He uses Manscaped on his Sorcerer's Stones.
You know who's got some Sorcerer's Stones?
Who?
Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to see that guy's wand. You're a wizard, Harry. Who's the weakest position on the Raiders?
Do you know where Stone went to school whenever he was little?
Slippery Rock?
No. Sedimentary.
No. What, because I went to Centenary?
No, because sedimentary is like a rock.
Stone.
No,
I get it. You know, also, he was probably a big fan of. He was probably more of a rock band instead of Guitar Hero.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Also, his favorite episode on SpongeBob, you already know. He used to drive these things. I don't even remember
the Pilgrims used to drive these babies for miles. All right, weakest position on the Raiders. Let's talk about the team now.
Some people are saying it's the Raiders Report hosts. That's the weakest position that this organization has.
Maybe.
There's definitely some days where I feel the exact same way.
But a lot of people are saying quarterback. Do you think it is quarterback? Is the weakest position on the team? Do you think it might be? And I don't want to just say O-line or D-line. You can say guards. You can say tackles, center.
I mean, I would say right now, if I were to think about the starting positions on this team, you could make an argument that your other outside corner, because that's either going to be Ja'Cory and Bennett or Brandon Faison. That's a weak spot right now. Left guard and Cody Whitehair. That's a weak spot right now. And then I'd probably say either Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell at the quarterback spot would be the other weaker position.
Is the next one, or maybe 4 or 5, running back with Zamir White, or are you pretty confident in the running back group?
I mean, it's wide receivers. Now that I'm going to consider Brock Bowers a tight end slot, right? Like when we make our depth chart graphic, I think I'm going to end up doing like where Hunter Renfrow used to be. I'm going to put tight end slot, and I'm going to put Bowers' face there, and then I'm also going to have him in our tight end depth chart as well. So wide receiver, we're stronger. Tight end, we're stacked now. Running back's probably up there. Yeah. The depth for defensive end outside of Crosby and Kuntz, depending on what you think of Tyree Wilson or where he's going to play exactly, that could be a spot. I mean, linebacker on top of that. We like Robert Spillane. Divine Diablo's been a big old, I don't freaking know what we're going to get out of him. I like Luke Masterson. I think Amari Burney's a good athlete, but there's still a lot of unknowns from top to bottom. I would say the weakest position, though, was that other outside corner and left guard. What do you guys think? Let me know. I see right offensive guard from Raider Nation for life. I'm considering Parham the right guard because Whitehair is predominantly left guard. Linebacker from Luis, okay. Yep, Whitehair is weak as well. Josh, shout out to you. Daryl says the quarterback position. Steve Gutierrez says the quarterback position. Mike's going to go with corner. Callie says QB. What the hell is that noise? Do you hear that? No, man! Bang!
I messed it up. That's on me.
What'd you do? Nan man. Nan, 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 nan. Navman.
Navman. Navman. Navman. There we go.
It's been a rough night. And now we have a new tie for our MVP between 93 Navman, a brother from another mother in Scheffler, and then also the Great Wolf Lodge, Nathan Wolf. Three-way MVP battle right now. Remember, whoever bangs the most today, you're going to get a signed Raiders helmet from Jeremy Chuggs and I. I'll also say we're a few bangs away from our first boot, which I don't know if my body's ready for a boot. I don't know. I'm a little nervous about it.
I heard Stone absolutely wants a boot so bad.
Really?
More than anything. I just heard, I was like, dude, I just heard in my ear, I'm like, I want a boot, I want a boot, I want a boot.
Is that what
I'm
he
the
sounds
new guy.
like? Wow.
That's what I've been hearing.
That's
why
scary.
I have that's why I don't have this one on my ear, so I can hear everything Stone's been telling me. Is that I want to take a boot.
It's weird. It also sounds like the YouTube voice that we use here at Chat Sports.
Mm-hmm.
OC, what's up, my man? What's the likelihood percentage we draft a third-tier quarterback in the draft? I'm okay with Rattler or another, but it's only if it's the 5th round or later. If you take Rattler, based on the conversations I've had today, it's probably going to have to be in the 2nd round. The 3rd-round QB to keep an eye on is Jordan Travis. Again, that's still too early for when I would want to take a guy, and because the Raiders went best player available in Brock Bowers, I am hoping that I still want them to go best player, don't get me wrong, but I still want them to be able to go out there and address some of the needs that we just talked about. Corner, finding that other left guard, some spots that at the end of the day, like, I can make some arguments of why a guy like Cody Whitehair could have a good year. I can make the arguments. But am I going to go to bed confident knowing that Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew's getting blocked, or, you got Whitehair blocking for one of those guys?
They must be watching the Raiders report.
Maybe.
Well, the 49ers, they literally stole our way in.
What do they do? Oh, wow.
Will the 49ers trade Debo or
What's crazy is if you watch ESPN, they are becoming a lot more like YouTube every day. They know the game.
Alec, you're a wizard, Harry Potter.
Cheers to Nav, man.
I have a half Harry Potter sleeve. Oh, there you go. Plus, would love to add Just Win Baby to my Raider sleeve. Go Raiders! You were talking about getting a new tattoo, correct?
Yeah, I'm finishing the back of my leg, which I am super scared about.
The back of your leg, ridiculous.
Yeah, the back of my leg sleeve, May 8th.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, though, I'm starting to meet some Raider fans that do tattoos, because this one, our Raider fan from L.A., he pulled up, did this one, and then the guy was going to finish the back of my leg. He's like, hey, if you let me do something Raiders, I'll do it for free. And I was like, all right, yeah, let's do it. So I'm nervous, man. I've heard it's going to be an absolute. I'm not going to do that one live on YouTube, though. Brian.
Do not draft a QB. None are guaranteed better than Minshew or AOC, and the Raiders need a star. So address it this year. Kool-Aid and Fisher.
I mean, I'd be good with Kool-Aid and Blake Fisher, no doubt about it. I also say, though, you can't say that they're not going to be better than Minshew or Aiden O'Connell. Like, I can make a legit argument that I don't think any quarterback that you draft at this point will be better than Gardner Minshew. But, like, I don't think it's fair to say that Spencer Rattler can't be better than Aiden O'Connell in year one. Like, Aiden O'Connell is Aiden O'Connell. I think we're just getting way, way too close to acting like Aiden O'Connell is a legit starting quarterback in the NFL. He is a backup. The Raiders gave Gardner Minshew money for him to be the starter this year. They're going to compete. They absolutely should compete. But I don't really think it's going to be much of a competition. Chugs, 25 likes away from a round of shots.
Let's do it.
I need a wake-up call.
Buddy Bear just ate just ate a whole pizza, a mixed drink, got my turnover chain ready today. Gonna try to keep my better attitude today. I was not happy about our pick yesterday. Also, Tom Fumble.
Yeah, I don't really think it's fair for Raider fans, and I shouldn't say that. You're entitled to your own opinion. My spin on this is going to be, I know that the fans wanted offensive tackle. They wanted a cornerback. I just think that for so long that our fan base is just so used to getting burned that when a pick doesn't go the way that we think it's going to go, we have that instant like, holy shit, it's a terrible pick. Brock Bowers, we've been saying for how long that I don't think it's a bad idea the Raiders go best player available. They went best player available. Point blank, period. They did. So you were able to add the best player in the draft at that time. And it kind of just makes me think that maybe we're so used to not taking the best player available and always reaching on a need that when we did take best player available, we didn't know how to handle that information. Which, I get it. I think all I'll encourage for anybody out there that is not that crazy about the Brock Bowers pick, watch some Brock Bowers highlights. Watch what his coach's teammates say about him. Watch just what everybody kind of has documented about this dude. And, again, it's not fair to say that he's a tight end. He is an offensive weapon. And when you are made to be the star of a college football dynasty for 3 years, that was their go-to guy. That, to me, speaks volumes. And just because Brock Bowers looks the way that Brock Bowers does, like, he looks like that he's somebody that can do your taxes. That's somebody, though, he's going to be putting in work.
Snake Fist. Here we go.
If the Raiders draft him, I'm in trouble.
I have it here for you. It's Kuron. That's actually not that bad. Kuron Omegaji.
Kuron Omegaji.
There you have it.
But I'm never going to be able to look at the name.
Kuron Omegaji.
Kuron Omegaji.
That's when you without knowing how it's spelled, just saying it, it sounds badass.
Kuron Omegaji.
It sounds like when you're like in a superhero movie and it's like, what's your name? From like somebody from another planet, it's like Kuron Omegaji.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. That sounds
just
like
saying it sounds pretty badass.
That sounds like that could be the evil person in the next Transformers movie.
Kuron Omegaji. It's like you're just saying it that way.
Yeah, you're just saying it that way. All right, y'all. Let's pour up a shot real quick. If you're with me, if you're over the age of 21, we just hit 1,000 likes here. We got 2,200 people here on the Raiders Report. We got 5 minutes and 38 seconds until the draft gets underway.
How about this? For the next minute.
Okay.
Shot clock with likes, though. Every 100 likes in the next minute. Once it hits 5.
Okay.
For 1 minute, every
You're really trying to get
100
rowdy.
likes is another shot.
Dude, that's outrageous.
Can they do it?
I mean, the answer is yes. I'm nervous, though. So what? You're saying when it starts at 5?
Yes.
All right. So every 100 likes, I think it's...
For 1 minute.
Okay.
Starting now. Go ahead and answer the question
We also
for us.
already owe one, though.
Mr. Bryan?
Rattler isn't the long-term solution. If he is, I can't see him even being above a top 15, which is just not good enough. We saw that with DC. I mean, I know you're saying Sanders. The only way you're getting Shedeur Sanders is if you think the Raiders are going to finish in the top. They're going to be one of the 5 worst teams in the NFL next season.
That's a shot right there.
That's another one. Pour one up.
This one from Brandon Slammin.
Which would you prefer, Jackson Powers Johnson, Cooper Beebe, or Kingsley Suamataia? It's a hell of a question. I would say, honestly,
50 likes away from another shot.
I'd go Cooper Beebe. And I just think that Cooper Beebe is the safest player out of that bunch, where Kingsley played right tackle in 2022. He played
10
left
seconds.
tackle last season. Jackson Powers Johnson might be the best player of that group, but the concussions do scare me a little bit. I'm going to go with the player that I think is the safest in Cooper Beebe. But all three options, I'm freaking on board for. All three of those options, I would be more than happy. What would you guys pick? Cooper Beebe, Kingsley Suamataia, Jackson Powers Johnson. Let me know down below.
Mando, Bowers is Renfro on roids.
I agree. I literally said it, and Chugs and I said it today. Hunter Renfro is Charmander. Brock Bowers is Charizard. You literally hit the Evolve upgrade button on Hunter Renfro, and he turns into Brock Bowers. It's a stud. This guy, he keeps me up at night. This guy's in my nightmares.
I have something the haters can handle. It took me 30 seconds of watching video on Bowers to see he moves like Travis Kelce.
He's unbelievable.
Also,
I mean, he really is.
Zahn, I don't think you understood the assignment. He sent in a 50 and he said, that's 5. I'll pour up a shot for you, Zahn. I'm not doing 5.
We can do a wheel. You got to do a wheel spin.
I'll do a wheel spin as well.
I mean, for Zahn, I've made deals for Zahn, and we're going to keep it rocking with Zahn.
All right.
Spin that wheel real quick. Give me a good wheel spin. Or you know what? For Zahn, we'll play this game. New guy. I'll let you pick my jelly bean. Let's see how much you like me.
Wait, do I go ahead and add Stone into the...
What?
I can just
Into the
add
wheel?
Stone.
Add Stone to the wheel. Yeah, but I'm going to let Stone pick one for me. Let's see, Stone. Let's see how confident you are in your job. What do you think here?
First instinct, I want to do what you did to me.
Okay, that's fine. You can.
But it's also early in the night.
That's okay.
Last night it was a little bit later, so it made a little more sense to do something.
Okay.
So we'll go.
See, I think he thinks you gave me the easiest one.
The easiest.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You ready?
Sriracha. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Here we
A
go.
lot of shots already. They don't want to kill you.
What on earth is this now?
Oh.
Stone! All right. I'm going to...
Gave you the easiest one.
What?
I just gave you the easiest
Correct. The only one you're not allowed to pick is blue.
Nobody in the chat. Nobody in the chat
I
say
pick?
anything. No, nobody in the chat say anything.
Okay. If I'm the one picking...
People are asking in the chat, Stone, what team do you rep?
He's our new Bengals guy. He works up in Cincinnati. All right, so do you like coffee? So that's either cappuccino or liver and onions. It's not cappuccino.
Nico, 45 seconds
You can
left.
drink it. You can just take that one with you. That's a road soda.
Guardian cap on Powers Johnson and call it
They're
a
bad,
day.
aren't they? They're so bad.
Oh, wow. Nico, that's funny.
That's bad.
Nico saying because Jackson Powers Johnson, the reason why he's kind of slipping a little bit is he's had some concussions.
Yep.
He's saying the new Guardian cap on him.
Maybe.
Which
Hey,
we were
man.
actually saying the one position it makes the most sense for is offensive
Is
line.
offensive line. 10 seconds away for the NFL draft. Let's get some goes going.
Type go!
Whoever spams go the most in the next 60 seconds, Chugs, add them to our boot raffle. Add them to the boot raffle. Whoever spams go the most, hell, you can spam Raiders, you can spam LV, you can spam Chugs go. Whoever spams the most in the next 60 seconds, you're going to be put in for our boot raffle.
Let's go!
It's time to party, y'all.
Na, 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 na.
Come on, get those goals going. I see B-Ball, Andy, Taino, Mr. Leroy, What up to James Butts, Juice, Kyle, Michael Franklin, The Kingdom, Jesse Waters, Zachary Adams, Jums Molina, Abel Morales, John Fallon, Mike Robles, James Butts again. Shout out to my man Big Luck, Raider Nation for Life, Jason Johnson. What up, Roland House, Type She, Carlos Gonzalez, Turo, Jeffrey Mason. If you're ready for the NFL draft to get underway, day 2, we got round 2, round 3 coverage here on the Raiders Report. We're going to get the picks before you see them on television. That is a guarantee, man. And you know what's going to be crazy?
I'm going to go ahead and pick Raider Muerte.
Raider Muerte, you in. And if anybody also wants to get in for our 50-50 raffle, $50 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Willie Pfister, probably, you're in. Mo Shove, also in.
With that being said, with the 33rd pick, the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock.
The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Raiders pick at 44. Raiders pick at 44. Here we go.
Don't stop. Spam the goes. Spam the goes.
Some names to keep an eye on. A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman for the Buffalo Bills here. I'm going to anticipate that they're going to potentially go with a wide receiver, so just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Buffalo has traded back a few times here, and now they are officially on the clock. I can't wait.
I'm just cycling through the first-round picks from yesterday.
Can't wait.
Mitch.
Oh, man. I'm ready. I'm ready for a hell of a day today.
If you had to put some money on it.
I'm listening.
Who do you think goes first? Because I think the Bills select here. They've already traded back twice. I think the Bills are staying. Who do you think the Bills take here at 33?
Based off of a text I just got, Keon Coleman.
Okay.
I'm going to go Keon Coleman, which I would be surprised. I think Buffalo needs a guy like Ladd McConkey for Josh Allen. Like a true route runner. Like when I thought Josh Allen was at his best, he had a safety blanket in Cole Beasley. Yes, he also had Stephon Diggs. I love what they have in a guy like Dalton Kincaid. But, like, that's kind of the route that I think makes the most sense. Lord Cameron Abbott, you in. You in. Right now, $50 Venmo. My math isn't great. I'm going to say, oh, man, actually I have no idea.
How many people are in it?
17.
What's 17 times 25?
No idea.
I'm going to go 80 Mitchell here.
He said, new guy says 80 Mitchell. I don't know. What up, Mike? What up, Gatling Gun?
425.
Right now, winner would get $425.
So close.
So close. So close. Show.
What if they just surprised everybody and got somebody who, like, a wide receiver that, like, you weren't thinking that was going to...
Brendan Rice.
Johnny Flint or Johnny Wilson.
Johnny Wilson. That would be kind of wild.
Like the other Florida State receiver goes above him, or
yeah.
Jalen Polk, or I don't know.
Hey.
Roman Wilson.
If you want...
Dude, I don't know. You always get one of those.
Yeah,
like,
no, you're not wrong.
When the Eagles took J.J. Arcega-Whiteside.
Or Jalen Reagor.
Over DK Metcalf, or Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson.
That's
Jettas.
wild. Isn't that insane? That's why I love the draft. You, like, go back and you look and you're like, imagine taking Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. What a day to be alive, man.
The best is, and I know a lot of y'all are going to be in this camp if this happens. A lot of the best videos are the ones where fans are booing the picks and they turn out to be Hall of Famers.
Yep.
They showed the one where the Texans drafted J.J. Watt and people were like, this dude sucks.
Those are the best ones, which unfortunately we have not had that in a while for the Raiders. Usually when it's this guy sucks, we've been right.
This was one of my favorite guys last night.
Who, Darius Robinson? Yeah, you've been really high on Darius. We had the opportunity to speak to Darius at the NFL Combine, and he was very, very well spoken. This might surprise you. Defensive end, looks up to Maxx Crosby, so he was definitely a guy that I was watching pretty closely. But we got right now 3,000 people here in the building. If you want the Raiders to go corner, offensive line, hit that like button right now, because I do want them to go with something. I want them to go with something that does help them fill a need, and there are a lot of good corners on the board. Like, dream scenario, I am hoping that it's like Cooper Beebe, a Kool-Aid McKinstry, a Kingsley Suamataia is available. Something of that regard where it's a hell of a player, best available, and it fills a need. Like, that's what I want. I want the Raiders to come away with a player where we're like, that's the best guy on the board, and it fills a need. Because Bowers was the best player on the board. But a lot of people are like, it doesn't fill a need. For the Las Vegas Raiders losing Hunter Renfrow and having that slot receiver open, knowing that now the way that we do how the Raiders are going to use Bowers, I do think it filled more of a need than a lot of people anticipated. I see Kel, Mad Dog. Do we got any super chats? Are we all caught up there?
No, we do have some super chats to get through.
Yeah, let's roll through some supers here.
Xavier Foster says, Peyton Wilson, please.
Hey, I mean, Peyton Wilson, I think, would be a phenomenal fit.
Michael says, Rattler rushed 97 times last year for 104 yards, 1.1 yards per carry. Not very mobile in my book. I'll pass.
I think also you got to look at the way that college football looks at quarterback rushing numbers. Because if you get sacked, it counts as negative rushing yards. So I would not look at that. Scheffler, 1 minute shot clock to start the draft. Chef, you want it? You start it, Chef. Chef, if you want a 1 minute shot clock before this draft starts, you get it started. If Scheffler sends in wait. We're gonna do 20s for draft. I'm just telling you. If Scheffler sends in a $20 super chat to get shot clock started, then y'all follow Chef. If not, we don't get it going.
Raider Muerte with the vibes, but Roger Goodell's on the stage.
Boo
Spam
that
the
man!
boos!
Boo that man! Boo that man!
Boo! Roger Goodell.
That poor kid.
Boo this man.
That poor kid's like, I've never had so many people boo me in my life.
Boo this man.
F. Goodell. Get him out of here.
Oh, wow. He has kids all up on the stage as protect.
And he's getting, yeah.
Dude, this is the exact scene from Semi-Pro that we watched earlier where it's like, grab the women and children as shields.
Yep. Roger Goodell's like, people won't boo me if I got a bunch of kids up on stage with me, right? Right?
We're still going to boo
wrong.
you, Roger.
Roger, you're wrong. I'm still going to boo the shit out of you. Still going to boo you. We got Mike Robles. What up, diehard? Scott, let's keep rolling through some of these super chats here.
We got
over 3,000 people in the building. You're watching the Raiders Report live. John Scheffler says, let's get tuna clock started. Chef, cheers to you.
Frederick R. says, watching you guys at least 3 times a week. You two do a great job keeping us all informed. Raider Nation for life. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Coach Arlo.
Do the Saints take Rattler at 15? I will say the Saints
at 45.
are. What did I say?
15.
I don't even know how I said 15. At 45, oh, it's because they were picking. Did they pick 15? No, they picked 14 yesterday. Doesn't even matter. I will say that I think the Saints are a sneaky team to take a quarterback because I know they're not really happy or thrilled with what they have in Derek Carr. And I know a lot of other Saints fans are also like, yeah, I'm kind of ready to move on from DC as well. Who's that? Is that Michigan?
Yeah, that's the Michigan football team.
They have the Michigan football team with their natty. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that they're doing that. Jason Williamson says, let me get in on that action. Let me get in on that action.
Nate, the great. Nate says, get Ladd McConkey.
Ladd for the Raiders? I mean, if you added Ladd, that would be a prolific route running. I don't know who you're throwing the ball to. There's not enough balls to go around. Giggity. Devin, OT is a bigger need. We don't have a mobile quarterback, and our current quarterbacks rely on their O-line more. I agree. Our corners are okay, but some depth would be nice. See, I disagree that our cornerbacks are okay. Who would be the starting corners for the Raiders right now? I know it's Nate Hobbs and Jack Jones. I know on our back end it's Trevon Merrick, and I know it's somebody like Marcus Epps. Who is that other guy? Honest question. Do you trust Sam Webb? Do you trust Jacorian Bennett? Do you trust Brandon Faison? Because, to me, those guys are your depth corners. I want one more person. If you told me at the end of this draft that the Raiders are going to sign Xavier Howard, I'm good with it. We still need a corner. Are they going to trade for a Greg Newsome from the Browns, a guy that I've mentioned a few times that Cleveland is looking to deal? I don't know the answer to that. Offensive tackle is a need if you're not confident in Thayer Munford.
And I do want to say, going back to the Ladd McConkey debate and talking about it, I think you're completely right. There's not enough balls to go around. Not at all.
There's not.
But if there were.
No. I'm like,
if there were enough balls to go around, you would definitely need something like maybe the Lawnmower 5.0.
You don't say. I mean, who out there, don't get me wrong, I know some people like a good bush. I'm not one of them. I'll be real. I use Manscaped. We talk about Manscaped for a while. We've had them here for quite some time, probably about 4 years now they've sponsored the show. Manscaped refers to their balls as the boys. And if you guys want, let me know down below what the nickname for your balls is, and I'll give some shout-outs here on the show. Because you can call them what you want. I know Stone calls his knee knockers some golden nuggets. I've heard the thigh slappers. But our friends at Manscaped refer to them as the boys. Not every man has children, but every man is responsible for their 2 boys below the waist. When your little guys have more hair than they need, trust Manscaped for all the grooming dreams. Boys need love too, so join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to manscaped.com. Use code Raiders for 20% off, plus free shipping. You heard it here first. The boys are back in town. Everyone, I know that sometimes when you use certain products, when you're shaving your nuts, it can be scary sometimes. I'm not going to lie. Back in my old school, like college days, I didn't have a lot of money to use nice razors. And, it's scary sometimes. With Manscaped, you know that your boys are going to be taken care of. Shout out to Manscaped. Again, that link's going to be available to y'all down in the comments and in the description of today's show. David Rubio says, I call them dumbbells. The real question is, what weight? Love me some Wilson, and here we go from Nate. We will see. I will say this now. It is officially now that the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Official
Facts.
that the Buffalo Bills are on the clock.
Sheffy,
and remember,
starting off the 2 o'clock, then Mr. Jason Williamson.
Mr. Jason Williamson. 2 pounds for Abby.
Yoda Jenkins says, what team likes to play naked? The Bears.
All right, good. That's a good one.
David, I ain't Devin.
I ain't Devin.
He said Devin.
I did?
I think so.
Yeah.
Mystic Rican.
I can't read.
Do you move up for Jackson Powers Johnson?
No, you're not moving up at this point. If you're the Raiders, there's enough talent that's going to be available to you at 44. I'm not trading up.
Hey,
I'm not trading up.
Rubio said, I call them dumbbells.
Dumbbells. I will say this. If your balls are at least 2 pounds, you should probably get that checked. I don't think that's healthy.
Agreed.
I mean, I don't know. I think if your balls, if you put them on a legit scale and one ball was 2 pounds, you should probably get that checked.
Oh, yeah. But here's Downey's best available.
Yeah, that's important. And the pick is in, and Keon Coleman is going to the Buffalo Bills at number 33 overall. The Buffalo Bills have selected wide receiver Keon Coleman out of Florida State. That's the pick, which, again, I got a text about 10 minutes ago saying that was going to be the pick here for Buffalo. It ends up being the pick. Buffalo yesterday ended up trading back with the Carolina Panthers. Carolina took Xavier Legette. The pick is in. The Buffalo Bills are selecting wide receiver Keon Coleman out of Florida State, which now means that the New England Patriots are on the clock here at 34. And
who are you surprised that's fallen this far?
Can you go back to the Downey's best available? Because, I don't really know if there's anybody that's really... Johnny Newton, to be honest. Johnny Newton is a player that I thought was definitely a round one good enough talent, and I'm surprised that at defensive tackle he has fallen as far as he has. Outside of that, though, I anticipated every other player that is still on the board to be in the second round.
Yeah.
So, right now, I'd say only Johnny Newton is the only person. But let me know down below who you guys think it is. Let me know down below who you were surprised is still available. And then also, if you want to get those questions on the show, just because we're getting so many Super Chats rolling in, Super Chats get up on stream. David, it's been cold, bruh. I mean, even if it's cold, it's insane.
Do you think Keon Coleman, they're going to have to get another wide receiver in this draft,
Agreed.
right?
Yep.
Because they don't have Stephon Diggs. They lost Gabe Davis also, who was arguably their number 2 guy.
Yep.
I think they just think this receiver class is so good. Could you see them getting even 2 more receivers in this draft?
I think the Bills are the team to watch out that trade for either Debo or Brandon.
I could see that.
I mean, if you're Buffalo and you know, you were able to add some of that extra draft capital in that Stephon Diggs trade, I mean, I'm looking to be able to restock and rebuild. Also, though, if I do want to make a deal for Ayuk, you could do it. But then again, maybe you would have just kept Stephon Diggs. I don't know. Mr. Leroy, Mr. Leroy, I love the position on this photo for you. What are your thoughts on Cousins? They said that they had good talks, but 4-year contract for that kind of money, how many years does he sit? You don't pay Cousins that kind of money to sit on the bench. I mean, he's not going to sit. Cousins is going to be the starting quarterback this year. I would say that their plan based on the guaranteed money is 2 years for Kirk Cousins. Definitely this year, but also he's on the books next season. He's got like $10 million guaranteed. If you're the Atlanta Falcons and you go, I think Michael Penix is ready to go, you say, all right, Cousins, thanks, but no thanks. We're going to roll with Penix. But I could also see Atlanta being a team doing something like what Green Bay has historically done, where they draft a quarterback early in round 1. I know Jordan Love was, picked 26, but they let Love learn for 2 years. Then they hand him the keys to the car in year 3. You could see something like that for Atlanta, where maybe they want to roll with Cousins for 2 years and then go to Penix. But I'll say this: if Atlanta doesn't win that division, they're going to be calling for Michael Penix Jr. down in the ATL. Gunny, do we move up to get Kool-Aid? All I know is if the Raiders trade up or if the Raiders select Kool-Aid today, I'm doing a Kool-Aid boot. I said it once, and I'll say it again. If the Raiders get Kool-Aid and McKinstry today, that would be probably the most excited I would be for any pick today. Kool-Aid McKinstry would be the guy that I would be most excited about. Dude's a dynamic player. Doing a Kool-Aid boot. Also, I got to give some shout-outs again to today's MVPs. Right now, it is a 3-way tie between John Scheffler, my man Nathan Wolf, and also, there's another one. Where the heck is it? Oh, and Navman. That's the 3-way boom, bang race right now. Whoever bangs the most, you're going to get a signed Raiders Report helmet, and I'm going to rock your jersey for day 3 of the NFL Draft. I will warn you, though, tomorrow's show, Chugs and I got something special planned for you, and it's going to get messy. It's going to get messy out here. I'm just telling you that right now. Raiders should trade for Bo Nix. Yep. I'd rather the Raiders give up a first-round pick for Derek Carr. Brandon
slamming. Which is the priority number 1, O-line or CB? Which one would you choose?
I would choose whoever's the best available. If it's between Kingsley Suamataia and then also Kool-Aid McKinstry, I'm going to go Kool-Aid McKinstry. If it's, I don't know, Jackson Powers Johnson and the next best corner is TJ Tampa, I would take Jackson Powers Johnson. It's just going to come down to who's the best player available. The Raiders proved to you yesterday that they are going to go best player available. Blue Earth, we got one baller. Let's get more. Let's freaking go. Blue Earth, shout out to you. Get a pick. What's up, Can't Walk? My balls rolling thunder.
Oh, wow.
I know that, and I think that's hilarious. Wait a minute. We got a trade here. The New England Patriots are making a trade. The Chargers are trading up.
FLAC's in the chat.
Get some FLACs going in the chat. The Patriots are trading down with the Chargers. I don't have what the picks are yet, but the Chargers now are officially on the clock. We officially have the Chargers, on the clock. I don't have the compensation details yet. Let's get some FLACs there, though. Let's get them flowing.
Down below.
Let's get them flowing. If you hate
Chargers
the
are
Chargers,
trading to
click
34.
that like button. If you hate the Chargers, click that like button.
Spam those rainbows.
I mean, what do you think they go? Think they go wide receiver here?
I think so. I think you got to.
They took Joe Alt. I think you're going to go wide receiver here.
I think they're going Ladd McConkey.
Okay.
Oh.
And the pick is in. You're right. The Chargers, they are selecting Ladd McConkey, wide receiver from Georgia. He's going to end up going, that's maybe your Keenan Allen replacement a little bit there in the slot. The trade was the Patriots get picked 37 and 110, and they gave up 34 and 137. So they move up 3 spots to go back 27. It's actually not that bad. Ladd McConkey going to the Chargers, done deal. It's a done deal. We are 50 likes away from another round of shots here on the Raiders Report. If you haven't already, click that like button, y'all. F the Chargers. The pick is in. Ladd McConkey.
Oaktown, back to excellence. Go CB and let ride that defensive sled to the Super Bowl.
I am
You going defense?
I mean, the Raiders have spent a lot of money on the defensive side of the football already in free agency. I am going best player available at either offensive line or corner.
J. Rowe, if we really need a wide receiver 3, I'm thinking Des Bryant would make a return. Love Cooper DeJean if he's available. No way, Des Bryant.
I can't wrap my mind around this right now. This is a question that I would have expected on round 7 of the NFL draft after we did about 6 boots.
Yeah.
Des Bryant, J. Rowe, come on.
Twan.
Next, you're going to ask me if Michael Crabtree wants to come back.
Should the Raiders take Blake Fisher at offensive tackle?
I think Blake Fisher is a phenomenal right tackle prospect that you could potentially get in round 3. Notre Dame guy who Telesco likes a lot. Honestly, good tape when you watch him. The attention a lot of time goes to Joe Alt, but Fisher's a legit offensive tackle prospect that I think would be a fun battle with Thayer Munford.
David, they're trading up to make their 2 fans happy.
I actually don't know if I've ever met a Chargers fan. Honestly, have you ever met a Chargers fan?
No.
I actually don't know if I have. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a single person that I know that's a Chargers fan.
No.
I literally can't. Now, for some of you out west, probably, but again, I'm from the East Coast. I can't think of a single person that I know that's a Chargers fan.
Yeah.
I don't know
Me
one.
neither. What? Talking about this pick, though.
I don't know if they do exist.
I do think it's a good pick for
Fireball,
the Chargers, though.
Cheers.
What do you think the Chargers are getting in Ladd McConkey?
I think it actually fits what they're looking for. Of you trade a Keenan Allen because you don't want to pay him a lot of money, and now you're finding a technical route runner, which Keenan was. I still think Keenan's a better athlete than Ladd, though Ladd, his ability to set up routes and run, I do think it's going to be a good safety blanket there for Justin Herbert. And what you're seeing Harbaugh doing here, I do think is smart of you. You're saying, all right, I'm going to protect my quarterback, and then I'm going to go get the best wide receiver out there. Like, if you put him in the right positions to succeed, I do think that he can have a lot of success. Again, he's not going to be a receiver where some people are like, oh, he could be the next Cooper Kupp. I think that that's going to be a little bit of a stretch, though he could be a reception monster, somebody that in year 1 I could anticipate getting probably close to 110, 120 targets in year 1, just because I don't know who else is going to be catching the football there for the Chargers. He has a good opportunity in front of him. Does have some of that limited production at Georgia, but that's also because, I mean, they never really needed to throw the football. Are some serious injury concerns, though. No doubt about it. Rubio, what music do you guys like? I like hip-hop. I'm starting to try to get into more country because Alex likes it. Also, I've been trying to listen to more Spanish music to try to learn more Spanish.
Some reggaeton?
Bad Bunny.
Reggaeton.
Yep, sure. I just try to listen to it that way. Can I recognize more words? Can I just hear things that way when Alex and her mom and her family talks? I try to pick up some stuff.
Reggaeton is a kind of music.
No, I know. It's not Bad Bunny.
And every reggaeton song goes, doom.
Another trade. The Falcons are on the clock.
Wow.
They just traded up with the Arizona Cardinals. Atlanta is on the clock.
Spencer Rattler.
What?
Spencer Rattler off the clock. Going off.
Dude, that. Can you imagine? See, I think now there's a run on wide receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, does Atlanta go for a wide receiver now? I don't know.
LCA, Lord Cameron Abbott, they need some defensive help.
If Kool-Aid isn't there, would you take a linebacker?
I think this-
If I'm going to take any linebacker, his name's Peyton Wilson.
I'm very sad to say, I do think this is Kool-Aid right here.
You think this is going to be Kool-Aid?
They need some corner help.
Yep.
I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, this has also been a team that's been very tied to Kool-Aid and McKinstry, so we'll see. All right, so the pick is the Falcons get pick 35 and a 6th-round pick, 186 overall. The Cardinals get the 43rd pick, and then they also get a 3rd-round pick, 79. So that's a really big trade up there. Atlanta has a guy in mind, and they clearly want somebody.
Sadly, I think it's Kool-Aid.
You think it's going to be Kool-Aid?
I think so.
Okay.
It could also be Jerzon Newton because they do need defensive help.
Okay.
It could be a defensive tackle in Jerzon Newton or Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I don't have any idea who it's going to be.
It could be a linebacker as well.
Yeah.
I think they go defense here. Possibly.
I think you have to go defense
possibly,
after your pick yesterday.
And also possibly center. I don't know how good their offensive line is, but there's a couple really good centers, interior offensive linemen still on the board.
What about a guy like Braden Fisk?
Maybe.
That's a guy who shot up a lot of boards. Oh, wow, this is a shocker. Rook Ororo I don't know how to say it, from Clemson.
It's Rook Orororo.
Orororo, yeah.
Yes.
Rook Orororo, defensive tackle from Clemson, goes off the board before Braden Fisk.
Before Johnny Newton.
Johnny Jerzon Newton. That is a shocker. I don't know what Atlanta's doing. I think Orororo is like a good player. He had a good combine.
It's Orororo.
I'm not going to get it right. Orororo?
Orororo.
All right, well, we can keep on rowing the boat. I ain't getting it right. I mean, I'm shocked on that pick. I'm actually happy. He's the defensive tackle from Clemson. His last name is spelled O-R-O-R-O. Yes. Rook, O-R-H-O-R-H-O-R-O.
It's Rook Orororo.
It's, yep.
You're pronouncing the O at the begining, and then it's 3 row.
Josh said Scooby-Doo. Row. Yeah, I mean, how do you put his name up on screen? You got it. How do you guys pronounce that? Rook, row your boat gently down the stream. I have no idea. Luckily, he's not on our team, I guess. I have no idea. Grade the pick. I'm shocked that that's the pick. I am shocked that that's the selection. The Commanders are on the clock at pick 36.
Well, I was right on the defensive part for the Falcons. I was right on that.
Yeah.
I knew they were going defense. I did not know they were going Rook Orororo.
I'll tell you this. There's still good there's still good players sliding down the board here. I'm excited of what the Raiders could potentially get
Washington needs offensive line, so I think they'll go offensive line. Maybe wide receiver. Not sure.
If I had a guess, I think this is where Kingsley Suamatai goes off the board. They need a left tackle.
Suamatai.
Dude, I don't know what it is. Suamatai.
All right.
I feel like we've said it.
We're just hoping he's not playing for the Raiders right now.
At this point, there's a few names that I'm just praying for the love of God that I hope we don't get.
I have his.
You like tongue twisters? Then draft Rook or Roro. No idea.
Kingsley Suamatai.
Mitch from PA. I am from PA. I grew up on the 570 Central Pennsylvania.
Jersey
What's
boy.
your guys' hometown? Let me know down below where your hometown is. What up, Nate? Jersey boy. Never seen a Chargers fan, but I've never met another Raider fan here in this area of Eagles, Jets fans in the Phillipsburg, New Jersey, and Easton, PA area. Funny enough, I will be in that area. I'm actually going to be in the Poconos between June 5th and June 9th for my buddy's bachelor party. So, hey, maybe we'll run into each other. I agree, though, Jersey boy. Nate, Newton comes to Raiders. Would it be the best offensive line ever?
Dude, it would be insane.
I actually think, though, if they went defensive tackle, it wouldn't be Jerzon Newton.
Braden Fisk?
I think it'd be Braden Fisk. I heard there's one player that you guys love told me.
You can't do that, though.
What?
You can't go 2 luxury picks in a row. When you need O-line and corner help.
I don't disagree with you, but I know they love Braden Fisk.
I know.
I know they do. Scranton, PA from Darth. What's up, man?
Wild one.
Bo says he's from 570. Damn it. If our top pick was good, why haven't we heard from our head coach talking about him unless I'm missing it? And if so, let me know. I've been looking. I would say check out the Raiders' Twitter today because today Antonio Pierce was talking about Brock Bowers today and had like his whole like introduction. So, yeah, I would say just go to the Raiders' social media. It's been there. I mean, AP was fired up about it, but I also don't think that you really need to hear from your head coach. Bowers spoke today to the media. AP, like I said, he also talked to the media today to a certain degree a little bit about Bowers, but I don't really think that AP does need to say anything. Actions speak louder than words in this situation, and they just took Brock Bowers at 13. So, and he was hyped to see him.
Hey, we have over 4,300 people rocking and rolling with us in the chat, and I know for me, for Mitch, we appreciate every single one of you for clicking into today's video, for spending whatever time you have on an off day, on a day where you're trying to chill, watch the NFL draft, and you're coming to us. We appreciate that so much. If you can help us out in one thing, I know people super chat. I know people send in money, do other things. But if we could just get you to do one thing and one thing only for us, it'd be like the video, subscribe, and comment. That's 3 things.
Jerzon Newton to the Commanders.
Wow.
The Commanders now got Jaden Daniels and Jerzon Newton. That's a hell of a start there for the draft for Washington. It is. I mean, the fact that Jerzon Newton, the best player on the board, fell to the Washington Commanders there at 36, that's pretty damn solid. Pretty damn solid there. It does smell like a fraternity house in here.
It does not smell like a fraternity
We are
house.
2 bangs away from the first boot going down here on the Raiders Report. Who's going to do it? Who's going to make the boot go down? Who's going to make the boot go down? What up, Ryan? What up, Adrian? I also think Washington's going to suck, too. I just don't think that Washington's going to be a good football team. I like Jaden, but that was a team that I thought if Jaden went to Washington, it's not the best fit. It's not the best fit. D'Angelo, I am hoping that the Raiders quarterback does win MVP because then Chugs has to give me $5,000, which we could do a lot with that. Norman Hernandez, you in. If you don't know what you're in for, if you send in a $50 Venmo, you're in for a 50-50 raffle. Right now, $50 Venmo for a chance to win $450 here on the Raiders Report. Whoever comes in last place, you're also going to get a Lawnmower 5.0. The Patriots are back on the clock here at pick 37 after the Commanders just selected Jerzon Newton. Here we go. Here we go. Can we get to 2,000 likes, y'all? I would appreciate it. Bosses want to get the numbers up. I would like it. Also, shout out to Trizzy Trace. Chugs has to bounce real quick. He'll be back in probably about, 30 minutes or so. So Trace, he's going to be on the mic. He's going to be hanging out with us for a little bit. And you guys know this. Trizzy Trace knows how to get down.
Woo!
Trizzy Trace knows how to get down. Chugs, he needs to go grab lunch. Yep. Honestly, I can't even believe it's 6:30 at night.
Nah, dude.
It doesn't feel like it's...
You could tell me right now that it's 5:30 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, and I would still believe it.
I'm with you.
I'm not sure which one I'd believe more, though.
Trent Hamada is in. Winner now gets $475. Let's roll through some soups when you get a sec here, Trizzy. I know you're still getting everything set up on your end.
We're good.
The real ugly dude in the 4-3-3. The pick is in. Wow. Jalen Polk.
Wow.
Jalen Polk to the freaking Patriots. This is an organization that can't draft receivers.
Dude, the fact that A.D. Mitchell is still out there, Troy Franklin, you're not going either of those guys?
Oh, my Lord. Jalen Polk off the board.
Ruh-roh.
Yikes. That's a bad pick. I think Jalen Polk is a good receiver. However, though, I thought he was going to go closer to a pick 100. Pick 80.
Yeah, see, I thought he was back end of round 2, middle, early round 3. I
mean, wide receivers are flying off the board right now. Jalen Polk from Washington. I don't like that pick. I think that's a bad pick by New England.
Oh, I agree.
Twan Charleston, what's up, my man? Justin Salazar also is in. Uh-oh. I also, this has not happened often on this show, but there are 2 people that I consider the ultimate Mount Raider more goats. There's one man by the name of David Zahn, and then there's another man, his name is Raider Ron. Raider Ron is in the building. If y'all could show Raider Ron a little bit of love.
What up, Ron?
Raider Ron, you in, and then also Justin Salazar is in. Right now, $50 Venmo. You have the opportunity to win $525 here on the Raiders Report.
Mitch, so Ben McLeod in the chat said, Trizzy looks like he's an inbred. Can he read? So fun fact, I went to the University of Arkansas, so to answer that question, no. Not even a little bit.
But can you read?
I don't know. Only a menu.
I was going to say, is the no to the inbred or the read?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Just yes to everything.
Working a 17-hour shift. Y'all are keeping me up. You know what's funny? Y'all are keeping me up.
Yeah, no kidding. You're keeping all of us.
I got home last night at about 2, and I was, like I said, turned up. We all got here. I was probably one of the last ones that got here to work today, selfishly. Everything. I mean, what time did you get here?
I was in at about 10:03.
Yeah, I got in at 11.
Yeah, when I walked in and it was me and Brett, I was like,
Shit.
should I go home?
Oh, shit.
Should I go home for like 20 minutes or something?
Oh, shit. Ron, I know you haven't been here. Also, I know, Ron, you got a lot of stuff going on in your life. I wish you nothing but the best, man. You know, it's all love here. I hope you can watch this show and, you know, it can take you away from all the crazy shit going on in your life right now. Believe me when I say that. We just hit 2,000 likes, which means everybody, pour one up right now. Cheers to all of y'all. Titans are on the clock. Dude, there's some good talent falling in this draft. Jacob Harvey, Raiders! Let's go to the Raiders. Think they leaked the scripts to Kingsbury? No, I don't think so. F. Cliff Kingsbury, man.
F. Cliff
Kingsbury. True Auto Works. Did y'all see Brock Bowers' dad, how not happy he was? I think you guys are really overblowing that. I think, again,
you can take a screenshot at any time when he's not.
I also just think it's your son just got drafted in the NFL. You're making now millions of dollars. What do you think they did last night? They went out and celebrated their dicks off. So you wake up the next morning, guess what? You're going to be tired. You're probably going to be hungover on top of that. And now all these cameras and all this attention's in your face. I'm telling you right now, there's no way you could say any NFL team, he was happy for his son in that situation. I don't care if you're a 49ers fan for life. Your son just got drafted in the first round. You are ecstatic. He's probably looking like that because he's hungover and tired from one of the craziest nights that family has ever experienced.
Imagine being a father and having your kid, whether it's whatever sport, being a first-round pick. Like, you just know, you're like, whatever I did it right. I did something right along the way, so I don't think it's a big deal. But no, first time in the duck race where I don't know if I want to get first place.
Or last. So, again, person who comes in last place, you're going to get our Lawnmower 5.0 from Manscaped. First place.
It is awesome.
You get the money. So usually we give you guys a butthole pick. Now you get a tool to clean your butthole. Jeffrey, 5 British pounds, enough for a pint of real beer here. Keep up the great work.
Oh, I wish a pint of beer was $5 here.
Yeah, no, in
That would
Dallas,
be
a
awesome.
pint of beer, that's probably $30.
That and a few extra, dollars on your mortgage.
Probably.
Yeah.
Dallas, I'm blown away how expensive Dallas just continues to get year in and year out. Year in and year out. It's kind of wild. Jason Williamson says, you know what, Mitch? Get me in that. Get me in that. You in. Which now I believe winner would get $550, $50 Venmo. Oh, man. Who's on the clock? The Titans are on the clock here at 38. Again, the Patriots, they selected Jalen Polk, wide receiver out of Washington. What does a lifelong Raider fan have to do to get a job with you guys, unless you guys don't want another Raider expert in the building? I think the problem with this question is because the way that Chat Sports operates as a company, like, I would need you to run another YouTube show because I think Chugs and I have the Raiders Report on lockdown. Now, there might be an opportunity in the future where we do hire another person strictly for Raiders. That might be another year or two away, but I would say just based on what we need right now as a company standpoint, you'd have to run a channel. Like, Trace runs Saints.
Yep.
We just hired Stone. He's going to run Bengals. We don't need
You want to talk Bills or Jags?
Yeah, Bills or Jags? We might have a job for you. Speaking of the Titans here, their pick is in. They're going to go with defensive tackle T'Vondre Sweat.
See, I like that pick.
T'Vondre Sweat to the Tennessee Titans.
For somebody who does have some concerns off the field,
Yep.
It's going to be dangerous being near Broadway Street. If he gets tied up with Morgan Wallen, bad news bears for chairs on balconies.
I mean, I'll tell you this. That's one of the most fun places in the U.S.
See, the fact that I'm 25 years old and I've never had a drink on Broadway is actually upsetting to me.
Is it?
Very much so.
All right, Trace. We're gonna
make that happen.
Stone, Trace, and me next summer. We're making a trip to Nashville.
Bitchin'.
Are you in?
bitching.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I'm in.
So, for those of you that don't know, Stone's real name is Michael. After his trip to Nashville, he said, I only want to be called Stone. He's like, that's it. That's all I want to be
I thought he went to
as.
Colorado and was like, oh, I love this getting stoned thing.
I love this place here, man. I love it. What I also love is the fact that you got a lot of these players are still sliding down the board here. I mean, can we go to Tom Downey's best available players here real quick?
Yes,
I want to
this
see
super
it.
chat just came in. I'll go to that.
Is Minshew better than Fitzmagic or Rattler? I do think that Minshew is probably more consistent than Ryan Fitzpatrick because Fitzpatrick was like, there were some games where you're like, this guy's incredible. And then in the snap of a finger, you're like, is he Nathan Peterman, right? So I actually do think Minshew is a more reliable quarterback than Fitzmagic, though I do think Rattler has the highest upside out of any of the players that we're talking about here.
They
But,
both also have great facial hair.
They do both have
Both
great
have great
facial
facial
hair. That
hair.
I can agree with. Downey's best players available. You got Jackson Powers Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry also up there, which has been a name that we have thrown out multiple times. Cooper DeJean, interesting name to look at. I think Kingsley Suamatea, another offensive tackle there from BYU. Edrin Cooper, hell of an edge rusher that you could look at. But, like, the amount of depth that is available right now to the Las Vegas Raiders is fantastic. Cooper Beebe is still there on the board. If you want to go offensive guard, you can go guard. If you want to go corner, you can go corner. If you want to go tackle, you can go tackle. I'm telling you, and I know before I said I don't know if I was the Raiders, if I would try to trade up, there is a part of me that's starting to wonder, could you potentially move up right now to go get a Kool-Aid McKinstry?
See,
I would love me some Kool-Aid.
I mean,
I would love me some Kool-Aid.
really quick, everyone type your favorite Kool-Aid flavor in the comments. Red Kool-Aid's the right answer.
Really?
Or the blue. I love the blue Kool-Aid.
I don't know if I would say red.
What's your
I will
favorite?
say, though, you can't say the flavor. It's only
It's the color. Yeah, it's the
If
color.
you give me the flavor of Kool-Aid, you're not a real
You're
one.
you're
It's
a
got to
cop.
be the color.
It's like Gatorade. It's not the flavor.
It's got to be the color.
Well, for orange, is it the flavor or the color?
That's true. I
That's
think
the only one that gets the exception.
I guess what
I'm seeing a lot of purple.
flavor is red? Because I don't like fruit punch.
Cherry, I think.
I like cherry.
Cherry. I love the
Strawberry?
purple one as well. The purple, the grape, fire.
Oh, dude, some grape drank.
Give me that
Grape.
purple drink.
Grape drank. Purple
There's a drink in New Orleans at a bar called Lafitte's, and they have it's called frozen purple drink, and it's just like a frozen grape slushy full of liquor. It's awesome. It's so great.
Liquor, I barely know her. Miguel, how much for shots tonight? Miguel, what we're doing for shots tonight is every 20, I'll pour one up with you guys. Also, I kind of wanted to do one every time we got to 500 likes. I got a boot sitting next to me, and like I said, we are 2 bangs away. But, Miguel, if you want to get some shots going,
I have a
we get
business
some shots
proposition.
going. I'm listening.
I have a deal.
Let's go. The Rams have traded up here.
Ooh.
I actually think that they might go defensive tackle now.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe they're trying to replace Aaron Donald.
Maybe. See.
Who would it be, though, at defensive tackle? Now I don't know.
'Cause
I think
DeVondre
actually it's
Sweat's
Braden
gone.
Fisk.
Oh, I like Braden
You
Fisk.
team up Jared Verse and Braden Fisk.
And you have FSU's defensive line right there. You're
Yep.
good. You're
I
set.
think that's going to be the pick.
All right, real quick.
That's my
$10
prediction.
while Chugs is gone. I'm doing shots for 10. I'm going to give you guys that deal right now.
Here we go. Say that again.
Shots for $10 while
Okay.
Chugs is gone. I'm doing them.
You're doing them.
I'll do
Shots
'em.
for 10.
Yep.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you. The Panthers have traded the pick to the Rams. The Rams are on the clock. Going to be a later if we get JPJ or DeJean. I don't know how well I like DeJean's fit. I'll be real with y'all. But I agree. I will be excited about him as a player.
I got to talk to Cooper DeJean's dad in Indianapolis.
And?
First of all, he's a cool dude. He crushes beers, which is dope. But I fell in love with the prospect just because of
Garrett Holland.
who he is and stuff. I really, really like him. I also agree, though, I don't know how good of a fit in Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look at it more as I want an outside corner, and I actually don't know if I look at Cooper DeJean as like a true outside corner. I look at him as being like more of a – I will say this. One of the players that I loved that Patrick Graham used was Jabril Peppers, and he was more of an athlete where he was this like hybrid, like very good athlete, safety. You can move him all over the football field type of guy. I could see Cooper DeJean being this like Swiss Army knife on your defense where you could put him in a lot of different situations because how good of an athlete that he is.
So I have a few shots because the 20s and 10s are rolling in.
Uh-oh. The 2010s. Go back to the 2010 days.
Oh, what a good time. What a good time to be alive.
The real ugly dude. Hey, Mitch, I feel like Washington is going to get Kool-Aid. When is Washington up again? Yeah, they're up next after the Rams. So the picks on the clock right now. The Rams are picking now. Then it's the Commanders, Packers, Texans, Cardinals, and then the Raiders. All right, the compensation is in. The Panthers traded pick 39 to the Rams in exchange for 52, a fifth-round pick 155, and a second-round pick in 2025. So this is a player that the Rams really, really want. And because of that, I think it's going to be Fisk. It is. Braden Fisk is the pick there for the Rams.
Good call there, man.
I mean, you team up two players that were teammates back at Florida State. Jared Verse went off the board there at 19. Braden Fisk now goes off the board here at 39.
That was a good call there.
Off the board, that's the pick. Braden Fisk to the Rams. Trizzy is...
What's unfortunate is I have to go host Maine here in a little bit.
Yeah.
I did not tell Brett about the fireball in here.
Let's keep that on the hush. Let's keep that on the hush. Raider Ron, cheers to you, my man. You know what, Ron? It's been a minute. Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Hope all is good, my man.
I love that cup.
Dude, they're partying right now. They're partying. Shane says this one goes out to Broadway Trizzy.
Hey!
Broadway Trizzy's a dangerous person.
Y'all know that song Broadway Girls by Morgan Wallen? Like, that feels like it would be my anthem out there.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yikes. Yikes.
Keep me away from the Buckle Bunnies.
The Buckle Bunnies?
Oh, yeah.
What the hell is that?
Real ones now.
The real ones?
Dude, let me take you out to Fort Worth, and I'll tell you about the Buckle Bunnies.
Yikes. Right. I guess I got to go out to Fort Worth. I don't know. Alex just texted me, don't go to Fort Worth. Do not go out there.
You can go to Fort Worth, not with Trace.
Yeah, never. Never, ever, ever. Though I was a little bit mad at Maddie at her last IG dump that I didn't make 12 pictures of My Life's Good Now. I was a little upset.
See, I had a bone to pick with her because I was only in like 3 of them. I was like, you're so rude. I wasn't even the first one. She was like, you're the first one and last one. I was like, I don't care. I was like, I didn't realize Allie was buying your dinners. My bad.
Well, I will say, we'll do some more double dates here coming up.
Oh, yeah.
All right, man, we got 4,600 people here in the building.
Ow, ow!
Who do you want the Raiders to pick? Our draft pick is coming up here in just a few. On the clock right now is the Washington Commanders. They're at pick 40. The Raiders pick at 44. There's a lot of really good talent still out there on the board. Like, a lot of good talent out there on the board. I think most people right now would vote Kool-Aid McKinstry, and I think I agree.
Yeah, I really like Kool-Aid McKinstry. He's such a damn good football
I'm hoping,
player.
man. I'm actually nervous.
Another
trade!
Oh, my goodness!
Are on the clock.
The Eagles?
I'm actually scared that they're going to take Kool-Aid.
I feel like Cooper DeJean is more their guy.
You think Cooper DeJean's
I feel
more
like
them?
Cooper DeJean is such an Eagles pick.
Okay. I hope you're right.
I feel like that's an Eagles pick.
See, I knew they needed a corner. Who did they take in round 1? I literally don't remember.
They went Quinyon Mitchell.
Oh, yeah, maybe they won't go corner then. Maybe they go – what are the Eagles' needs? Do we have that real quick?
Let me see if I have that.
What are the Eagles' needs? The Eagles just traded up, and I don't know what the trade is. So according to our draft guide here, they do need a center. Jason Kelce replacement, Jackson Powers Johnson.
I didn't even think about that.
Jackson Powers Johnson could be the pick here.
Didn't even think about that. I
Wide
see people
receiver,
saying they need a quarterback.
I think Jackson Powers Johnson to replace Kelce is going to be my prediction here.
I like Jackson Powers Johnson or Cooper DeJean. I don't think Kool-Aid's the pick here.
I freaking hope not.
I'm hoping I'm wrong.
The pick
For your
is
sake, I'm hoping
in.
I'm wrong.
Wow, you were right. Cooper DeJean.
Boom!
Cooper DeJean is the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. Bro, we still got Jackson Powers Johnson, Kinsley Suamataia still on the board, Kool-Aid McKinstry still on the board. I'm liking where we're at right now, man.
It's a good day to be a Raider.
I'm liking where we're at. I had Kool-Aid ranked higher than I did Cooper DeJean. I really, really did. I know Cooper DeJean was a hell of an athlete, but I'm really, really liking where we're at. All right, so the Eagles, wow, this is a very interesting trade. Eagles trade a pick 50, pick 53, and 161. The Commanders, they trade 40 and 78.
Wow.
So that means...
It's interesting that it's an interdivision trade, too.
Yeah, that's true. Packers are on the clock, 41 overall. That means that the Texans pick at 42, the Cardinals pick at 43, and then it's the Las Vegas Raiders at 44. Yo, man, we got 5,000 people in this building.
Woo!
Can I get some good vibes down below? Give me some GVs down below. I need some good vibes. I am nervous.
Come on.
I am nervous.
Get loud,
The Packers
Raider
are on the
Nation.
clock. I will say, if there is a team that the Raiders could potentially trade up with, I do think that the Green Bay Packers are a team to keep in mind because I know for a fact that they have a good relationship with Green Bay. Like, if the Raiders wanted to make a trade, I think this is where their relationship with Green Bay could come in handy here.
I do agree with that.
We'll see. We'll see, though. I am nervous. Oh, my God. On a scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are y'all right now? I'm a 10.
I mean, I'm sitting here at a solid 9.69.
Inches?
I wish. I wish.
I don't know, man. I feel like that's too much. Stone's like, come on.
Stone's like, that's pocket change right there.
Yeah, come on. I see a 9-1 in there from Paul. I got 100 from Camacho. I want Kool-Aid from Ron Raspberry. I'm telling you what. The Saints just traded up. They're on the clock here at 41.
Of course they are.
Yep.
Why wouldn't they?
Who do you think they'll take? Who do you think? Trace does
I'm
our
going
Saints
receiver.
show.
I'm going receiver.
Yeah?
If I'm New Orleans, I'm going receiver here.
Okay, talk to me.
I really like the idea of Keon Coleman.
He's already gone.
He's gone. But what about a Malachi Corley? I think that he is a
he's-
damn good player.
Okay.
And I don't think he's like the most sexy pick, but I think that he fits what New Orleans would need. And personally, I would like that move. I
Okay.
think that it would be a smart move.
Do they need a corner?
No.
Okay, that's good.
No, they do
You
not.
need a tackle to replace. You could use a tackle.
We got Talise Fuanga yesterday.
True.
So maybe interior offensive line. I could also see like Jackson Powers Johnson or something.
Okay.
I could see I don't even know.
Dude, I don't know.
This is scurry.
Edge rusher? Do you need anything like that? No?
Maybe could go with depth edge rusher.
Okay.
Braden Fisk is gone. I would have said him maybe.
The Saints are on the clock. They just traded up to pick 41.
Ooh.
I don't know what the compensation is, but this has been a trade frenzy today. It's been a frenzy. I mean, this is unbelievable, man. Back and forth, back and forth. All right, so the trade is this. The Packers, they get pick 168 and 190 on top of 41. The Saints just get now pick 41.
I don't hate it.
So this is
They
somebody.
gave away 2 comp
The
picks.
oh my God. The Saints have drafted Kool-Aid McKinstry.
No way! No way!
Kool-Aid.
No way! Let's fucking go!
Kool-Aid
Let's
McKinstry.
fucking go!
Off
Hey,
the
that
board
means you
to
guys
New
can trade for
Orleans.
Marshawn Lattimore.
Oh, I'll take Marshawn Lattimore.
Woo!
That is devastating.
I hope the office knows how happy I am. Raider Nation, I hate to break y'all's hearts, but I really like that pick.
Oh, that is a backbreaker. Kool-Aid McKinstry goes off the board to the New Orleans Saints.
I think that's why they traded up, because they weren't confident that he was going to be there.
Oh, man. You're probably not wrong. I mean, if you're New Orleans, you probably made that trade because you thought that the Raiders were going to be looking at a guy like Kool-Aid.
Yeah. No, I think that's
if you're
exactly
the
what it
Raiders
is.
now and that's the guy that you wanted, you might be kicking yourself in the ass there a little bit. I mean, we'll see, though. We'll see. Suddenly, you're not as popular on this stream.
Hey, I don't blame him.
I don't blame
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him
I don't blame
either.
him. If you want my video to suffer, $50 super chat, I'll do a shotgun, or I'll shotgun a beer right now.
See, now if I'm the Raiders, I'm looking at Ennis Rakestraw.
I like him.
I
What
think-
about
I
Chris
think-
Abrams-Drain?
I'm not as high on him. I think Rakestraw fits better what the Raiders want because he's more of a physical press man corner.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now if you're the Raiders, though, I am shocked I am shocked that the Saints decided to go with Kool-Aid.
Dude, I love that pick for New Orleans.
I mean, what does that mean, though, for Marshawn Lattimore now, though?
Well, so he's on the last year of his contract.
Yep.
You have Paulson Adebo opposite side. You drafted Alontae Taylor in the second a couple years ago.
Texans are on the clock.
So it feels like they're just doubling up on young depth, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, they got some good young depth there.
They also need a box guy. They need somebody who can kind of play in the middle. So I know Kool-Aid's more of an outside guy, but, who knows? Who knows what could happen with him?
Oh, my
I would say
goodness.
Marshawn or Paulson Adebo could be on the trade block, though.
True. Ah, dang it, man. I was really hoping Kool-Aid was there, though. I like Ennis Rakestraw. I think he'd be a good fit here for the Raiders if that's the pick. There's also some really good offensive linemen, and based off the way that I think that I know Telesco, I mean, it wouldn't shock me at all if the Raiders ended up going with the Jackson Powers Johnson or a legit interior offensive lineman to be able to build that offensive line. We'll see what they decide to go with here. Texans on the clock, then it's the Cardinals, and then it's going to be the Las Vegas Raiders. I got 5,000 people here. Let me know who you want the Raiders to draft. Let me know who you're hoping the Raiders can get. Also, if you want to get in our 50-50 raffle, $50 Venmo at Mitchell Rents 365, right now you would win, I'm going to think it's somewhere around $550, $575, somewhere in there. Mike Sanderstill, is that how you pronounce that?
I believe so.
Sanderstill? He's a smaller corner that I know the Raiders like, and I've heard from people that are like, hey, that could be your potential Amik Robertson replacement. Though I don't know if he's a true outside corner, but when you watch the tape on him, he is undersized. He just wins a lot. And it's just one of those things where he might not have some of the measurables that you're looking for, but the dude just wins. Dude just wins one-on-one matchups. Pretty incredible stuff there. Who do you want the Raiders to pick? Oh, my God. Sanjeet just said the Raiders should really consider a running back with this next pick. No.
If you're drafted a running back before round 3, that's probably a bad pick.
Please, no. I can't handle that. Oh, wow. Another corner here is going to go off the board. Kamari Lassiter to the Texans.
Out of Georgia.
Georgia.
It's a good player.
I'm not going to lie. I actually was thinking that could be the player that the Eagles go with since they always seem to take Georgia players. Kamari Lassiter off the board here to pick 42 to the Houston Texans, which now means the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock at pick 43. Kamari Lassiter is the pick here at 42. So now the Cardinals, pick 43, are on the clock. Kamari Lassiter is the pick at 42 for the Texans. Arizona on the clock, Raiders on deck.
Let's go!
On the clock, the Arizona Cardinals here. Oh my goodness. I can't feel my face when I'm with you. That's how I feel. I need to pour one up. I'm not going to lie. I need to just pour one up here a little bit. I'm getting a little bit nervous. Oh, dude, this is insanity. What up, Brom? What up, Raider MD? Lamore, Raider Nation for life. I'm okay with Rakestraw. I think Rakestraw is a hell of a corner. I had him ranked number 4 on my corners for the Raiders. Hey. I think Kool-Aid's a better talent, but Rakestraw, I think, fits what the Raiders need better. You want somebody that's going to be a tough mother effer? Rakestraw's that guy.
If you want the Raiders to nail this next pick, you need to like the damn video. Otherwise, they're going to make a terrible selection.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I don't know what we're going to have here. The Cardinals are on the clock here at pick 43. We will see what ends up going down here. This is
What about a Spencer Rattler?
dude, I hope not. I don't want them to do that. Like, it would give me something to talk about, don't get me wrong. If the Raiders drafted a quarterback here, everybody watching the show right now knows we would talk so much about quarterbacks, it'd probably drive you insane. But, like, you went best player available. There are other players. Like, if I had to put a bet down, I would say it's either going to be Jackson Powers Johnson, who I know for a fact this organization loves, unless teams are very, very afraid of the medicals. I think Ennis Rakestraw, again, is a player to keep in mind. My like outside of the box name I'll throw out there, Chris Broswell, edge rusher from Alabama, who I was told personally Rob Leonard is a big fan of. So we'll see what they decide to go with here. Maybe the question is, which position do you want the Raiders to go with? Cardinals are on the clock. There is a little bit of a run here at the cornerback position. I mean, you're talking, and I think the Eagles kind of started one. There's been a lot of trades, a lot of people moving up. We will see who the Arizona Cardinals decide to pick here at 43, and then that will mean that the Raiders are officially on the clock. We will see. I don't know, man. Scary is my middle name. 6,000 people here. Hit that like button. I want this to be the most watched Raiders show out there.
Ooh.
Wow. Max Melton to the Cardinals. Another corner off the board. Max Melton off the board. The Raiders are on the clock. The Raiders are on the clock.
Raiders!
Come on, Las Vegas. Let's get some LVs. Raiders! Max Melton off the board, cornerback from Rutgers. He's going to end up going to the Arizona Cardinals, which now means the Raiders are on the clock here. You could look at, Trace, if you give me some of the best players available here real quick, I think a Kingsley Suamataia is definitely a player to look at. I think a guy like a Ennis Rakestraw is a player that I would look at here. Jackson Powers Johnson is another name that you have to consider. When you look at Tom Downey's best players available, here are the top players on Tom's big board. I think a Cooper Beebe could be another name to throw out there. Like if you want a starting left guard, Beebe could be your name. If you're not confident that Jackson Powers Johnson could be that person, well then I also think that that could be another opportunity of that. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun here. I don't know who it's going to be, but I know this. I am going to go nuts. I'm going to post a video on social media, and we're going to keep this thing a rocking and a rolling. The Raiders are officially on the clock. Can I get back up then when you get a sec? Who are the Raiders going to pick? Who are the Raiders going to pick? I don't know. What do we think here? Some people are saying Spencer Rattler. I don't think that that's going to be the pick. I'd be shocked. If they went Spencer Rattler, I would be. But then again, Jordan Schultz flat out told me last week that the Raiders were a team that could take Spencer Rattler in round 2. We'll see. I'm looking at my phone. If I get a text message, I promise I'll tell you. Raiders are officially on the clock here at pick 44 of the 2024 NFL Draft. They selected Brock Bowers at pick 13. What is going to happen here? What is going to happen here? 6,700 people anxiously waiting. Come on, Raiders. Come on, Raiders. Come on, Telesco. Come on, AP. Oh, my goodness. I don't know. I'm going to throw up. I am so nervous. What do you guys think? Best player available from John?
Come on.
Who will the Raiders pick? Who will the Raiders pick? I don't know. I don't know. Only time will tell. I'm ready, though. Soon as I get word, we're going. Soon as I get word, we're going. Somebody said Kingsley. I got a BB down there. Richard Fox says Cooper. Oh, I heard some loud things out there. I was like, what did happen? Somebody said trade back. Renz does not want a running back. I can promise you that. The last 4 picks, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kamari Lassiter, Max Melton, have been the last 4 picks here of this draft, and it's been a run, and I'm talking a run on corners. If you're the Raiders right now, you're probably sitting there wondering, what the heck am I going to do? Especially if you wanted a corner. If I'm the Raiders now, I might pick up the phone and give Xavier Howard a phone call. Howard, do you want to play for the silver and black? You let me know. Though, again, I would be happy with Ennis Rakestraw. There's a lot of good players that this organization could pick. Will they do the right thing? Somebody said trade back. I mean, if somebody offered you some extra picks. Wow, here we go. Raiders select Jackson Powers Johnson.
Good pick. Great pick.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Jackson Powers Johnson. Raider Nation, with the 44th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select interior offensive lineman Jackson Powers Johnson. You want to be able to bolster that interior? To me, you're going to be able to put him at left guard. You're going to be able to put him right next to Colton Miller, next to somebody like Andre James, Dylan Parham, and then a Thayer Munford. Tom Telesco is showing you that he is investing in the best players available, also is investing on that interior line. The Raiders right now are building something special. They decided to go best player available in Brock Bowers. They decided to go best player available in Jackson Powers Johnson, and I get it. There's some injury concerns out there, but he was the best player available. The Raiders hit another one. This is an A grade from me. Let me know down below what you think of the Las Vegas Raiders selecting Jackson Powers Johnson. Let's freaking go, man. That's a hell of a pick. That's a hell of a pick. Let me know what you guys think of the Raiders selecting Jackson Powers Johnson. Trizzy, what are some quick words here that you think on the pick? Grade it down below if you want to give a few shout outs here.
I absolutely love this pick, but I'm seeing all the grades in the chat flying. I see a ton of A's, A+,
Let's freaking go, man. That's so
B's,
clutch.
A+,
I love this
plus.
pick. I
see
love this
C,
pick.
1C. I see all A's, all B's.
I love this pick.
I'm going to update your poll for you. I want to see what people think.
I love this pick. Jackson Powers Johnson. What a great freaking pick, man.
What a great name, too.
What a
That's gonna look so good on a Raiders
unbelievable
jersey.
pick. Jackson Powers Johnson is a Raider, baby.
Vote in the live poll. I see no Theodore Devin.
Dude is a Raider. Let's freaking go.
Chowder, Larry, Scout, Rue.
Dude is a freaking Raider. Jackson Powers Johnson to the Raiders. Let's freaking go, man. Let's freaking go. Oh, my Lord. I'm hyped. I think the Raiders are crushing this draft. You wanted them to go best player available. Damn it, they are going best player available. Love it. You are building your interior now because now that's going to be your starting left guard. I know he played center at Oregon. That's going to be your starting left guard. Unless the Raiders want to get crazy, you put him at center and then you put Andre James at guard. But I don't see why you would do that after giving him a contract extension. Jackson Powers Johnson is the Raiders left guard. Next pick off the pick clock here for the Green Bay Packers, Edgerrin Cooper. Coming up here, I'm going to give you a full rundown of what I think of this pick for the silver and black. And again, the Raiders went best player available at pick 13. They go best player available again here on the clock here at 44. And there was a run at corners, no doubt about it. Telesco was an Oregon guy. This is a hell of a pick right here.
He's also not just a center. He can play interior offensive line as well.
Offensive line.
It's
He's
not
going to play
just a
left
center.
guard. He's going to play left guard, I believe. Now maybe they would have put Dylan Parham over at left guard, keep him there, and then you put Jackson Powers Johnson at right guard. I mean, he is a powerful offensive lineman. Yes, there are some concussion concerns. Yes, there are some other injury concerns. But I'll say this. With the new NFL rule that came out today that you're going to be able to wear those padded helmets, I actually think that helps a player like Jackson Powers Johnson. This is an outstanding, and I mean an outstanding pick. I freaking love it. This was a dude that dominated at the Senior Bowl. He's one of the best players there. I love this move here by Telesco, building in the trenches. If you can't win in the trenches in the NFL, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you got. The Raiders are now upgrading at the most important positions, and I love it. This is an A grade. A freaking grade, man. And yes, it is also now being, I just got a text message. Jackson Powers Johnson is playing guard, which not a surprise to anybody. We got another trade here. The Carolina Panthers now, they're on the clock. They just traded with the Indianapolis Colts, so they're on the clock here at pick 46. Are you doing the cut with me? What's the plan? Okay, let's do it. That's a big-time difference maker there for the silver and black, man. I'm talking a big-time difference maker. Do you have everything that you need for the cut? I actually don't remember what they said. All right, so the trade is this. Carolina, they are going to trade back from 46 to go back to 52. Or Carolina traded up to 46. They were at 52. Indianapolis decided to go back. Holy crap. I'm hyped, man. Game time? Let's rock. I love it. I'm hyped. This is a hell of a draft right now by the Raiders. You're getting best players available. I get it. There's other teams. They're going to draft for need. They're going to go in certain directions here and there. For this organization, just make sure that's an A. I don't want that to... Okay. No, you're okay. You're okay. I just didn't want you to put that up there. The Colts, they trade pick 46. The Panthers... All right, so Colts get pick 52, 142, and 155. The Panthers get pick 46. Wow, 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 wow. I am hyping up about this draft right now. That's a phenomenal pick. I mean, that's a phenomenal pick. A frickin' plus from Jeremy Chuggs. You got one of the best interior offensive linemen. He was a top 20 prospect, I believe, on our big board. You went BPA at two great positions. You get an outstanding tight end slot weapon in Brock Bowers, and now you're going to go find your other starting offensive guard and Jackson Powers Johnson. Shout out to Telesco. This guy is killing this frickin' draft, man. Absolutely killing this draft. Now, if you're telling me that we have the opportunity to go sign an Xavier Howard, let's get it going. I mean, there's even still good corners that you can get even still in this draft. No doubt about it. Oh, wow, the Panthers traded up and they selected Jonathan Brooks. The Panthers selected Jonathan Brooks. That's shocking. The top running back on the board goes off. Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! Let's go! What a freaking pick by the Raiders. I'm hyped, man. Jackson Powers Johnson. Who's ready to turn up? Who's ready to turn up? Let's go, man. All right, y'all. So coming up here on the Raiders Report, I'm going to do a full breakdown of the Raiders pick here with Jackson Powers Johnson. I'm going to tell you what I like, what I love. I'm going to give you my grade. If you've been watching live, you probably already know what the grade is. I'm going to tell you how I think it's going to fit from top to bottom, everything that you need to know around the Raiders selecting Jackson Powers Johnson, because I'm telling you what, it's a hell of a pick, man. It is an absolutely phenomenal pick. Did my freaking thing not go through on IG? I don't think it did. That's devastating. Hang on a second here. It's an A+. It's an A+. Hang on. Jackson Powers Johnson is a Raider. Oh my God. I am over the moon and back of how happy I am right now. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I am over the moon and back about how happy I am right now. Oh, I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating my dick off. Is a Raider. I'm a little bit upset that this did not go through. Oh my God, it's IG. It's effing me right now. It's our Wi-Fi. Absolutely devastating. Absolutely devastating. Oh, so now it just went through. All right, sure. Brutal. Woo! Can you tell I'm sweating? Can you tell I'm hyped? The Raiders are doing the right things, man. They're doing the right things. Whew. I am feeling good in the neighborhood. We're going to need a cold one here, right? That bang, I'm not going to lie, that woke me up. That bang woke me up a little bit. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. Dude, what a phenomenal pick by the Raiders. I'm so proud right now of Telesco and AP for crushing this draft. They are. They are one of the teams that is clearly winning this draft right now. You can't tell me otherwise. I believe another pick just came in here, and it is Chris Middleton. No, Tyler Nubin to the Giants. The Giants just picked Tyler Nubin, so we're going to skip a little bit of the NFL draft here because, again, this is the Raiders report, so what we're going to end up doing is breaking down the pick that the Raiders just had. So just keep that in mind. Hang on, I got to delete this. IG right now is effing me. Absolutely effing me. You ready? Also, the Jags, they just picked Mason Smith, defensive tackle from LSU, at pick 48. So we're going to go through a cut here. We're going to probably take about 10 to 12 minutes going through all this stuff. And then we will go back to all the picks that we missed while we were doing this cut here for the Las Vegas Raiders. Remember, the next pick that the Silver and Black have is at pick 77. Chugs, you ready? Let's go. Let's get this thing rocking here on the Raiders Report. Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Reds here, host of the Raiders Report. With the 44th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Jackson Powers Johnson, offensive guard for the Silver and Black. You're going to be able to insert him on your interior. You got to give your flowers to Tom Telesco. He told you he's going to go best player available. Damn it, he did exactly that. Took best player available with Brock Bowers. Took best player available with Jackson Powers Johnson. I am fired up because this is a phenomenal pick by the Silver and Black for you to be able to get a player that we had as a top 21 player on our big board. Sure, there's some injury concerns, and we're going to be breaking down everything that you need to know about this pick, but this is why you subscribe. This is why you tune into this show every day. I'm going to bring that energy because, damn it, when the Raiders do some awesome shit like they've been doing in this draft, I'm going to be fired up about it. Yeah, they went with a little bit of a luxury pick in Bowers yesterday to get yourself a slot weapon at tight end and wide receiver. Now you go for a need. We've been sitting up here saying, hey, we got to go find another interior offensive lineman. Well, now, damn it, you got it in Jackson Powers Johnson. If you want coverage around the NFL draft, we're going to get the picks before you see them on TV. Hell, I'm live on YouTube right now. We got over 6,000 people watching us. Pull up to the biggest Raiders YouTube party right now here on the Raiders Report. And if you are watching, send it to a friend. Share it on social media. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Some of our draft notes here. Jackson Powers Johnson is, this guy's taking my breath away. 6'3", 328 pounds. And I know he has only played center at Oregon, but I'm also telling you that he has that ability. I shouldn't say he's only played center. He's predominantly played center. He has at times had to play the guard position. You could put him at left guard. You could put him at right guard. I think it really just comes down to where exactly you want to put a guy like Dylan Parham. And because of the size, I believe Powers Johnson is more of that left guard just because of how big he is. And then you could kick Dylan Parham over to that right guard spot. But for the Silver and Black, you are really adding one of the best interior offensive linemen in this entire draft. He hardly ever, and I mean hardly ever, got beat and pass blocking with just 4 pressures and 758 pass protect reps. He's got that ideal size for a center, yet the ability he moves with is why I am so confident in his ability to play guard. His length, sure, it's not great, which definitely led to some flags over his college career, but from top to bottom, you fill a need, you find a player that's also going to be able to bring that toughness. Like, he is one of the toughest mother effers in all of college football. Facts. Like, this guy, when you're going up against him, you're going to feel it the next day. And I knew Telesco was a fan of him. And Jackson Powers Johnson was a player that we talked about and was one of the dudes that I talked about yesterday as being a potential player that you could see this organization go out and target because they wanted to go best player available, and they did it yet again. So you had a Brock Bowers, a guy that we had ranked as a top 5, top 7 player at tight end. Then you go Jackson Powers Johnson. We had ranked 21 overall on our big board here at Chat Sports. You get him at 44. Telesco and AP are crushing this draft, and it's almost insane of how well they're doing. I'm not even used to it. Also coming up here on today's show, I'll share a few more notes that I have received on Powers Johnson of why he was a player that's been on our radar here at this show for quite some time. I'll break that down here in just a little bit, but I do got to show some love to our sponsor, which I'll do that in a second. Jeremy wants y'all to get your grades in, and this is going to be the pinned comment here on today's show. Grade the pick, Jackson Powers Johnson, at 44 overall. A, it's excellent. B, it's good. C, it's average. D, it's bad. F, it's a fail. After this YouTube ad break, I am going to be giving you my answer. It is an A+ that the Las Vegas Raiders got Jackson Powers Johnson. I really, really, truly believe that. And on this show, I don't know how many times I give out A+. I'm a tough grader. Hell, I gave Brock Bowers a B- yesterday on my draft grades video. I love this fit with the silver and black. Tough player, fills a big-time need, and best player available. Those three things, you add them together, that is an A+ grade. This is the type of pick that when you look at this offensive line of what we're going to be able to do, we are winning in the trenches, both on the offensive side of the football and on the defensive side of the football here. If you also want to be winning in life, to me, making memories with the people that are the most important to you is one of the ways that I feel like, you know what, I'm doing the right things in my life. My daddy's coming down here to Dallas, Texas in late May, and we're planning on doing some fun things. He's a big baseball fan. I might take him to a Rangers game. He's also a big hockey fan. Maybe the Dallas Stars are still playing. Bottom line is this: if you're looking for an unbelievable gaming experience that you're going to be able to save those memories for life, Game Time is the perfect app to help you do that, because buying tickets to your favorite event, it shouldn't be stressful. Snag the tickets without the stress with Game Time. Game Time is the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, comedy, and theater events near you. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their best price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying tickets. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, that is CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Game Time, A+ grade. Jackson Powers Johnson is an A+ grade, and this was a dude that we've been talking about for quite some time on the show, because I actually got a news probably about 2 months ago that this is a player that the Raiders could potentially pick at 13, and I made a video of going, I don't think that he's the right pick at 13, but if you're able to get him in the second round, that's the type of value that you're looking at. So before today, before the Raiders drafted Jackson Powers Johnson, this was the Raiders' offensive line, okay? Now, with the addition of Jackson Powers Johnson, I believe that you have that ability to put him where Cody Whitehair is up on screen. You also have the ability to put Dylan Parham back to left guard, and then you can put Jackson Powers Johnson at right guard to be able to help out a dude like Thayer Munford a little bit. But overall, the Raiders go from having an offensive line that scares me a little bit to now an offensive line that if they're confident in Munford, you might actually be able to roll with this offensive line going forward here. No doubt about it. The Athletics' Dane Brugler, who I think is one of the best in the biz, this is what he has to say about him. Powers Johnson's inexperience is reflected in his technique, but he offers a fantastic combination of size, athleticism, and toughness, with the skill set that translate both center and guard. His frame reminds me of Ryan Kelly. First, second round grade. Brugler has him at number 23 overall. I also know that the Raiders really, really fell in love with him from the Senior Bowl. And the Senior Bowl was something that was another reason why Powers Johnson became on my radar, because after the Senior Bowl, where we sent some guys out from Chat Sports to cover, one of the notes that we got was this guy dominated at the Senior Bowl. And, you know, if you're an NFL team, right, you're looking at college tape. College tape obviously is very, very important, especially when you're running an offense like Oregon does, because it takes a lot of you being on the same page, and you got to be that center, you got to be that captain, right? So not only is your tape in college really flipping good, Then you look at the tape from the Senior Bowl, also very, very good. There are some injury concerns, but I'll also say this. Yes, I've heard that he's got some concussion concerns, but today the NFL came out with a rule that you're going to be able to wear those like padded helmets, and this could be a player to look at because Chugs and I were talking about it live, and we were talking about it an hour before this pick happened of, I'm curious if some of these more offensive linemen start going with some of these padded helmets because, I mean, they're the guys that are just banging and clanging all the freaking game. Jackson Powers Johnson, you, sir, are a Raider. I am ecstatic, and I'm telling you right now, if you want to pull up to the Raider support Jackson Powers Johnson, I think the nation would love to turn up with you. So the Silver and Black have selected Brock Bowers in round 1, pick 13, and then in round 2, pick 44, you're going to go with center offensive guard out of Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. My question to you is this. Which position should the Raiders go with next? They're on the board at pick 77 in round 3. It's going to be very, very interesting here. Also, I see a tweet here from Ian Rappaport that says, before the Raiders selected Jackson Powers Johnson, who played center in college at number 44, they contacted current center Andre James to let him know and tell him that James was their center. A nice touch by LV. Shout out to Tom Telesco for doing that, because there's not a lot of people that would do that, and you saw the whole debacle of what happened with the Atlanta Falcons not letting Kirk Cousins know. Shout out to Tom Telesco. Shout out to Tom. I'm literally going to tweet this out as you're watching right now. I don't care, because that's a real-life thing where I don't think people realize how awesome that type of thing is and how much weight that's going to carry, because when you're thinking about a guy like Andre James, he just bought a brand new house 2 days ago in Las Vegas. Him and his wife signed a 3-year, $24 million contract to be the center of the Las Vegas Raiders. And then you draft Jackson Powers Johnson at 44. For you to have that mindset in one of the biggest moments of your life, that not only are you going to draft this guy, but then I'm also going to call Andre James. Josh McDaniels would never effing do that. Shout out to this regime, man, for doing the right things. I absolutely love it. If you made it this far in the video, subscribe. Hit me up on social media at MitchellRents365. And as far as I'm concerned, if y'all are ready to party and rock, I am feeling good. I am alive and well. We're going to be knocking down some shots. We're going to be knocking down some beer bongs. If you're ready to party Oakland style, let's freaking go here on the Raiders Report. Jackson Powers Johnson, can I get a Raiders? Let's go! Snake Fist. Snake Fist. Changed my mind. Kool-Aid. I think this one came in a little bit earlier. We got a lot, and I mean a lot.
Logan.
That's a hell of a name.
Funderburk.
Logan Funderburk. Jeremy, we are one bang away from a boot. We are one bang away from a boot.
Edward.
Next person that bangs, I'm not going to boot down.
Edward Wienerhands, tell my girl Kim to piss off. I'm drunk in the draft.
I don't know if I'm going to do that.
All right.
Edward Wienerhands. That's,
Dr. K said Innis from Missouri.
There is a movie where the people have fingers as hot dogs, and I can't think of what that movie is.
Misa Z, Tom Telesco isn't aggressive enough. Kool-Aid would have been perfect, and that was a cheap trade.
Again, I really, really wanted Kool-Aid McKinstry. You guys know that. But now knowing that we got Jackson Powers Johnson where we did, I don't see how you could possibly be upset about it. I think Kool-Aid would have been an A-plus pick. Jackson Powers Johnson is an A-plus pick. I didn't want to have to give up multiple picks, because now if I'm the Raiders, I'm also looking at there's still really good players that are sliding down the board here. You could package a trade to trade back up a little bit higher here. And what if you got an Ennis Rakestraw or something? You know what I mean? If you got an Ennis Rakestraw, I think that could really, really get this draft going in the right direction. I really do.
Evil Mitch, we can't get anyone we want.
What do you mean? I'm guessing that these are way, way earlier. Keep it rolling. Wayne, Tom is still a Charger, and he's sabotaging the Raiders. Next, Sir Chai, I told you, Mitch, second and third round picks are better. You got the right picks.
Okay, here we go. This is more current.
Yep.
Snake Feast.
I said right guard yesterday, just didn't see it coming so soon. Love the pick. Again, you could see, it depends where Parham wants to play on top of that. I already banged for this one. I just want to be clear. Lord Cameron Abbott, I did it right before the cut. We just fixed our line. I'm from and live in Oregon, and he's a beast. AP is our coach for years to come. Telesco, I'm so pumped you changed our crappy pick history. So far, A-plus grade. I would say right now when you combine Brock Bowers, which I'll be real with y'all, I probably would give Bowers now a B-minus grade for my draft grade, with Jackson Powers-Johnson at A-plus. Well, the Raiders right now are sitting at probably an A-minus grade overall for this draft. And I mean, you took the two best players available. I am ecstatic. I still want to see if they can get somebody else maybe at corner, but I'm really liking this draft here so far. King, absolutely love this draft right now. Now, can't remember the last time I was excited about these picks. Knew we could trust AP and Telesco. I'm with you. I'm ecstatic right now. Wayne, I want Peyton Wilson and Brendan Rice and Joe Milton in the 5th. Let sit for 2 years. He'll be special. I just disagree. I don't think Joe Milton will ever be a good quarterback in the NFL. David, love both picks, A+. I mean, look at the chat right now, how excited that this chat is about the Raiders and the pick that we have. I mean, you got to be ecstatic.
And everybody called me crazy 2 weeks ago live on the Raiders Report when I said second round, Jackson Powers-Johnson, if he's there, I would take him. And people called me crazy, Mitch. People said, no way he's falling, Jeremy. No way he'll be there. And if he is, the Raiders aren't going center or guard at 44.
Oh, dude, that's a hell of a pick. Zach Frazier goes off the board of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Real quick, can we go through just some of the picks that we missed? Oh!
You still want to?
Oh! Hey! Crash dog!
Bang!
Shout out from the Silver and Black Hills. Finally a GM that gets the best players. I think we need a tall cornerback next. Who do you think we go after next? I would say an interesting team to look, or next interesting corner would be Cam Hart because he's from Notre Dame. But TJ Tampa is a name that I would keep in mind. The number one corner on my big board is Ennis Rakestraw. That's the number one corner on my big board.
So here are the picks that have happened since.
Yep.
Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker from Texas A&M, going to the Packers. Jonathan Brooks going to the Panthers. Tyler Nubin to the Giants. Mason Smith to the Jaguars. And the last two picks have been Chris Jenkins to the Bengals and Mike Sainristil from the Commanders. And then also, one Mitch just said, Zach Frazier, center. West Virginia going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Draft is going quick.
Can you check your phone? Or Slack, whatever one works for you. Woo! Oh, man. Oh, A.D. Mitchell off the board here to Indianapolis. A.D. Mitchell's the pick here at 52. He's gone. A.D. Mitchell off the board. I'll tell you what, man, there's still a lot of good players that are falling. There's a lot of really good players that are falling. You hear that? Rebel Montana! Bang! Rebel Montana! Rebel Montana! Rebel Montana! You want a shout out here on the Raiders Report? Can I get some Rebels in the chat?
Can I get a Hoya?
Hoya!
Let's freaking go. Rebel Montana, member of the Silver Black Hills, a real one.
Rebel is an OG.
Jagger, I'm right here, buddy. I'm right here. Elijah, the Raiders are drafting players that just straight up love football. Raiders football is back, baby.
I agree with
Raiders.
you, dude. What's funny is I asked Trace, I go, Trace, the Saints just traded up. Do you think they would take a corner? And he's like, I don't think they're going to take a corner. A few minutes later, Kool-Aid McKinstry. And he starts freaking out. And then obviously that didn't go over well here.
Yeah.
That didn't go over well here.
The Raiders
Hard to believe.
The Raiders are drafting players that are... Oh, wait, I just read that one.
You just read that one.
Dorian, get Xavier Howard later, draft Spencer Rattler next.
I mean, again, I don't want to trade up for Rattler. And at this point, I just want guys that I think it just depends who's on the board, right? Like, it depends who is on the board. But the fact that you're seeing runs on certain positions go, I know people want Rattler, but the way that the Raiders are building this team right now, like, Rattler doesn't help you win now. I don't think he helps you win now.
Yeah.
I think you got to keep building what you're doing. And, again, they're doing exactly what they told you they're going to do. They're going to go best player available. And that's what they've been doing.
It's your boy Miggy Rins. I like the picks, but truthfully, you need a quarterback in today's NFL, and what we have is nothing short from mediocre. The weapons are only as good as the person using them. Maybe Sanders next year.
And again, I don't disagree with you, but there is nobody left in this draft that I think gives you a better chance to win than Gardner Minshew this year. I don't think that there's another quarterback that gives you a better chance to win this year than Gardner Minshew. It's not Spencer Rattler, Jordan Travis, it ain't him. Like, if you want to build for the future, sure. But at the same time, like, I don't really want to say, oh, we're going to let a Jordan Travis learn for 2 years. A Joe Milton learn for 2 years.
Yeah.
The only QB possible that even I think has a shot to play in the NFL in the next 2 years is Rattler. But even that, I don't know if I want to go. I don't know if I want to get Rattler.
Twinkie, Tommy and AP are cooking 2 for 2. Let's go.
I'm with you.
Next up, Raider
I'm so
Gaines.
happy right now, man.
Tired of hearing some complain about quarterback. What part of there isn't anyone left? And, I mean, just what you just said.
Yeah. Yeah. Minshew wasn't a Pro Bowler last year. I know he wasn't a Pro Bowler. And I've been up here very honest with y'all. I wanted the Raiders to do what they did at QB because I don't think Aiden to me is probably like the 35th, 40th best quarterback in the NFL. Gardner Minshew's probably the 25th best QB in the NFL. Like, I've been very open about that. I wanted the Raiders to go get a QB. There's no QBs, guys. 6 went in the top 12 picks. Like, you're not just going to be able to find a QB right now this year. I think that gives you a better shot to win. Real talk, someone needs to give AP and Tom Telesco a medal for killing this draft. I think, again, it's the idea of you're taking players that love football, but then you're also taking that cherry on top of you picking up the phone and calling Andre James and saying, hey, you're still our center. I don't think people realize how much that carries weight in that locker room, especially for a guy like Andre James. I'm telling you, that carries weight.
Snake Feast.
Because, again, he just bought a home 2 days ago in Las Vegas. Just bought a home, him and his wife, 2 days ago in Las Vegas. They're putting roots in. That was important, the fact that Telesco did that.
Now get the right tackle at 77, and the O-line is set. Do you go right tackle next, Mitch?
I think I keep saying this. I don't even want to look at positions. When the Raiders are on the clock is when I'll give you, or when they start getting closer, because they're going to go best player available. That's what they're going to do. They did it 2 picks in a row, and that's what Telesco said he was going to do. I love it.
Logan Thunderbunk in the Army, watching all the way from Hawaii.
Oh, man.
Telesco's cooking. Let's go.
Seriously, bro, thank you so much for your service. Thank you so much for your service. Real talk. We wouldn't be able to do a lot of the crazy shenanigans that we do, and a lot of the players that are hearing their names called right now wouldn't be able to hear their names called and their lives changed. And I know sometimes that's a hard pill to swallow for some people, but any person that I know that's in the military, I mean, you got to be watching these young men being able to live their dreams. Chugs and I being able to do what we do, it doesn't happen without y'all. So
Misty,
real talk, thank you.
We drafted one of my ducks. I'm beyond ecstatic.
Facts.
Quack.
Quack, quack.
Wait, quack, 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 quack. Kodiak.
If you don't know that movie, then I don't know what to tell you. If you don't know that movie, I don't know what to tell you.
Quack attack. Kodiak, the perfect draft. Now go pay Xavier Howard, LFG.
I sent you something. If you get a sec. The perfect draft. Xavier Howard. What would you pay him? What's funny is right before the draft happened, Xavier Howard's agent released medical information on him that said that he's been fully cleared to play. So that's good news.
Can't walk.
With the stacked O-line, quarterback play will be interesting to watch. I think you're just taking pressure off your QB position, right? The Raiders understand that their quarterback room is not strong. So what do? You get an outstanding talent in Brock Bowers, who by all accounts was one of the best pass catchers in this draft. Pick is in. The Washington Commanders are going to take Kansas State tight end Ben Sinnott. Sinnott?
Really?
That's a reach.
Over Jatavian Sanders.
I think that's a little bit early. I don't know if I like that.
Oh, wow. Ben Sinnott.
Sinnott? Again, K-State guys are usually good pros. I don't love that pick. I thought Washington's been doing a really good job here at this draft.
That's wild that they go him over Jatavian.
I'm kind of with you there. I don't love that pick. Brandon Johns, I think this is amazing.
Now,
Lil Ab Boy.
I know you said BPA. If Jatavian Sanders is on the board on your next pick, you're not taking Jatavian.
I don't think you can. There's no way, man. At that point, no way.
Charles.
I think the only tight end that they would even consider drafting at this point is who the frick? What's the kid's name out of Penn State?
Theo Johnson.
Theo Johnson.
Shout out to the
like Theo.
Shout out to the casual fans. When they hate a pick, it usually means it's a really good one. Raiders.
Raiders!
Biggie, stellar draft so far. Future's bright. Appreciate you guys holding it down so much. Thank you, Biggie Smalls. JD,
got it.
Let's get Rosengarten or Renardo Green. I like both those names.
I just got to tweet out my video here real quick.
Mask 80, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't all players love football?
No.
You think so? But, I mean, there's a baseball player right now who has come out and said, I actually don't like baseball. As weird as that sounds.
I mean, I'll tell you this right now. I liked playing college baseball with my friends. Again, I played Bundesliga professional baseball in Germany. I didn't make really any money, just enough to live. I didn't like baseball when I played. I'm a football guy. I was just good enough to do it to get me through school, because if I didn't play baseball, I promise you this, I was not going to college. No doubt.
Snake Feast. He's the first Pac-12 player in history to win the Remington Trophy, best center in college football. He didn't allow a sack his entire 3 years as a Duck and earned a 90.6 pass blocking grade from PFF. There you have it. Snake Fist.
Love this pick.
Snake Fist bringing in the analysis.
I respect it. I like it.
You can't spell analysis without anal.
So I've been told.
Jonathan Vargas, I'd pay Steven Nelson over Xavier Howard.
I would not.
My Aziz, sign Xavier or trade and sign Lattimore.
I mean, so that's interesting because Trace brought that up of Lattimore as a player that the Saints have been rumored that could potentially trade because of his cap hit to that team, and they don't have a lot of salary cap. So is that a reason why maybe they traded up for Kool-Aid?
Maybe.
I mean, that would be something. Dude, there's no way that this... Yeah, Jordan just texted me and said, don't count out Spencer Rattler. Again, now that happened, I'm getting this, I'll be honest, that is a little while ago. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Yeah, again, Jordan Schultz. I know he's the one telling me that they like Rattler. We'll kind of see what happens there. Dude, I'm so upset that the video I tweeted out of Jackson Powers Johnson going to the Raiders just went through. I tweeted that thing 30 minutes ago. That is freaking brutal. All right, I'm going to post this real quick here. Right here.
All right, Sean Martinez, what up, nation? Just got out of the box in NTC, California. If you know, you know. Missed the first round. How are the Raiders doing? They went BPA. They went tight end with their pick at pick 13 and Brock Bowers, and then they just selected Jackson Powers Johnson.
The Browns have selected defensive tackle Mike Hall. Defensive tackle Mike Hall.
Gunny, new pick. Me hanging with the Raider crew, son and granddaughters watching the draft.
Oh, I love that. Man.
Love that, Gunny.
Gunny, send me or Chugs something on Twitter. I can put, if you're okay with it, obviously. Get a picture of everyone sitting in the room, send it to us, and then we'll put it up. I'd like to do something like that. That'd be fun. Or actually, you know what we could do? I have an idea. Hang on. I have a better idea. I got a better idea. I'm bad multitasker guy here. All right, so I'm going to put our tweet of our live draft coverage here. Just give me a second. Okay. Here's what I want you all to do. If you guys could, you got 2 ways to do it, okay? I'm going to put a link for you guys down here in the chat. It's our live draft coverage. If you click retweet on that, and if you post a picture of you guys watching our draft coverage, we'll share it. We'll do our best to pick some of the photos that we love. But if you could hit retweet on that tweet that I just put in that chat, that way we can get our numbers up here a little bit. That would be greatly appreciated. And then if you hit retweet, and then if you want to take a photo of you watching the draft coverage with whoever you're with, Chugs and I, we can take that link down. We can put it in our system. Again, I can't put it in for everyone, but if you want to get a picture up here on the Raiders Report, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Oh, man. What a day. Jackson Powers-Johnson and Brock Bowers. I'm telling you right now, the Raiders are going to be a team that people come away with this draft so far, and people are going to be like, the Raiders are crushing it. The Raiders are crushing this draft.
Cave Nor, you keep starting AOC isn't a if you keep starting AOC isn't a top 30 quarterback in the league yet with no camp and Bolt BS offensive play calling. He could beat out all the quarterbacks drafted before him. I don't really know what your question is here. I mean, I know he didn't have a good hand dealt to him because of Josh McDaniels and all that, but again, he was also going up against Jimmy Garoppolo and Brian Hoyer. I mean, the Raiders had the worst quarterback room in the NFL last season. Again, Aiden's a good QB. He's a good backup, but he's not anything more than a backup, and I think that's an okay conversation to have. And I love Raider Nation. I love the respect that they have for their quarterback, and I love that they defend their own. But I also Breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Darren Waller just retired.
Wow. Darren Waller retired. That's nuts. Darren Waller retired. Rare W for Josh McDaniels.
Oh, nah, don't say that. He's got a lot going.
Darren Waller has retired.
Damn.
Wild.
Just came out that him and his wife, Kelsey Plum.
He's got a lot going on.
Getting a divorce. Now this. I mean, wow.
I am actually concerned for his well-being. And again, I'm not going to get into some of the things that I've heard, but I've had a lot of people share some things with me, some past Raiders players that, honestly, you should send your prayers to Darren Waller. You should send your prayers to Darren Waller. That sucks. Again, it's not. He's got a lot going on. That sucks, man.
Raider Dabs, Mitch, I had my baby boy on the 21st. Hey, congrats.
Hey, man, congratulations to you, Dabs.
He had a mini dab.
A baby dab.
It's Alec, LFG, also watching y'all from Hawaii. Got my Pop and I tickets to the last game in Oakland off Game Time. A great memory. You were there.
I was there.
Y'all could have been sitting right next to each other.
I'll be honest, though. I was cooked that game. And can you name the quarterback, Chugs, who was in that game for the Jags?
Blake Bortles?
Nope. He plays for the Raiders.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Gardner Minshew.
Gardner Minshew was the quarterback in that game. Wild. Full circle. What up, Royal Flush? Draft Rattler, he's not starting, but could in 2025. He could start. Like, if you were to ask me who do I have more confidence in, Spencer Rattler or Aiden O'Connell to start in 2025, I would say Spencer Rattler. And that could be a project quarterback that can sit for a year. But then again, like, if I'm the Raiders, okay, and call me crazy, maybe I'm just like, I'm thinking too much into it. Could you potentially just try to find another outstanding, if you're a quarterback away, you know what I'm talking about, like a quarterback away next year, you figure out a way to move up to go get one. Because I don't think every single year that six QBs are going to go in the top 12. Pick is in. The Miami Dolphins have selected offensive tackle Patrick Paul from Houston. A player that a lot of people were talking about. Lots and lots of people.
You know who? A person a lot of other people are talking about.
Huh?
Jamari Murray Bay. Hi, my name is Paul.
Jamari Murray. You banging here on the Raiders Report.
Hell yeah.
Chugs, I've been holding out for a while. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that time has come. You boys got to take a leak.
Before you go.
Before I go, I'm listening.
You wanted it.
You wanted it.
So you got it.
Uh-oh. What does that mean?
So I want to give a shout out to
What does that mean?
very special someone out there.
I'm nervous. I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Don't be? Okay.
Because he just tagged me on Twitter at Jeremy Chugs
I'm listening.
to get your photo here on the Raiders Report. You got to follow me. Tag me on Twitter at Jeremy Chugs if you want to get your photo up. But our guy Gunny with his beautiful family.
Bro, Gunny, if that's your son, where'd he get that Raider baseball jersey? Where'd he get that Raider baseball jersey? I gotta get me one of them. I'm a big baseball Raider jersey fan.
Big.
Huge.
All right, well, while Mitch is gone.
I gotta take a leak. I'm gonna put a hole in this urinal.
All right, here we go.
Soon as I'm off screen, you guys know the rules.
You know the rules. Mitch is actually just leaving because he heard BJ's is in the lobby, and it's free. Who's been your favorite pick so far in the draft? $20 shot clock while Mitch is gone. Every 20, he's taking a shot. You know the rules. You know the rules. The rules are the rules. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock right now. I'll go ahead and switch this around for you. Let me know who's been your favorite pick. It can be somebody else besides the Raiders so far. The Cowboys are on the clock right now at pick 56. Here we go. And the last pick was Patrick Powell. Let me know down in the comment section. Bowers, JPJ, Jeremiah Trotter, and Junior Colson are still on the board. Stop bringing Waller. He's washed. I mean, we're just breaking news that he decided to retire. Bo Nix has been I think Mitch would agree that Bo Nix has been his favorite pick. Let me know down in the comment section your favorite pick. We got 4,000 people strong with us here on the Raiders Report. Every $20. Stuffed Guardians, Chugs is my favorite pick. I appreciate that. Every $20. And we have Javier Naranjo. Let's go. Go ahead and give me a follow on Twitter. And send me a pic of you watching in your Raiders gear so we can see you. Javier Naranjo just sent me a picture as well. If you don't know where to find me, I'll put it in the chat here in just a moment. We got 4,000 people watching right now. The Cowboys are on the clock. Who will they take? Nobody knows. Let's see. Here we go. I'm trying to get to 4,000 followers on Twitter, so if you could, go give me a follow. I'm going to put that link in the chat. If you want to send me a picture of you watching the stream, if you, in your Raiders gear, if you want to send me a picture of you with your Raiders family, go give me a follow on Twitter at Jeremy Chugs. I'm going to put that link in the chat. Everybody that gives me a follow, I'm going to give you a shout out here on the show. Ultra spam. Here we go. Anybody that sends me a picture, or if you just give me a follow on Twitter, I'll go ahead and try to get you up. Did you get a BJ? Huh. I don't know if that's legal. This is Javier Naranjo with his doggy.
I love that. Cowboys pick is in. Marshawn Nealon out of Western Michigan, the defensive end, off the board. He goes off the board. That's a cute dog. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Robert is... Oh,
Shout out to Dave Wardecki who gave me a follow.
All right, how many followers are you at, Chugs?
I'm at 3 point. Where is it? 3.
All right, you're at 3.3.
No, I'm just 3. I was going to say 0.0, but then it just didn't make sense.
All right, how about this? Let's play a game here, okay? Because I left. We're going to do Twitter shot clock here, okay? Every 10 followers that Chugs gets on Twitter in the next 2 minutes is a shot for Jeremy.
Oh. Every how many?
10. Every 10 followers that Chugs gets on Twitter in the next 2 minutes is a shot for Jeremy.
That's one shot.
That's one shot.
I just got 10.
One shot at tequila. I'm just kidding. No.
Oh, I just realized.
Trizzy. People were like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I've been hijacked.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen sometimes. Sometimes it's going to happen.
Better than getting low jacked.
Blue Earth, I do not do Twitter. Sorry. Wesley says, I think you mean X. No, I
That
mean Twitter.
is 2 shots.
I mean Twitter. I mean Twitter. Also, here's the thing, y'all. The MVP of today's show gets a signed helmet, Raiders helmet, from Jeremy Chugs and I, okay? It's whoever bangs the most. We got like a 6-way tie. We got a 6-way tie. Though, Mitch, is Rakestraw still available?
Yes.
When you get done doing your Twitter shots,
I just showed 2 more.
can you go through?
Best player available or last picks?
That would be best player available. That would be great. So again, the Cowboys took Marshawn Nealon, which now means the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Abjin just texted me and said, still working. Shitty Friday. No pun intended. He's a plumber. Might not be able to tune in tonight. Heard we got Jackson Powers Johnson. Let's effing go. Shout out to Abjin. Yesterday's MVP. It's why I'm rocking the Abjin jersey today. We need Storm Duck. I don't know.
What a name.
Storm Duck. Cornerback from Louisville. Quack, boom. Quack, quack, boom.
All right, here we go. Best available on Downey's big board, our draft guru, Tom Downey.
Carlos. I mean, I know you don't always believe what we say. Wow, Chris Broswell goes off the board here to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
So out of all these names, who are you hoping kind of slides down a little bit more? I know you like Jaden Hicks.
I do like Jaden Hicks. It is a sneaky player that I also know the Raiders do like. I mean, if you told me Cooper Beebe, who I do like, I don't think that that's going to be the pick anymore because I think they're good now on offensive line. Matea, however you want to pronounce it. I think Peyton Wilson would be an intriguing player for the Raiders at 77. Peyton Wilson would be a fun name. I think Junior Colson is another name to absolutely keep in mind.
Reminder, we're waiting for our system to update, but Chris Braswell just selected by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
In fact, it might change while we're even on the graphic. TJ Tampa is another name to keep in mind. Again, I like Ennis Rakestraw a little bit more than Tom does, but when Tom does his rankings based on just overall NFL draft. I had Rakestraw as my number 4 corner for the Raiders just because of the fit. Like, you want a physical press man corner. That's what Ennis Rakestraw is. And yes, he's still available. So we'll see.
We shall see.
How many shots did you do?
I did 3.
3? Okay. I got you. I got you.
Let's catch up on some super chats. Ryan.
What's up, Ryan? Thank you, man, for supporting the show. Savage Raider. Amazing news. Back to work before I get busted. I think you just gotta put the AirPods in. Put the AirPods in, and you're listening. The Texans are on the clock at 59. What do you think, Chugs? What do you think the Texans could do here?
I think the Texans could go linebacker here.
Okay.
They could go linebacker. They could go defensive tackle. Oh.
Are you leaving again?
No, I'm going to stay for a little bit.
Okay.
Top DTs available. Yeah, there's not a lot, I think, there.
The Packers, they selected Javon Bullard, Georgia safety.
That's who the Texans really loved.
Javon Bullard off the board to the Green Bay Packers, which now means the Houston Texans are on the clock officially. So the last 3 picks were Chris Broswell goes to the Buccaneers. Or last 2 picks. Broswell to the Buccaneers. Javon Bullard goes to the Green Bay Packers. And now the Houston Texans are on the clock here at 59.
That's 2 picks in a row where the Texans guy who they wanted got selected a pick before them.
Yeah?
They really wanted Kool-Aid. And then they really wanted Bullard, I believe.
We'll see. We got 3,800 people here in the building. If you haven't already, make sure you guys click that like button. Chugs and I are putting in that work. What?
Look what Chase just put in production.
This is the photo version of All I Hear from Studio H and Imagine a lot of that has to do with the Holy shit. That is hilarious.
That's funny, bro. Win the beach.
It's the food.
Next up on the clock is the Houston Texans. Let's keep on.
Right, that's what the food's called out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One
Relax,
of the funniest names. I mean, this has to go on with what we're talking about right now, Mitch.
Yeah. Pook and Snook. Did people forget how bad the offense was last year? Bowers than Powers is great for the trenches. This means after the draft, we'll sign Xavier Howard. I mean, I'll say this. I think this. I know that some people wanted us to go at potentially like looking at a corner, but I agree with Pook and Snook here.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, Pook and Snook Bang would move mountains. Let's just say that. But the Raiders legitimately had one of the worst offenses in the NFL last season. You did, right? They upgraded quarterback with Gardner Minshew, and I think just about anything you could have done at QB would have been a little bit of an upgrade. You've now addressed a big-time need with one of your interior offensive linemen, and because your quarterbacks are one of the, still one of the bottom quarterback units in the league, you had an offensive weapon. You had an offensive weapon in Brock Bowers. And if you told me at the end of this draft, okay, we sign Xavier Howard, dude, let's go, Josh.
Dude.
We need Storm Duck, quack, quack, boom. Dun-dun-dun-dun. What's that song? No, I'm thinking of click, click, boom. Somebody sings that song. I don't know.
Chugs, you get my follow. Tavia Cobb. I'm hella excited for this next season.
The Houston Texans have selected offensive tackle Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame. Thoughts? Surprised?
A little bit.
Because they have 2 good tackles, don't they?
They just re-signed Titus Howard last year.
Yeah.
They have Laramie Tunsil, left tackle.
Some injury concerns, though, for Tunsil.
A little bit. They did also mess with Titus Howard playing inside at guard.
I mean,
Also,
Fisher's a right tackle.
Also, the Texans set a record last year for injuries on the O-line. And that's not even like an exaggeration. There was a record set.
Oh, really?
They had 10 guys. I think it was 10 or 11 guys get injured on the offensive line.
That's insanity. 10 or 11? Dude.
Can't say I absolutely love the pick.
Yeah.
Because I think there's
guys
guys
it's a
that
weird one.
I think there's guys that could have helped you in the more immediate.
I think if you're the Houston Texans there in that situation, you're probably thinking about, okay, I don't ever want to put C.J. Stroud in a position where he's going to be sacrificed again.
Yeah.
So now you have Blake Fisher, who there actually were some scouts that thought that he could play swing tackle, but just he was never good enough to play over Joe Alt. So, like, maybe if your quarterback, C.J. Stroud, you had so many injuries last year at tackle, you draft somebody a little bit higher. Texans have a lot of picks, right? Or no?
Yeah.
They have a lot of picks coming up here. So you add somebody that you think might be able to play swing tackle to just be a little bit more insurance that C.J. Stroud's never going out there with a backup tackle.
Yeah.
Fisher's good enough to be tackle. Like, again, I think sometimes you see good NBA teams, they're like, you know what, we're going to go pay a little extra money for that sixth man. You can look at it like that. Blue Earth, winning in the trenches equals dubs. Winning in the trenches and finding players that love football, that's Raider football. And they're freaking doing it, man. Victor, I got an honest question for you, okay? And I want to know from everybody in the chat. Alex and I had we'll call it a minor debate. And Chugs, I want you to weigh in on this as well. Chat, I want you to weigh in on this as well. Is the last name Castillo a common last name? Why for yes and for no?
Yeah.
For those that do not know, my fiance's last name is Castillo. And she's going to go with a hyphenated name, so she's going to go Alex Castillo Renz. And I personally, some people don't love the idea of letting their wife keep their name. I'll be real, I don't really care because I don't want to keep my last name. And I also want our kids to know that they're going to have some Mexican heritage in there. But we got into it.
You're going Castillo?
I'm going to say Renz. Alex is going to go Castillo Renz. And if our kids, they want to, I think we might go Castillo Renz. I really don't. Not that I don't care. It's not the right way to say it. But I also know I wouldn't want to give up my last name. So if Alex doesn't want to do it and she wants to stay true to her heritage, believe me, I don't really care in that regard. It's her last name. She can pick what she wants. My question to this, though, Victor, and then I'll answer your question. She goes, Castillo's not a common last name. And I go, really? It's not? She said in the Mexican world, she's like, she doesn't think Castillo's a common last name.
I've seen nothing but Y's.
I'm going to screen record this, and I'm going to send it to Alex, Victor. I just want to say, Victor, thank you very much.
To answer your question, though, I think relax. You can take anything anybody says in these press conferences out of context.
Wait.
And he said Bowers said in his press conference he'll be here for a couple years, and he's saying, oh, he already doesn't want to be a Raider.
I listened to his press conference. I'll be honest with you, I didn't hear him say that. Now, maybe I tuned out at a certain point. If he did say that, I'll go back and I'll watch it. But I think Bowers, if you legit, like, again, I listened to his press conference. He sounded nervous to talk. I mean, he sounded like a guy that was not used to having that many cameras, that many people on him. And I'll also say this. For people that don't speak in public very often, I can understand that sometimes people get nervous about that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So, Victor, I'll go back and I'll watch it. He's a dog, though. All right, I got a deal for y'all. If we get to 169,000 subscribers, and we got, 3,550 people. If you're already subscribed, type me down below. That way I know who's rocking with me. The Buffalo Bills, they're going to select safety from Utah, Cole Bishop. He's the next pick here going off the board. I want to get to 169,000 subscribers. And, Chugs, here's my deal. This is a hell of a deal. I'm going to do a boot. I got the boot out. I'm going to do a boot on the Raiders Report if we get to 169,000 subscribers. in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you this, half the people watching the show right now aren't subbed.
You think so?
I bet. That's usually how the numbers work. That's usually how the numbers go in these type of situations here. I got John Rea. What up, Miguel Gomez? West Coast Spartan, Chris, Lorianne Sampson, Misty Williamson, Gary Fake Miguel. Shout out to all of y'all. Edwin Gonzalez, Adam Bristow, Ron Raspberry. Is the BYU tackle gone? No, Kingsley's still available. Antonio Brown, what's up? Gatling Gun, Tadashi. We got some breaking news here. Maybe not. Did you know that Zeke's going back to Dallas? Did I just totally miss that?
It was rumored that it was going to happen.
Okay.
They had been having discussions.
Okay. It's still not officially official. I thought it was. I just saw something pop up that said Cowboys are going to be signing Zeke, but it's not officially official yet.
We're so close. We're 216 subs away, 216.
The Lions select cornerback Ennis Rakestraw out of Missouri. Off the board and gone. Ennis Rakestraw. So again, the Raiders' next pick here is at 77. Rakestraw goes off the board, which again, to me, the Raiders still have that need at corner. But if you think that you can bring in a guy like Xavier Howard, I don't think that that's a bad move, man. I really, really don't. Xavier Howard would be unbelievable. Well, Mr. Marty Mart, if you're blocked on OLV, it's probably because you said something a little bit outlandish. That's my guess. Believe it or not, we don't block people because we want people to watch our content. We only block people if you say some outlandish shit.
I thought, biggest thing from this draft, 2 offensive guys. This one being a guy to really shore up the O-line. Let me ask you this. 15.5 rushing touchdowns for the Raiders next year. You going more or less?
Less. 15.5 rushing touchdowns?
Altogether.
That's a lot of touchdowns. Let's say Zamir White gets 8. 8. That means Alexander Madison, let's say he gets 3. That puts you at 11.
Gardner Minshew gives you the quarterback gives you 2 or 3.
Right, QB gives you 2 or 3.
They're at 14. Could you get maybe a sweep run from a Trey Tucker or a Brock Bowers to give you 1 or 2?
I like this question because originally I would have said instantly less. But again, I think Zamir can get to about 7 or 8.
But
I think Madison
Zamir could even get, say you're moving the ball down the field a ton, a Gus Edwards kind of style where he could get 12 touchdowns and 3 or 4 of them are from the 1 or 2 yard line off of deep plays.
My only concern with this is, yes, I like the Raiders taking Jackson Powers Johnson. Yes, I like the Raiders taking Brock Bowers. But where do you think the Raiders are going to rank offensively? Because I'm hoping they're a top 16 offense, but with the quarterback play that they have, it is still a major concern of mine. It has to be. It has to be a concern for the Raiders, knowing what their quarterback situation is, right?
Yeah.
I'm probably still going to go less, and I hope I'm wrong. What do you guys think here? We got 15 from Def Halo. Raider Villain says 15, less from Raider Hunter. What position is Powers? Just got on. He's going to play guard for the Raiders. So Tom Telesco and Antonio Pierce, they called Andre James to tell him, hey, I'm just letting you know we're going to take Jackson Powers Johnson, but he's going to play guard. You're going to be our center. You got to be able to respect what AP and Telesco did there because not a lot of coaches would do that shit. Not a lot of coaches would do that type of shit. Powers is either going to play left guard or right guard. I think it really comes down to what they want to do with Parham. If it was up to me, I would put Parham on the right side, and I would put Jackson Powers Johnson at left guard. He's a better pass blocker than Parham, a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, and I want to be able to protect that blind side.
Yeah. Kyle, the Lions did take Terry and Arnold yesterday.
Yep.
They get 2 new corners. Remember, they had to release Cam Sutton because some off-the-field issues this offseason.
Yeah.
Huge standing O for Barry Sanders coming in.
As it should be. One of the greatest to do it all time.
Sergio.
One of the greatest. Sergio. Castillo is a very common last name in Spanish-speaking countries. It means castle in Spanish. I'm saving that. Actually, you know what? Wait a minute here. I'm going to send this screenshot to Alex. Sergio, you're going to put me in the doghouse, but I ride with you, man.
Oh, totally worth it.
There's no way that this is going to backfire. There is no way that this could possibly backfire.
The big Valboski.
What's great is you're looking at me like you're a dead man.
Here's to trading up for mini Maxx. Peyton, I wouldn't say Peyton Wilson is mini Maxx. They play totally different positions. Telesco, go get him. The only nation, Raider nation.
Baltimore Ravens have selected offensive tackle Roger Rosengarten from Washington off the board. Goes to the Baltimore Ravens.
Rosengarten
off the board. Also, Richie Renz, $50 Venmo. You in. Right now, as it stands, again, if anybody wants a chance to get in to win some money, this is going to be funny.
Christian Gutierrez, what's up, Mitch and Chugs? What's up, brother? Do you think we might go after Blake Corum in the third round if he's available? Raiders!
Alex said it's not common in Mexico. Is the last name Castillo common in Mexico?
Last time I checked, Mexico is a Spanish-speaking country.
I did too. She goes, is Chugs working from home? No, he's next to me.
That would be dope.
I agree. Though it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I remember doing during the COVID days where we do like where you didn't have your producer next to you. It was weird.
Yep.
That's funny. Yes, I am also.
And to answer your question, Christian, I don't think they go Blake Corum. I think they go Ray Davis or a Marshawn Lloyd before they go Blake Corum.
At running back, I agree.
Those two guys have been linked more with the Raiders.
Yeah,
and meeting.
And again, I think Blake Corum's going to be a good back. I think he's just more of a fit.
That defense looks a lot better.
I mean, Carlton Davis, Ennis Rakestraw, Terry and Arnold, Brian Branch, Aiden Hutchinson. That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
LCA,
man.
What's our cap space as it stands? I want to extend our players like Spillane, Hobbs, Kuntz, but we need to get Xavier.
I think actually if you go to that one graphic that we have, it says it. Now, again, this is at the start of the draft, so I believe the number was $25 million in salary cap space that the Raiders were around. I think it was, 22.57. That was 13th in the NFL. After this draft, you're probably going to be somewhere around 10, 11, 12 in salary cap space. Remember, they're also going to get some money for Garoppolo after June 1st. So if I'm Xavier Howard, I'm not signing with a football team until probably July or August.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait. Now, unless a team after the draft like the Raiders misses on a corner and they go, here's the best offer you're going to get, and it's a bigger offer than he thought, then he would sign. But if I'm Howard at this point in my career, I'm probably not signing until a little bit later in the draft. Yep. That's Yep. Wild. All right, what was I about to do? I was about to look at my Venmo.
Yep.
Let me see everybody that's in here.
Elias, is this what it feels like to have a good draft?
That's what it feels like.
And if you want to get in on our 50-50 raffle, where are we at right now?
We got to trade. The Chiefs are on the clock. Get those FKCs going.
FKC.
What do you think that they're going to go with here? They made a trade. They're moving up. What's the Chiefs' needs? Do we know?
They need a tackle.
They need a tackle?
A lot of tackles just went off the board.
Kingsley?
I think Kingsley.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad.
$50 Venmo to get in.
Yep, at Mitchell Renz, 365, which I'm about to do the math real quick here. That way I have it. Right now, $50 Venmo to win $675. $50 Venmo right now to win $675. Also, whoever comes in last place of our race is going to go home with a Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. Instead of getting a butthole pick, you're going to get something that's going to clean your butthole.
And I'm telling you right now, if you haven't checked them out, our friends over at Manscaped, they've actually changed the entire game for me.
Yeah?
From my beard hair down to my ball
I
fro.
was going to say, you got to go with it. From my beard hair all the way down to my ball fro.
But realistically, go check them out. I'm going to put the link down in the chat
Seriously.
right now. 20% off and free shipping when you head over to Manscaped and use the code Raiders. Go check them out today. Mitch, tell them why you love Manscaped.
I've used Manscaped now for 4 years. And if you're wondering, Mitch, how do you outkick your coverage? The answer is Manscaped. I know I got a good beard game, but I also like to stay pretty clean from, well, essentially what you guys can see and down. I do think they have the best grooming products on the market, code Raiders. And this is also a company that really helped out testicular cancer a lot in the month of April, so I got to be able to give them their flowers for that. But also I think Manscaped is just really, really solid. And you know, whether you call your balls the knee knockers, the golden nuggets, I do think it's important to keep the boys safe. And you don't want your Ken Stabler to be rocking it in a George W. Bush. I also think that if you can find good products that you can stick with, you got to do it. The pick is in. The Chiefs have selected Kingsley Suamatea, offensive tackle from BYU. And to make sure that, you know, you don't get traded away, I think that finding the product like Manscaped, sticking to it, making sure those boys are nice and cleaned up because, let's face it, y'all, if we finally get to that opportunity where the boys get to have a little bit of fun, the boys are back in town, you don't want to get the no. You don't want to get the Dikembe Mutombo swat down like I get sometimes. Manscaped's here to hook up the nation, and we're here to have a good time.
I hate that the Chiefs
do
just
too.
got him.
I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of mad. That was a player that I was hoping the Raiders could potentially get. Kingsley Suamatea, he is now officially going to the camp.
Suamatai.
Yeah, whatever his name. Now I don't care. Now he's just whatever. New left tackle for Patrick Mahomes.
Reno, you must hate sunshine, rainbows, and great food as well.
Why is that?
He said Manscaped isn't good.
Yeah, that's a guy who's sexually frustrated.
That's a dude who has just the Amazonian jungle down there. And he's like, you don't want to go down? What's wrong? You just gotta do a little waving through the bushes. Waving through the bushes.
And maybe Manscaped's not for everyone. And I know it's not for everyone. It's for me though.
Oh,
it works for me.
I hate that they got him.
Yeah, he's a hell of a football player. The trade that the Chiefs did was Chiefs get pick 63 and pick 211, so that's a 6th-round pick. The Niners get 64 and 173. Yep.
Can we get the FKCs going?
Patrick Mahomes just tweeted, I love Veach, man. That's because you got him a wide receiver and an offensive tackle, which, again, if you're trying to make anybody happy, that's probably the guy to try to make happy. Patrick frickin' Mahomes, dude.
You might want to read this one.
Not many Castillos in Barrow, Alaska. Very true. I'll tell Alex.
The big Valboski, okay. Mini Maxx as an intensity.
Who?
He's talking about Peyton Wilson. Said he was Mini Maxx. Which
Mini-Max.
also, Peyton Wilson is 6'4".
Yeah, it's not quite. Totally different players, I think. I really do.
Ben Bravo.
Mitch, I just sent you a screenshot on Twitter. Castillo is the 25th most common last name in Mexico. Ben's like...
Can you take a picture of that and send it to her?
All right, yeah. This will go over well, Ben. I appreciate that. There's no way that this could possibly backfire. The 49ers select cornerback Renardo Green from Florida State.
I like that pick.
Yep. There's no way this could possibly backfire.
Josh, do you see the Raiders kicking Powers to guard? Yes.
He is a guard. Again, there was reported by Ian Rappaport that the Raiders called Andre James and said, hey, you're going to be our center. We're drafting Jackson Powers Johnson to play guard. So that's already been settled, which, again, you got to be able to give them their flowers for that. Are we officially now in round 3?
Yes, we are in round 3.
We are officially now in round 3. So can I hop off real quick, grab one bite to eat, and that way I'm good for the rest of the draft? Give me 5 minutes. I got to grab 2-3 bites of food, and then I'll be right back. If the Raiders trade up, though, I'll be back even quicker.
Nico, I'm a stagecoach right now. Massive country fest. Checking in when I can. Let's effing go, baby. Jackson Powers is a beast. Raiders. I love the pick of Jackson Powers. I told you, I'm former offensive lineman. I love the big boys. No Diddy. I love the big boys. Why do you think Tom Tabasco isn't trading up? I mean, he's gotten the best player available at each pick. I think they're waiting to see how it kind of falls down a little bit. And you know the rules while Mitch is gone. $20 super chat. Every time you do that while he's gone, that's a shot. It's a little shot clock action. A tuna clock for the real ones who know. Renardo Green, the last pick off the board to the San Francisco 49ers. I like the player, though, Renardo Green. Cornerback Cam Hart is still available. And for those who are wondering, let me show you the best available from our draft expert Tom Downey's big board right now. Here are the best players available, in his opinion. Cooper Beebe, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Braylon Trice, Jaden Hicks. Jaden Hicks, local product, guy who a lot of Raider fans like. Trey Benson, Peyton Wilson, Junior Colson as well. And then going on to the next bit, we have running back Jalen Wright, guard Christian Haynes, TJ Tampa, Jatavian Sanders, Brandon Dorless, defensive tackle from Oregon, Malachi Corley, Kalen Bullock, and Jermaine Burton. Those are the best guys available right now. As we're getting going, we have another super chat from G. Corleone. Welcome to the Raiders Report. He said, can we draft Blake Corum? Not sold on Zeus. I said it before and I'll say it again. If the Raiders draft a running back, I think it's going to be Ray Davis or I think it might be Marshawn Lloyd. Those guys connected with the Raiders more than Blake Corum. I wouldn't be totally shocked if they end up drafting Blake Corum. I just think it's more likely that a Ray Davis gets selected by the Silver and Black. Maybe they even go running back later on in the draft. I don't know. A lot of still good ones on the board. Trey Benson as well. I really like his game. Tracy Flanagan, what's up, Mitch and Chugs? Do you think the Raiders will draft a running back 5th or 6th round? Maybe even their next pick if the right value falls down. They've been going BPA. Let me know. What running back do you want the Raiders to draft? Let me know down in the comment section. If you want the Raiders to draft a running back, who do you want them to go? And maybe what round do you want them to take him? Do you want them to go their next pick, Trey Benson? Do you want them to wait a little bit, maybe go a Ray Davis in round 4? Do you want them to go Marshawn Lloyd? Let me know down in the comment section. I see a Bucky Irving. I see Jalen Wright. I see Benson. I see Blake Corum. Let me know, what running back would you want them to take? Raider Nation for Life says Zeus is fine. Don't need a running back. All right, let's see. Royal Flush saying FKC, FKC, FKC. My 2 sons, they're 7, wanted me to ask you if Mahomes has a dirty diaper when he plays. 100% he does. The dirtiest. It's the absolute dirtiest. The dirtiest diaper I've ever seen. Where's the brown pants? Rebel Montana, you're an absolute savage. I can't do that to Mitch. I can't cheat him out. Can't do it to him. Panthers pick about to be in. Let's see. Who's it going to be? Oh, no, a trade at 65. The Jets are trading to pick 65. I asked you strongest position earlier. Maybe I did ask you weakest. Obviously, we got 3,800 people in the chat right now. Trade is in. The Jets are trading up to pick 65 with the Carolina Panthers. That means the Jets are on the clock right now. And the pick is in. The Jets are taking wide receiver Malachi Corley out of Western Kentucky. Let me know, where are you watching from? Shout out your city. Shout out your area code. We got over 3,800 people rocking and rolling with us. I see Sacktown in the chat right now. Let me know, where are you watching from? Malachi Corley, wide receiver, joining Garrett Wilson. Another pass catcher for Aaron Rodgers. I see LA. I see ATL. I see the 305. Dollar. I see LA. I see Tucson. I see Compton. I see the 702, the 508. Shout out to the 308, the 505. I see Europe. I see San Jose. I see 943. I see Strong Beach, Virginia, Albuquerque. I see Jacksonville, Florida, Oaktown, the 510. I see Colorado, 916 from Boston. I see 602, Phoenix. I see 916. I see Tokyo from Giovanni. Hell yeah. Omaha. Omaha. With that, that means the Cardinals are on the clock at 66. Let's see who the Cardinals will take now. Very interesting. Very interested to see who the Cardinals take next up. I think they've had a pretty good draft so far. Wonder why the Jets trading up for Malachi Corley. They must have really liked that kid. Lake Worth. Reminder, every $20 Super Chat, you get in. Super Chat's coming in from Ben Bravo. What do we think about TJ Tampa? I like TJ Tampa. I think he's a good player. If he's on the board, I wouldn't mind that pick at all from the Las Vegas Raiders if they went and got TJ Tampa with their next selection. They are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 picks away. We are 12 picks away from the Raiders' next selection in round 3. Very interested to see who they take. Very interested. I see Tristan Escobar. What? Joe Milton. I want Joe Milton. What? You want Joe Milton for a quarterback? I don't know what I don't know what you're trying to say, Tristan. Not if the Raiders take him, I wouldn't want him until the later rounds, if that's what you're asking. But then again, I don't know what exactly you are asking. Josh Valenzuela, Camarillo, California, love the show. Raider Nation, what's good? Let's freaking go. Blue Earth, raising them right. My 11-year-old son, Gabriel, says, let's go Raiders! The autumn wind is a pirate, loving the BPA picks, building something great. Raider Nation for life. And the pick is in for, oh, wow. Running back, we were just talking about it, running back now off the board. Trey Benson goes to the Arizona Cardinals at pick 66. They were actually top 5 in rushing yards last season with James Conner. Now, the Cardinals get another running back in Trey Benson. Don't hate what the Cardinals are doing this draft. Don't hate it at all. I think the Cardinals are one of the bigger winners. I think so.
Okay. The Jets, they're on the clock. We knew that. Did we already get that one? Yeah, they took
Corley.
Malachi.
Oh, are you? All right, cool.
Trizzy Trey's back here on the mic. No, I think I'm muted. Now we're good. All right, y'all, I'm back. I'm back. We got 3,600 people here in the building. If you like what the Raiders have done so far, click that like button real quick for me. If we get to 3,500 likes, that would help out Jeremy and I very, very mucho. And we'd owe you a shot. Also, the MVP of tonight's show gets a signed Raiders helmet from Chugs and I, and we don't have an MVP right now. There's just a
I'll even lick
bunch.
it.
The most bangs is the MVP. We haven't had a single person bang twice tonight.
Dude, here's the thing. I thought Raiders fans love to bang.
I mean,
one thing I know about David Zahn is addicted to the bang.
Zahn's insane. Zahn
We're
gives
talking
me
energy
nightmares.
drinks, of course.
Yeah, Zahn scares me. I would love for Peyton Wilson to fall to the silver and black here. I would be stoked. Oh, man. Spencer Rattler has such a Raider name, the Snake. Mitch, are you eating Meow Mix off screen?
Maybe.
Now, we got there's a restaurant here. It's called BJ's. Got some burgers. Though I was eating some of the quesadillas out there. I needed some quesadillas in me.
I'm going to get me some BJs later. Hope my girlfriend's watching.
I'm probably not going to be as lucky. I'm in the doghouse.
Hey, you and Chuck hanging out together.
Is Castillo a common last name? Yes or no?
I'm going to side with Mitchell.
Okay.
So whatever the right answer is on your end.
I appreciate that.
I'm a guy's guy.
I said yes. Alex didn't like that answer.
See, I would have said yes as well. I think it's a very beautiful, very common,
It's a great last
incredible
name.
last name.
Again, I'm like a baseball guy, so Castillo is a baseball last name. All right, Brandon Coleman, offensive tackle, is the pick here for the Commanders.
Ooh.
I'm going to be real with you.
I don't know anything about him. Wait, Brandon Coleman.
Brandon Coleman is the pick.
He's the TCU kid.
He is the TCU product. Very good athlete. His athletic testing is off the chart. He's also from Denton, Texas.
Hey.
They have him
Denton
listed as a guard.
Denton produces some of the best football talent in Dallas. I'll just say that.
And it produces the best football talent in the country. Denton's up there with one of the
Denton
powerhouses.
is a Denton Geyer and Denton Ryan and Denton High are incredible high school football products.
All right, the next pick then is the New England Patriots at 69.
Boo.
And they go with offensive tackle Caden Wallace.
Wow, that was quick.
Yep.
That was
Caden
fast.
Wallace off the board there at pick 68, which now means it's the Chargers on the clock at 69. So, I don't know if you
They're
guys...
nice.
There's been a big run here on tackles that have gone off the board. I know the Raiders were really potentially looking at one. I don't know if they're going to go in that direction. I mean, we've kind of seen this team go best player available. I think they're going to kind of stick to that.
Yeah,
I mean, there's still some good names. Like, the Raiders want a linebacker, and all offseason I've been saying, watch for the Raiders to take a linebacker in round 3. Like, that's been the sweet spot. There's
Peyton
a
Wilson,
lot of really good. If Peyton Wilson's there
That's
at
a great pick.
77, I'm going
Great
to be
pick.
screaming from the rooftop, go get Peyton Wilson.
Great pick for
a
Peyton
captain
Wilson.
and a guy that loves football.
And he loves to hit.
He's a hell of a football player.
He loves to hit, and that's something I think could fit really well with Antonio Pierce.
He is a hell of a football player, man. Also, we are going to do our Venmo 50-50 raffle at the very end of today's show. Again, it is a $50 Venmo for right now, a chance to win. Let me refresh my phone. Oh, wow, we got a few extras in here now. 50 to win. John Polito is in. Cameron Abbott is in. And then Will also is in. So as it stands right now, let me do the math here real quick. Right now, $50 Venmo winner would get $750.
Wow.
On the Raiders report.
That's it's like half my rent.
Charles G. also in.
Yeah, in.
$775 now would go to the winner. Whoever comes in last place, you're going to get the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra from Manscaped.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Not only will you be pleased with the product, your girlfriend will be too.
I mean, we're out here blessing people. We're out here
We're
blessing
saving relationships out here.
Saving.
And
I mean, that's
creating,
what we do here.
Creating for those of us who aren't as lucky.
Correct.
That's how it happens.
Trizzy, we are 10 likes away from a round of fireball shots.
Oh, my God. I need a shot like I need oxygen. I need a shot like I need oxygen.
That's hilarious.
Come on.
Come on.
I need it. You know that SpongeBob meme? I need it.
I'm going to have to knock back a Red Bull here pretty soon.
You want me to go get you?
I have one.
Okay.
I'm okay.
I'll tell you what. I could use I could grow some wings here. Somebody sends in 100. I'll shotgun a Red Bull.
Shotgun a Red Bull.
Yes.
I did that to start the show.
Yeah, feels.
Well, I bonged one.
You bonged one. I'll shotgun it straight to the dome.
How do I
Actually, I
join
don't
the
have my
Venmo
keys.
raffle? You Venmo me at MitchellRens365. We have the Venmo graphic.
Want me to pop that up real quick?
It's in photos.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Photo.
It's a 50.
This one?
Yep. I got cilantro in my teeth. I'm starting to like cilantro more.
I love cilantro.
I was always, and I'll tell you
Love
this,
it.
I was always cilantro tastes like soap guy.
I
guys
know
like-
people I know people who are like
you guys like cilantro? Give me a Y for yes, N for no.
Like some people straight up think cilantro is like the worst tasting thing ever. Like
I've always been that guy.
but
And
starting to kind of come around.
recently, I've started to like it more. Linebacker off the board. The Chargers select Michigan linebacker Junior Colson. He goes off the board. So here's what I'm in. Like Telesco also historically, he has drafted a lot of linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
Linebackers and offensive line has really been Telesco's MO. Do we have a graphic that says like the top linebacker? Like, do we have top positions or only best available?
Let me look.
If it's only best available, that's fine. Because I do think Peyton Wilson's got to be at top of that list.
We have the big board.
All right, so Downey's best players available list.
Let me go to the top of the list.
Sounds good. We got Cooper Beebe, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Braylon Trice, which if I'm going to pick a few sneaky names here, again, Junior Colson just got picked, so he's off the board. Braylon Trice is an interesting name. Jaden Hicks is an interesting name. Peyton Wilson is an interesting name. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, y'all don't need a running back, right?
I think we could use an extra running back. I think they would look at a Marshawn Lloyd, maybe a Ray Davis a little bit later on.
Okay.
TJ Tampa is another corner that
Great
I
name.
could see this team trying to potentially go out for. However, though, they have been going best player available. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know which direction this team could go. We'll see.
I think that if you wanted to go running back, I don't hate the idea of grabbing Jalen right out of Tennessee because you can get, an Alvin Kamara type player right there. He's a really good receiving back. So if that's something that the Raiders were looking for, maybe that's a decent option. It depends on what they're looking for.
He could be a good, lightning to the thunder of backs that they have because they don't really have a lightning guy. And, Jalen Wright averaged, I think, 7.1 yards per carry.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest need that they have. And I think because of that, you can go in a lot of different directions. I'll also say this. I will be very curious to see if Spencer Rattler could be the pick for the Raiders. And the only reason why that I say that is just because I was told by Jordan Schultz that Rattler could be a player the Raiders look to trade back up in round 2 for. We'll see. The pick is in the New York Giants. They're going to select Andrew Phillips, corner from Kentucky.
Nice. I also was told keep your Saints comments to yourself. I don't remember saying anything about the Saints.
I think it's because earlier on the show, you were excited.
I said something. Yeah. Sorry, Kool-Aid is going to be looking real good in black and gold.
No, you did say potential like Marshawn Lattimore.
Marshawn Lattimore, Paulson and Debo trade pieces on the Saints. I was trying to find the word.
Raiders need a corner.
Raiders could go look to trade for a nice veteran out of one of those two guys. Both are really, really good players. I'll say right now, if the Raiders can get one of them, great additions.
Also, we just hit 3,500 likes. Shout out to the nation.
That's nice.
Can I get some of that fireball?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know what it is, but the fireball today is just going down really smooth.
It's hitting.
It's kind of dangerous how smooth it's going down.
It's going down for real. It's going down for real.
See, I think TJ Tampa would be a good Raider as well.
I think TJ Tampa could be a good fit, especially at this value.
Yeah.
I didn't know if he was. I'm actually surprised that he's fallen as far as I shouldn't say it's fallen. I thought he was going to go in round 2. So the fact that you might be able to get him here in round 3 could be an interesting pick. This is also the Raiders' last pick today. And then we're still going to be live for the entirety of the draft, every single pick. So don't go anywhere, even after the Raiders pick. We will do a full breakdown of what the pick means for the silver and black. However, after that Raiders pick, if you guys want to get down and get wild, I'm down to clown. Because as far as I'm concerned, the picks are already done for the Raiders.
Dude, who is that guy?
I do not know.
his head looks like the back end of my Swiffer.
I'm not sure. Not sure.
There.
Like this video or the Raiders will miss the playoffs next year. Holy shit.
We don't want that to happen. We want to make the playoffs.
I definitely do not want that to happen. Would you want the Raiders to draft Spencer Rattler here at 77? Give me a Y for yes or an N for no. Alan Maxwell wants Rattler. Loki says hopefully we get Rattler. We'll see, man.
We shall see.
We shall see.
Want to catch up on some Super Chats?
Let's do it. Tyler, Raider Nation for Life, how do you feel about Minshew is guaranteed? I feel like Minshew is the better quarterback than Aiden, if that's what you're asking me, and because of that, I think that Minshew will get the job. They paid Gardner Minshew money, way more than what they gave Aiden. And because of the amount of money that they gave Gardner Minshew, on top of the fact that they were trying to trade up for a QB, I think that actions speak louder than words, and because of that, that tells me everything that I need to know of what they think about Aiden. Captain, watching in Riverbank, California, do you think linebacker is too far of a stretch for our third-round pick, or who could we snag in free agency at linebacker that makes sense? I do think that paying a linebacker in free agency doesn't make a lot of sense. Drafting a linebacker does. And Peyton Wilson is a name that I know this organization absolutely freaking loves, and I think he's a perfect fit with Patrick Graham, so that would be my pick for that one. No, I don't think it's a stretch in the third round. Lord, Mitch, are you eating Meow Mix? Nope. I did not eat any Meow Mix.
It took. I know we wish he did, but he did not.
I did not. Taylor Made, Spencer Rattler has such a Raider name, the Snake. Ken Stabler, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Could you get another Snake? That'd be interesting. Hot take, Rattler to the Giants.
Well,
I mean, they just took Andrew Phillips, so maybe I don't see when the Giants pick next. So the teams ahead of the Raiders, Arizona, not going to do it. Carolina, not going to do it. Dallas, not going to do it. Atlanta, not going to do it. Chicago, not going to do it. Denver, not going to do it. So it would be a team would have to trade up in front of the Raiders to take a quarterback.
Yeah.
Which maybe that happens.
But
I don't really see that happening. Also, I didn't even put the dots together. Junior Colson teaming back up with Jim Harbaugh at Michigan.
Yep. It was only a matter of time before he took a Wolverine.
Fair. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together.
I mean,
if you're Junior Colson, you got to be ecstatic about being able to go play for your old head coach.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Top 100 in the U.S. from Raider villains for the last name Castillo. Oh, I know, Raider. This is how Alex and I got into our debate. Alex said it wasn't a common name. I said it's a top 100 name in the U.S. She goes, well, it's not a common name in Mexico. I go, it's top 25 name in Mexico.
Why did you go with Mick? Why would you have picked Muhammad? It's the most common name in the world. Read a fucking book.
Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Adams. That's the pick.
This is a good one from PG.
What up, PG? You know what's not a common name? Renz Castillo. A Raiders! You're not wrong. Isaiah Adams is the pick. Illinois offensive tackle going to the Arizona Cardinals, which means the Carolina Panthers are on the clock here at pick. Is it really 72? Wow.
We're kind of flying in round 3.
Yeah, because the Giants were, what, 70, Arizona 71. Yeah, Carolina picked 72 on the clock.
Lord Buddy Bear.
Lord Buddy Bear.
How much for me to rock a Choco Bear jersey? Mitch, you set the price.
Buddy Bear, if you bang, we'll put Trizzy in a Choco Bear jersey.
I'd love to bang with you, Lord Buddy Bear.
If you bang, so that means then you owe him a beer bong, though.
Okay.
Because we're not doing boots for jerseys because, again, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
Oh, I'll put down a beer bong in less than 4 seconds.
Coming home to my beautiful Northern California in 10 days for 2 weeks. Deep South is cool. People are great, but everything kind of looks the same, and it will never be home. I feel
Where
that.
in the Deep South are you at?
Yeah, where you at?
Yeah. South has some pretty cool spots around there.
Rolling in. I just saw the door open in a chair, and I was like,
it's like,
I don't know what's happening.
Never mind. I'm not going to make that comment.
Yep. John, Mitch, did you see Jackson Powers Johnson clip right after he got picked? Linked it in your gram post announcing him. I don't know. I'll look. Did you see JPG clip right after he got picked? Linked it in your gram post announcing him. I will look. I guess I'm not sure what you mean exactly. So are you saying that Jackson Powers Johnson did something?
I would assume there's probably some cool, like, he got pumped up or something. I don't know. I haven't seen the clip yet.
Let me look it up here real quick. Unless you guys want to send me the link.
Trevin
Linebacker
Wallace.
Trevin Wallace off the board here to Carolina. I'll give Powers Johnson here a follow. I don't see it. Unless you're saying it's like on his IG. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see it.
I think he tagged you in it after you posted your video, maybe? That's what
I
he
don't
said.
know.
I don't know, Jim.
John Doe, let me know what you mean. I can't find it right now. All right, we got Zahn. Give me Zach Zinter. I mean, that's probably a little bit more of a future play for the Raiders, and because he's not able to play this season, he's not going to be healthy enough, though I do think Zinter can be a future really, really solid right guard.
Did you see Andrew Phillips just jump over
Yeah,
a
Andrew
car?
Phillips jumped
Just broad
over
jumped
a car. I mean, that's
impressive.
impressive.
I don't give a damn
that's
who it is.
insane.
That's insane. That's like those fantasy football
unbelievable.
commercials that were around in like 2009 where they're like jumping through cars and punching holes in drywall to catch the ball. And Mason Crosby, I think, kicked the ball and hit the bell at Notre Dame or something. It was crazy. Rattler at 77. I hear voices in my head. They counsel me. They understand. They
I'm trying
talk
to see
to
if this is
me.
it.
Mystic. Good one right there. Curtis Bishop. Spencer Rattler, a linebacker, a cornerback, or other position we need. Who you picking up at these positions? Watching from Modesto, California. What about Xavier Howard? Raiders.
I mean, I do love me some Xavier Howard. I keep saying, like, if the Raiders don't get a corner that they're confident in, you want to find a number one corner that has that connection with Patrick Graham. But I think the bigger connection is his connection with Gerald Alexander, the Raiders safety coach, who was the DB coach for Miami back when Patrick Graham and that whole regime were together, even like Rob Leonard. The Raiders are taking a lot of their old defensive staff from Miami back in 2019, 2020, 2021. But Howard had 15 interceptions the 2 years that Gerald Alexander was the DB coach for Miami, and now he's with the Raiders. So, like, there's a lot of connections there that make sense for Howard. I would love it. I would love it. I want to say this. I believe the Titans. Did the Titans just make a trade? No, they did not.
We are close to 169,000 subs. That'd be very nice.
I would love to get to 169.
I mean,
I would love to get to 169.
The only thing better than 69 is 169s.
Yeah. I mean, I can remember
saying.
when we hit 69,000 subs. We partied for that one.
Did you eat corn the long way for that one or no?
I don't even know if corn the long way was a thing yet.
I don't think it was.
I don't think it was yet.
I feel like that was a post 100K
yeah, no doubt.
movement.
I mean, I can remember 100K very, very clear. That was really, really cool. I think 169K is cool for obvious reasons.
It's pretty nice.
Stupid, childish, obvious reasons.
But hey, if you're not still young at heart, what's the point? Oh! Let's do my best Mitchell.
I need a Lord Buddy Bear right now.
Can I do it?
Lord, only if it happens. Well, now it happened.
Lord Buddy Bear! Bang!
Put that Choco on, Trizzy Trace.
I'll go grab the jersey. I'll
number
put it
2.
on. Number 2.
Yeah, they're in number order,
Are
so
they
it'll
in
be.
dressing room?
Yep.
Cool.
It'll be on the right.
Be
side
right
when you
back,
walk in.
brother.
Lord Buddy Bear. Buddy Bear, what the F is up, my man? Buddy Bear now is in a 8-way tie for the MVP. Whoever bangs the most on tonight's stream, you're going to go home with a signed Raiders helmet from Jeremy Chuggs and I. And right now, there's not been a single person that has banged more than once. So because of that, I mean, it's literally, we got like an 8-way, 9-way, 10-way tie. It's kind of insane. I don't know if it's ever happened before. Which, the problem is, I don't know how I'm going to split this helmet in 10 different ways. Yeah. Or you can just do it. You can do it right there. Just use the same side screen. You don't have to be little Mario in the top right.
Kill. Wait. Oh, box.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the little. You look like Ash Ketchum and Game Boy above me. I don't like it.
You want to be this one?
That sounds good.
Perfect.
That sounds good.
Lord Buddy Bear,
We got the Choco Bear.
repping the best cat this side of Mississippi. Some would say other words.
Dude, Choco Bear is a G. Let's just say that.
Only because I.
Oh! Kilo Cruz! Bang! Fill me up, Buttercup. The Raiders are almost on the clock. We got Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers Johnson.
We love Johnson.
And I'm feeling good.
Johnson.
And I'm feeling good. Feeling good in the neighborhood. Y'all ready for this? You want a shout out here on the Raiders Report? Let's show some love to Buddy Bear and a Kilo. Is this leaking or I just missed?
So here's Buddy Bear Super Chat. Put that Choco Bear jersey on. I got you, brother. Just got my new turnover chain. Repping it today. Not used to the best player available. I'm used to best player available for need. None of my mocks were even close.
The pick is in. The Dallas Cowboys have selected
Cowboys pick.
Cooper Beebe.
Tom might need a change of shorts.
Yeah, that's
He
a
might
hell of
need
a
change
pick.
pants.
That's a hell of a pick there.
He might need a change of pants.
Cooper Beebe, I thought could potentially be a guy the Raiders selected at pick 44. He might not be ever like a top guard in the NFL, but he's going to be a reliable starting guard for the next, I think, 10 seasons.
No doubt. I think that his talent level is, second to none for interior offensive linemen. And I think that he's just going to be a really good fit. Dallas, to their credit, has a really good job of developing offensive linemen. That's just a fact. That's a fact.
No, I got to give you credit there.
Wayne Stewart saying, Mitch, do you think we'll still take Brendan Rice? Hot take, you're just drafting the name there.
What?
Hot take, Brendan Rice, you're drafting the name.
So the Raiders really like him. He's the only receiver that they met with top 30 visit-wise.
Only one.
He was more of a possession receiver. I will admit now the fact that they took Bowers, again, don't look at Bowers as a tight end. Look at Bowers as, like, when I make my depth chart graphics, he's going to be slot tight end. Like, I think he's going to be wide receiver tight end hybrid.
Like, if you had the flex position in fantasy football, this is the real life version of that.
Yeah, I like that analogy a lot. I still think Rice could be somebody to look at. Not in round 3, though. Not like there's still some other good like receivers down the board here a little bit. He's a good possession guy, good guy in the red zone, but there are other players on the board that I would rather the Raiders look at. Again, I'm looking at Peyton Wilson. Sneaky, I know safety's not the biggest need. Jaden Hicks is a player that this organization does like a lot. TJ Tampa at corner is a name I'd throw out there. Cam Hart is a name I'd throw out there. Kyrie Jackson, cornerback from Oregon, is probably a name I would throw out there.
Braylon Trice.
Braylon Trice.
To the Falcons.
He went to the Falcons?
To the Falcons.
That would have been another name I would have threw out there because I know Trice and Crosby have a good relationship from people that I talk to. Braylon Trice, though, is the pick for the Atlanta Falcons off the board. That now means Chicago on the clock here at 75. The Broncos are up at 76. And then the silver and black at 77.
Do we read Killer Cruises?
What up, fellas? Time to drink. Mitch, love the draft so far. My handle is tribute to my late cousin, Willie Brown. Oh, wow. That's wild. Can we get a corner who can honor the number like Seawood? Love the show. There's nothing that would make me and probably the entire nation happy that we could find a corner that would rock number 24 and be deserving to rock 24. I mean, you sign me up right now to find a corner that's has the honor and privilege and good enough to rock 24. I mean, that's to me like that's the most
Mamba mentality. Only.
Iconic 24 is the most iconic Raider number.
Yeah, Mamba mentality only in that situation.
Mamba mentality only. Shout out to Woodson. Woodson's Woodson, Bo, probably my two favorite Raiders. Howie Long's got to be up there in that discussion as well. We got 4,600 people here on the Raiders Report, and I want to know, on a scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are you for this pick here at 77. We'll give a few shout-outs, and if you want to let me know what position you think that we're going to go with here. Again, they are proving that they're trying to go best player available, and they have stayed true to that word. They are staying true to the word. Hang on a second. Jackson Powert Johnson. I thought people were sending me a video. I don't know. I don't hear anything about me, but Powers Johnson is hyped, man. I freaking love it. Let's freaking go, man. Let's go, man. Let's freaking go. Hey, Mitch, what do you think of Troy Franklin? Good receiver out of Oregon, speedster, can stretch the field. Though, to me, if the Raiders were to go receiver, based on people that I talked to, they like Jermaine Burton a little bit more out of Alabama. They think he's a better, like Franklin might be faster, but they think that Burton has the ability to catch the deep ball better. We'll see, though. I would be shocked if the Raiders went receiver here at 77. Mm-hmm. But, again, I mean, they are putting a lot of concentration on offense, and they put a lot of concentration on defense in free agency. I want Peyton Wilson.
I think that's a great pick.
I think Peyton Wilson will be a phenomenal pick. He's going to be one of those players that you're going to be able to insert into your defense right away. Him, Robert Spillane, Divine Diablo in his final year, you could probably move on from him next season. But Telesco historically has been somebody that likes to bring in linebackers. Mm-hmm. Time will tell. Bears are on the clock here at 75. Raiders are in the hole at pick 77.
So, Joe Milton at 77, I think that's a massive reach for him.
Who?
Joe Milton at 77.
Hey, we got a Tennessee Volunteers fan. Want to tell him why? Where should Joe Milton get drafted?
I think he's a 6-round, 7-round kind of guy.
Yeah.
I think, man, he's got the intangibles. Something's not right up there. It's not clicking.
No?
It's not clicking.
I'm kind of with them. So, again, this is one of our other new guys. I mean, if you want to introduce yourself, you're more than welcome to.
Come here.
I'll let
Joe,
you do it.
say what's up to Raider Nation.
What's up, Raider Nation? How we doing?
Yeah, this new guy. We're bringing in so many new employees because of the nation making it happen. Shout out to you guys.
So we got a Tennessee alum.
Yep.
Watched a lot of Joe Milton.
A lot.
I'm not a big fan of Milton. I think honestly, the way his career, he should try to make it as close to Taysom Hill as humanly possible.
Yep.
Not good enough as a passer, but tell me why. There's somebody who watches probably a lot of Tennessee football. Give me your Joe Milton rundown.
I just think that to be successful in Josh Heupel's offense, and you can look at his numbers, he had great numbers. But compared to what Hendon Hooker did the year before, that offense, you have to be able to make quick reads, quick decisions, because all the route trees just are based on how the safeties, corners are lined up and everything. And so quarterbacks have to make decisions based on what wide receivers do. And that was what Hendon was so good at doing, hitting those receivers in stride, making those quick decisions. And that's where you see a lapse in Milton.
Yeah.
And I also just think he's not the most accurate. He can throw it a country mile, but that's not going to take you so far.
He's Uncle Rico.
How long?
Well,
how long you got first and
luckily
75?
for you, we got a brand new MVP. You ready to bang? Kilo Cuz bang!
Let's go. You wrapped.
I got backed up. I've got the phone right now.
Okay.
What is up?
If I'm not done, it's game time.
What
Perfect.
is up? Kilo, we got a new MVP. Also, the pick is in. Offensive tackle from Yale, Kieran. However you pronounce that guy's name. I have no idea. Chug said it earlier, and I don't remember it.
It's that guy.
It's that guy. Luckily,
that guy.
He's not a Raider.
It doesn't matter.
Luckily, he's not a Raider. No. Karan Amadullah Amaganji.
Karam Amdullah Amblangata.
The
Oh, Night at the Museum.
I live at night in the museum. I can't pronounce anything. I am dyslexic as shit. Pick 76 on the clock now, and then Lord Body Bear. Bang! We now got a race here for the MVP between Kilo and Body Bear. Buddy Bear says, though, I don't want the helmet. I don't have room for it. Raffle it off or something. Thanks, Trizzy, for rocking my Cats jersey. Rocking Chaco's number 2, and it's not Russell. Chaco could do way better.
He could be a much better quarterback.
Yeah?
No
you
doubt.
think?
No doubt. I think Chaco could sling that freaking pill.
I agree. Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis.
I love that player. I
Defensive
really like him.
end from Utah.
Yep, brother of Caden Ellis, who was with the Saints and now plays with the Falcons.
Raiders are officially
Who
on
should they
the
draft?
clock.
Who is it?
The Raiders are officially on the clock.
Oh my God.
Who do you want? Who do you want?
Oh no.
What?
Did you see that?
Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! A three-way tie. I'm always down for a good three-way.
Don't pick Rattler at third. Get Peyton, and it would be a move. Our best draft in best years, blah, blah. I can't read. Telesco. I love it. My guess we'd get, but I love some Peyton. We need some linebacker help. Yeah. Peyton Wilson, TJ Tampa are my two favorite picks for the Raiders right now.
They can go in a lot of different directions here. A lot of different directions here. We got 5,600 people pulled up here to the Raiders report. Who are they going with? The Raiders are officially on the clock. Peyton Wilson would be my pick. I think you could also look at a guy like TJ Tampa. Kyrie Jackson, cornerback out of Oregon, is another name to throw out there. Jeremiah Trotter still on the board. Do they decide to go quarterback and Spencer Rattler and just F this whole thing up, man? What's going to be the pick? The Raiders are officially on the clock. Oh, man. Come on, Raiders. Keep this thing going, Telesco. Keep this thing going, Telesco. They took Brock Bowers at 13. They took Jackson Powers Johnson at 44. The Raiders have been going best player available.
Who's it gonna be?
I don't know.
Who's it gonna be?
What position, what player? I am seeing a lot of Peyton Wilsons. I'm seeing some TJ Tampas down below. Linebacker or corner from Poisonous 1964.
Who's it gonna
I don't know.
be?
Come on, Raiders.
Don't.
As soon as I get word, I promise I'll let you know.
I see it.
You have it?
I see it. Jordan Schultz.
All right, the Las Vegas Raiders, they're going to go with Maryland offensive tackle Delmar Glaze. So Delmar Glaze going to end up going to the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 77th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders are going to be selecting offensive tackle Delmar Glaze. Let me know down below what your one-word reaction to this. The Raiders selected Brock Bowers at 13, then you ended up going Jackson Powers Johnson. Very interesting pick. What's interesting from top to bottom here is the Las Vegas Raiders, they decide to go fill a big-time need here at offensive tackle, somebody that has played some solid time on the right side. Overall, I'm not crazy about this pick. They are filling a need. I get that. But what's going to be interesting here is that now you're going to have Delmar Glaze and Thayer Munford. They're going to be battling it out for that starting right tackle spot. This is going to be a big-time battle to watch throughout the entire offseason. Follow me on Instagram at MitchellRents365, and don't be afraid to subscribe on YouTube at The Raiders Report. Let's rock. All right, so Delmar Glaze, grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. This is actually a player, though, that I brought up in my top 10 tackle video that the Raiders should potentially look at. I know Tom has him listed as a guard. There are some people that think that he could play tackle or guard.
I mean, at the end of the day, it feels like a lot of these offensive linemen, especially the tackle positions, they can also kick it inside if they need to. I think that ultimately is what makes a great offensive lineman, is if you can be versatile. So with Delmar Glaze, If you need some help plugging in the interior, sure, throw him in the mix. If you
See, they don't need an interior. He's got to be outside.
So then you can help him, have him be an outside. And honestly, would he be a starter? Do you think he's
I think he's going to have to battle with. I mean, he's a right tackle, right?
Yeah.
Or he's played a lot of left tackle as well.
So that's nice. You can swing on either side, which typically swing on both sides isn't what you want to do. But
not always what you're looking to do.
But in football, sometimes it is.
All right, let me just see this real quick here. I know I have some draft notes on him. Again, like our draft, I mean, this was not somebody that I thought was going to go this high. I mean, he's 6'4", 315 pounds. We have him rated a little bit lower in terms of like our draft rankings, so I do think some people might not be thrilled about this pick. However, a 2.8% quarterback pressure percentage allowed since 2021. That's 7th among draft-eligible tackles. That stats according to PFF. But, again, it's a little bit of a mixed bag here, I think, for some people of what they think of this pick and Delmar Glaze. But what's going to be coming up here on today's show, I'm going to get some more draft notes on him, and then we're going to do a full breakdown of the Las Vegas Raiders deciding to go with Delmar Glaze here. Delmar Glaze. Trizzy, can you give some shout-outs to some of the grades coming in? I'm trying to post this on social media, y'all, just so you know. Yeah, don't go to that grade yet.
No, I'm fixing it. Yeah, so let me see what you guys are grading this pick. I see Brian saying F. Davry says D. Guillermo says B. Buzz says C. Dollar Club says C. Chava says C. Or Chava says F. Tyler says B-. RD says D-. Jake, C. I see some Ds. I see a lot of C's, D's, and F's. I just think that this, it may not be a sexy pick, but that doesn't mean it's a bad pick. Like, I think that's something important to kind of think about here.
Yeah, I mean, you address the need. Maybe they have Glaze a little bit higher than what we have him rated as, but the fact that they went offensive tackle, that does tell me that I don't know how thrilled they are about Munford. Like, if up there, Munford, I'm getting a little bit nervous right now. Delmar Glaze at pick 77. I got to edit this cover here. Sorry, y'all.
This is how the sausage is made. You get to see behind the scenes. Isn't that fun? Isn't that so fun?
All right, so here's some of the draft notes that we have on Glaze. Swing tackle prospect with some promising NFL traits. Wingspan covers nearly 7 feet. Decent lateral quickness. Weaknesses that we have, he's going to struggle against off-edge speed. Lacks aggression into contact at times. Lacks ideal core strengths. I do think, though, that I think that this is somebody that at pick 77, I'll be honest, I don't love it. We have him as a round 4 grade, so if this would have been a pick for like the Raiders at 112, could be something to look at. However, I always say that you don't know how the entire NFL draft is going to fall, just because what if some of these linebackers do end up falling a little bit later on, right? And if you can get a Peyton Wilson at pick 112, a Jeremiah Trotter at 112, and for the Raiders, they were probably really, really hoping that they could get an offensive tackle, and with all the tackles that ended up getting selected, I mean, you're just seeing Telesco. He's going what he wants to do in the trenches, and that's what this team, that's what this organization is doing. I think it is a little bit of a reach at player, but he legitimately can play right tackle and left tackle, and I think right now Delmar Glaze is going to be that dude that you're seeing battle it out with Aaron Munford. Winner gets the starting right tackle job. Loser is the backup left tackle, right tackle combination. Like, that's the pick, which I know sometimes it's not always the sexy pick. I think breaking this one down, I'm probably going to give this a C grade.
I mean, to be honest, sometimes, I'm a believer. You gotta show some love to a 4 to appreciate an 8.
Yep.
May not be the sexy option, but it might be an option you need. It might be an option that's going to help you out.
So he's got 15 starts at left tackle, and he started 17 games at right tackle. one of the guys that I respect a lot in this industry is Dane Brugler. Brugler had him ranked as 132 overall. So, again, I do think it's a little bit of a reach, but the Raiders did want to go out and they wanted to get a need. And they ended up filling that need. All right, Trizzy, if we can we get into a cut here real quick? I think Rusty Nail says doesn't make sense. Was it a reach? The answer to that is yes. It was a little bit of a reach, but it was filling a big need. They needed an offensive tackle, and I think what you're going to see now is a really good competition between Glaze, between Thayer Munford. Loser is the backup swing. Like, that's what it is. Is it going to be game time? Okay. Sounds good. All right, y'all, so coming up here on the show, we're going to do a breakdown of Delmar Glaze, the pick, some of his things that I think are important to know about him, what he's going to be able to bring to this organization, how he's going to be able to fit from top to bottom, and then after that, we will go back to the NFL draft, and I'll just kind of keep you guys in a loop of all the picks that have happened because the Colts, they just made a trade with the Arizona Cardinals. Now they're on the clock here at pick 79. So that's going to be coming up after I break down this pick of the Raiders selecting Delmar Glaze. Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Rentz here, host of the Raiders Report, and with the third-round pick at number 77 overall in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders have selected offensive tackle prospect out of Maryland, Delmar Glaze. Coming up here on today's show, I'm going to tell you why I think the Raiders decided to go this route, how the fit's going to be, and then what does this mean for somebody like Thayer Munford, because if you want competition in that backfield, you're going to get it now. You're going to get it in the trenches. Tom Telesco is telling you exactly what he wants to do. Build in the trenches. But I want to know from the nation out there, I want you to grade the pick. Give me an A, B, C, D, or F down below. A, you absolutely love this pick. B, it's a good pick. C, it's average. D, it's bad. F, it's a big old fat failure. For me personally, and I get it, this is not a sexy pick out there, and was it a little bit of a reach? The answer to that question is yes, it was a little bit of a reach. Dane Brugler has him ranked 132 on his board. Here at Chat Sports, we have him also ranked as a fourth-round pick. This is the first time that I think that Telesco and AP did reach a little bit on a prospect, but they also said this: we believe that we have a need at offensive tackle, and because we have that need at offensive tackle, we're going to have to potentially look at that, and I think what you're going to see here a little bit is a battle between Thayer Munford. Now, again, this Raiders offensive line depth chart is not updated at all. We had Jackson Powers Johnson. He was drafted. He's probably going to play left guard. Dylan Parham's probably going to play right guard. And then now with Glaze, he's probably going to battle it out with Munford for that right tackle spot. And the loser of that battle will more than likely end up swinging over to play a little bit of either a backup left tackle role and a backup right tackle role. Tom's got him ranked 162, so Tom has him even lower as a prospect overall. I don't agree that he's an offensive guard. I don't really think that that's quite the fit here. Maybe that there's something that the Raiders see that we don't quite see, but I see him being more of an offensive tackle prospect. I mean, this is a guy that started 15 games at left tackle at Maryland, 17 games at right tackle at Maryland. And again, do I think it's a little bit of an interesting pick? Yes, I do, but at 6'4", 320 pounds, like, he's got that wide frame, natural power, strong grip strength. I mean, you're talking about a 7-foot wingspan. Played tackle in college. Tom thinks that his limitations against edge rushers and athletic ability is why he could be an offensive guard. He does at times get a little bit aggressive, but if you want to talk about some just good numbers, 2.8% quarterback pressure percentage allowed since 2021. That's 7th among draft-eligible tight ends. And again, not a sexy pick. If you want to know what Dane Brugler from The Athletic believes of Delmar Glaze, luckily for you, we have that right up here because I put a lot of time and effort into the NFL draft, don't get me wrong, but there are just certain other guys that I do think just put a little bit more time in, and Brugler is one of those dudes. Glaze's aggressive tendencies and lack of explosive traits show on an island, but with his size, strength, and smooth movements, a move to guard could be what is best for his NFL future. With continued development, he will compete for starting snaps. It's a 4th-round grade from Brugler. So, Brugler saying maybe he's a guard. Tom saying that maybe he's a guard. I know that offensive tackle is a little bit of a bigger need for the Raiders, and that just might not be the area that this goes. I'm going to do a little bit more research on this. Maybe the Raiders want to kick Dylan Parham to right tackle. I don't know. The important message here is they are building in the trenches, and they are addressing needs that all of us have said. The offensive line, which is exactly what this Raiders organization did. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, make sure you do. I'm trying to get to 169,000 subscribers. We're going to be live here on the Raiders Report for the remainder of day 2 of the NFL Draft. And then tomorrow, we are also going to be live for all round 4, round 5, round 6, round 7, 4 rounds tomorrow, day 3 of the NFL Draft here on the Raiders Report. Make sure you're subscribed and make sure that you do not miss it. All right, more info here on Mr. Delmar Glaze, some of the other tendencies that we have. One person who I also trust, Lance Zerloin, says, swing tackle prospect with some promising NFL traits, but tape that comes up lacking against some of the better competition that he faced. Glaze has started at both tackle spots, but is inconsistent with pass sets and change of direction. Rushers with speed can beat him at the top of the rush, cross his face for easy inside access once he starts oversetting. He has good hand strength and should improve in protection if he can use more direct inside-out punch. He's fairly fluid in space and fits the criteria of an inside-outside zone blocker with lead pull potential. A move to guard might give him the best chance to become an NFL starter in the future. Before I continue to break down more here on Delmar Glaze, I got to give a shout-out to today's sponsor, Game Time. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. And I think when you're looking for tickets to any kind of an event, you don't want to feel like that you're reaching and overpaying. And I think that I see right now in the comment section for the nation that there are some people out there that feel like that the Raiders here did go with a little bit of a reach here on Mr. Glaze himself. But if you download the Game Time app, you're never going to feel like that you are reaching because of the deals that we got set up for all y'all. Buying tickets to your favorite event, it shouldn't be stressful. Use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase when you download the Game Time app. I want you to create an account, and again, use code CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Obviously, terms apply again. Redeem code CHATSPORTS. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Some more just little inside information here on Mr. Glaze. He continues working his feet around the reach block, which I like that he does to seal off some lanes. He's got decent lateral quickness, can work up on some of his combo blocks. I like the fact that he holds his post, works to drive vertically on double teams. Strong hands allow him to stall out rushers when he sinks in them. You're also looking at some of these combine numbers here. 40-yard dash of 5.21, a 10-yard lateral split of 1.78. His athletic score is okay. Again, I'm trying to figure out here what exactly the Raiders' plan is on the offensive line because, yes, I know Telesco is somebody that really preaches that we need to be able to win in the trenches. But I'm looking at Tom Downey's notes, who is somebody who I respect a lot in this industry. And again, I'm not going to sit up here and act like I know every single one of these prospects like the back of my hand. I know the Las Vegas Raiders like the back of my hand. And when I see Tom saying he probably should move to guard, Lance Zerloin says probably should move to guard, Dane Brugler says probably should move to guard. I know there's a lot of people out there that are confident in his tackle ability, and he's got a lot of playing time at the tackle position. And like I said, 15 starts at left tackle, 17 starts at right tackle. PFF has him graded that as a 73.6 PFF grade in 2023, a 73 grade in 2022. Last season with the Maryland Terrapins, he had 859 snaps at left tackle. The year before that, he had 807 at right tackle. So, again, you're seeing a player that has some of that versatility and predominantly has only played tackle in the NFL. But looking at the notes for people that I personally trust a lot, they're saying that maybe he should move to offensive guard. What I want to know from the nation, though, is this. If you all have made it this far in the video, let me know what you think of the pick here of Mr. Delmar Glaze because, again, I am seeing a little bit of a mixed bag here from the nation of overall, top to bottom, what they are thinking. But, I mean, so far, I like what this Raiders organization has done in terms of some of the players that they are targeting, some of the guys that they are looking at. One of the videos that I put out was around some of the top offensive tackle prospects that I would want the Raiders to draft. Delmar Glaze did make that video, though I do have him a little bit lower than what I like to see. I got Some of my notes are the 7-foot wingspan, does struggle against speed rushers, and he can be a little bit soft at times. I just wish they would have went maybe a little bit of a different route. I mean, some of the players that are, according to Tom Downey's, best available out there, I would have rathered a guy like TJ Tampa. I would have rather a guy like Peyton Wilson would have been a nice little area that they could have potentially gone out and targeted. But again, I have to give AP and Telesco their flowers around the idea of they are telling you exactly what they're going to do. And this draft, they said that they were going to go best player available, which they did with Brock Bowers and Jackson Powers Johnson. Also, Telesco said that they want to build in the trenches. Delmar Glaze was the pick here because they're trying to build in the trenches. I think it's also speaking of how many other players went off the board at offensive tackle. Like, there was a long, long run in round 3, and I believe that the Raiders looked at their board and they said, you know what, it is a little bit of a reach here taking Glaze, but if we don't take an offensive tackle now, I don't know when we're going to be able to take an offensive tackle in this here draft. I'm Mitchell Renz, host of the Raiders Report. If you want to hit me up on IG and on Twitter, please do so. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. We're going to keeping you guys up to date of all things going on around the silver and black. And remember, we are live right now on YouTube. We got 3,700 people watching our live stream. If you want to pull up to the largest, biggest Raiders show on YouTube right now, I encourage you to do so because you got guys like Buddy Bear, Lord Cameron Abbott, and then a heavy hitter today, tied for the MVP, Kilo Cuz, all balling out for the nation. My next question is this, though. The next time the Raiders are going to be on the clock, going to be pick 112 in round 4. What position should the Raiders draft next? Do you go linebacker? Do you go wide receiver? Maybe a running back? Or I think the position that most people are going to answer here is corner. And even though we think Delmar Glaze is a little bit of a reach, with all those runs at offensive line, could you see a few more corners start to fall down the board in round 4? Delmar Glaze is the pick. I think this is going to be the pick so far that there's going to be some people that are wondering why exactly this one ended up going down. But again, you went for a need, right? Like, you went for a need. That's what the Raiders decided to do. I'm not gonna hate on the pick. I don't love it. I gave it a C grade for a reason, but some might say. I'll tell you what, a Glaze Raider jersey, it's kind of hot. Blake Corum off the board here to the Rams. So, Chugs, what I want to do is I want to go through the last picks. I want to be able to go through the last picks here. If we can do that, that would be phenomenal. We'll go through the last picks here of the NFL draft to keep everybody up to date. And right now, we got like a 3-way tie between Lord Cameron Abbott, right? I'll be honest, my computer is not doing well. It's not doing well at all. Can we do a quick go through of all the picks that happened after the Raiders, after Delmar Glaze? So Glaze went off the board at 77. Then the Texans, did they trade up? They traded up for Caleb Bullock. Good call there on that one. You said they were looking for a safety. Matt Gonclaves, offensive guard for Pittsburgh, goes off the board at 79. Jermaine Burton, wide receiver from Bama, he goes off the board at 80. Christian Haynes, this is a really good value pick here for the Seahawks. Offensive guard, there's your Damian Lewis replacement. I mean, that's a really good pick. Tip Reitman, that's a reach. Tight end for Illinois, round 3. And then Blake Corum at 83, off the board, running back for Michigan for the Rams. I know it's a big ask, but I am going to have to take a pee here, but I got to do it after somebody. Somebody decided to bang. I know we're really, really far behind on supers. No? Okay. Yep. Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! What is up, LCA? My man, LCA, and we got a new MVP. MVP. Shout out to Lord Cameron Abbott. Cameron, if you're the MVP at the end of today's show, I will wear your jersey tomorrow here on the Raiders Report. And you're going to go home with a signed Raiders helmet from Jeremy and I.
I don't hate the did you just read it? Have you read it yet?
Mm-mm.
I don't hate the pick, but Peyton would have been my choice. Do you think we trade back up for Peyton? I really think he can be a good backup with versatility, grade C+. The thing with Peyton is people are so scared about his injuries.
The medicals do scare teams off.
He's had a ton of injuries.
Yep.
Before last season.
Also, change your name badge when you get a sec.
Yep. Actually, good call.
And again, this was a reach for a need for the Raiders, because if you're the Raiders, right, like you don't have an offensive tackle. You have Thayer Munford, but this was not the regime that drafted Dalton, or not even drafted, picked Dalton Wagner. So you're probably looking at that interior line and offensive line in general. You're like, we need some more depth here. So Glaze, somebody that apparently can potentially play guard and tackle, something to look at. Chugs, can you go through the remainder of some of those super chats? I got to take a pee again. I'm sorry, guys.
Go for it. All right. I believe we hit these other hundreds, though, right? All right. Then we're at Tomb Raider. I thought Brendan Rice looked solid as a wide receiver. Yeah, I don't hate that pick either. I mean, Mitch has said Brendan Rice has been linked to the Raiders a lot. Could be a fourth-round option for the Raiders' next selection. Glazed donut. Absolutely love it. I could see Brendan Rice going to the Raiders in round 4. Mitch, how do you feel about TJ Tampa? Well, no, not Mitch, but I like TJ Tampa. I'm surprised he's fallen so far down the board. I can't imagine why he'd continue to fall down as the pick is in for the Steelers. They're going wide receiver Roman Wilson. A lot of people regarded him as a second-round talent. Going in round 3 to the Steelers, Roman Wilson, Michigan wide receiver. But going back to TJ Tampa, I don't know why he's falling down draft boards so much. I know our draft guy, Tom Downey, isn't as keen on Tampa. But I think he has good size and good ability. Played well in the Big 12. But if he keeps on falling, I wouldn't mind that at all. I see other people saying Kyrie Jackson from Oregon as well. He's another corner that you can look at in the next round if you're looking to go that route. David Batista, it kind of feels like they want to solidify a line and weapons for a potential drafted QB from next year's draft. Maybe Shedeur Sanders? Maybe. The Raiders were one of the teams that Dion listed as a preferred destination for Shedeur Sanders. So is that in the cards in the future? Maybe. Mitch, what other O-line player would you have picked? Christian Haynes went off the board right after. I know he was a really good guard, but in terms of tackles, he might have been one of the better offensive tackles left. I mean, like I said, right after him was Christian Haynes. So I liked Haynes a little bit more than I did like Glaze, but if you're looking at somebody who can play tackle as well, that's, I guess, what swayed them to not go Christian Haynes and instead go with a guy like Delmar Glaze. It's a high upside guy and somebody who, I don't even know if he starts year 1, but you're building that depth, you're building that offensive line, and I don't mind it because I always say, the draft is where you get offensive linemen. You almost never find good offensive linemen in free agency, and if you do, to get a good free agent offensive lineman, you always overpay. So if you can find a good developmental guy, if Delmar Glaze turns into a good swing tackle or somebody who's at least good depth, I don't hate the pick, even though it's round 3. I know it's a little high for a lot of people.
I mean, it is a reach. It is. But, again, if you're looking at all the offensive tackles, right, like you're probably fair to take a little bit of a reach here to make sure that you secure yourself a need. Glaze also recently said, comfortable to play anywhere that they put me. He also said that he'd be comfortable to play guard too. This is somebody that's going to compete with Thayer Munford. Like, to me, this is your potential Thayer Munford replacement, right? Munford can play guard. He can also potentially play offensive tackle. Both of those spots are there, and I'll say this, like, Munford now is a player that, if I'm the Raiders, could be a name to be on the lookout as a trade candidate, because if Glaze beats him out, then you're looking at Munford, who was a 7th-round pick by our old regime. Munford then's kind of on the odd man out.
Yeah.
But again, having Munford even as like a good potential pick there could be something to watch. We got to trade. The Niners are on the clock. The 49ers just traded up here, and they're on the clock. The 49ers are on the clock.
Raider Prime, Delmar, I glazed Delmar. I like it. LFG, brother.
What up, Raider Prime? Shout out to you, my
Let's
man.
go, brother.
Shout out to you. Fluhee. Rules be rules, Mitch. All right, Fluhee. All right, Fluhee.
For the flu. Eric Castro, so we ignoring the defense again. But all your biggest move in free agency was defense.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually disagree with that. I mean, you signed Christian Wilkins, defense. Re-signed Adam Butler, defense. Re-signed John Jenkins, defense. Like, there are still really good players out there in free agency that you can still build around defensively. I mean, you could leave the draft here. You can go out and you could sign a guy like Xavier Howard, right? You could go out and sign a guy like Adoree Jackson. There's still good defensive names out there available. There is just every single year. The pick is in. Well, actually, I don't know did you give a shout out to the last pick? Zach Zinter to the Browns?
No.
Okay,
it
so
hasn't updated yet for me.
Okay, so the last pick was Zach Zinter went to the Browns. Some of the other picks that have happened was Roman Wilson. He went to the Steelers. I don't know if we mentioned that. Yes. And then Zach Zinter went to the Browns. The trade is this. The 49ers, they trade up for pick 86. The Eagles, they get pick 94 and 132. That's the pick.
Let's see. Zion's World, terrible draft, another wasted year. Dude, one reach in a draft doesn't totally tank your draft.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm not going to lie. This is a bad take.
Zion's World, who was the 3rd-round pick for the Raiders 4 years ago? You don't know because it's not that big of a deal. You're acting like one pick in the draft is going to make or break your team. I mean, maybe if you have a top 3 pick in the draft, but at 77, your 77th overall selection, I hate to break it to you, is not going to be the difference maker between you winning a Super Bowl or not, unless you're picking a generational quarterback.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Chugs here. I mean, you have Brock Bowers, who is probably one of the best tight ends that have come out of college football in a long time. And even to call him a tight end's not fair. He's a weapon on offense. He's going to be a hell of a player. Then you got Jackson Powers-Johnson, who was, again, a first-round talent. The Raiders reached here, but they reached on need, right? Like, and sometimes that shit's going to happen. I paid one time, Chugs, I paid somebody $5 for a roll of toilet paper during COVID. Why? I needed it. And I think the Raiders felt that they had a need at offensive tackle and that they were not confident if they don't take a tackle now that there's not going to be any available when they're on the board again to pick. And, I mean, look at this. The 49ers, they just traded up to take Dominic Pooney, an offensive tackle from Kansas, who actually I think we have a very similar grade for Glaze. You're going to see teams now start to trade up to go get some of these offensive tackles.
Well, I mean,
and that means other players like a Peyton Wilson could slide to 112.
So, are y'all with Zion's World and saying that this offseason was just awful, the draft just sucks, or are you down in the dumps like him? Or are you more reasonable like me and Mitch and think it's just one pick?
I mean,
Let me know.
I'll still say.
Grade the Raiders offseason so far, free agency and the draft so far.
I'd say B-, C+. And And I say that because you still don't have a quarterback, which, like, you can do all these amazing, amazing things, but you still don't have a QB. I'd probably lean a little bit closer to B- because you did get Christian Wilkins. I do like the Raiders draft so far. You brought back some of these players in the trenches. All that stuff is good. But you still did not come away with a quarterback. Like, yeah, you got Gardner Minshew. You did find a little bit of an upgrade there over Aiden, but are you going to be able to win a lot of football games with Gardner? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think because you didn't get a QB, you can't give this offseason an A. But if you like what they're building right now for the long term and you go, all right, B-, C+, I think that's fair. But that doesn't make, like, the Delmar Glaze pick's not, like, that's not a make or break.
Also, I doubt a lot of people were sitting down watching
Maryland football.
Yeah, 30, 40 minutes of Delmar Glaze tape. So I think it's a lot of overreaction. Based on what other people say, Delmar Glaze, how good he is, you have no idea. Raise your hand right now. I have not seen any tape on Delmar Glaze. I've read about Delmar Glaze.
Yep.
I've listened to our draft gurus.
I've watched 5 minutes of tape on Delmar Glaze, and that was based off of the video that we made.
Hands up, who's seen
month
more than
ago.
5 minutes of film of Delmar Glaze?
I've watched 5 minutes.
If
that's
anybody in the chat raises their
That's
hand,
it.
You're probably lying. So relax.
We're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right.
You know who else wasn't supposed to produce a lot? A smaller school kid, mid-round pick, and people were like, some upside, but probably won't produce a lot for the Raiders. Maxx Crosby. How many people were like, holy crap, the Raiders just got Maxx Crosby when they drafted him?
I'll say this: we celebrated it.
Yeah.
That was before your time. That was the highest grade I gave out in day one. Not day one. The Raiders 2019 draft, Crosby. I got roasted for it.
Yeah, and I bet you those same people that roasted you are now like, man, I knew Maxx Crosby was going to be a beast since day one.
Well, I can remember that draft very, very fresh just because, again, I ripped the Raiders' first-round picks and everybody hated me for it. Again, that was very early in my career, but we had Crosby ranked very, very high. We also got, when we did our mock draft back then, the 1 year I got Foster Moreau right. That was pretty cool. Shout out to Tom. He helped me there. Yep. Oh, man, that's funny. Some of y'all really, really, really make me laugh, man. Oh, Kilo Cuz bang! Oh, fellas, don't forget to read my chat this time, please. I was thinking a corner, not tackle, but it's a C for me. So is corner tomorrow. Raiders. Cowboys take linebacker Marist Liufsva. I can never pronounce his name. He's the linebacker from Notre Dame. I can't pronounce his last name, and I'm not even going to try to do it. What was his last super chat? Because that's when we had Trace on screen. I'll also say this, y'all. I don't know if it's just my computer. My computer is really, really slow right now and lagging.
Mine as well.
Kilo, which that means now is tied Lord Cameron Abbott for our MVP race.
This one right here was his last one.
All right, last one was what? Let's do this, fellas. Raiders. I wasn't that really happy about Brock, but when you talked me off the ledge, what about a wide receiver in the fourth? So for those that don't know, Kilo, you said what? Who was your cousin Kilo? What was his first? You have that one? His first 100 that he sent in? Because he sent in 3 super chats. All 3 Hondos. Was it Willie Brown? Was it Willie Brown that he said his cousin was? Oh, man. This picture is beautiful.
What?
I found an edit here from ESPN of Devontae and Brock Bowers. This shit is hot. That's, love it. Wow. I like that one a lot. Willie Brown. Another one! Kilo! Cuz! Bang!
MVP!
MVP! MVP! MVP! What up, Kilo? Oh, Kilo Cuz is wilding out, man. My guy is wilding out right now. You
ready for this?
You
ready for this?
Shout out to Kilo Cuz, today's MVP. Oh, you know what's interesting? The Green Bay Packers signed Josh Jacobs to a 4-year, $48 million contract. They have just selected running back Marshawn Lloyd from USC. I find that to be strange. Don't you?
A little bit.
So you move on from Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon, and now you have Josh Jacobs and Marshawn Lloyd in your backfield.
Very interesting.
I think that's weird, no? I think that's weird.
Jeremy in Vegas, thank you for the super chat. In Zion's World, I realized I forgot to read this one. Who going to throw to our receivers? Don't worry, I'll wait. It's going to be Gardner Minshew. But I will say this.
The pick is in. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Georgia safety Tyke Smith.
It's very psycho.
Very good athlete. That was also a player that the Raiders said that they liked a lot. And at the Combine, Smith talked about, we have an interview with him, Smith talked about being excited if he had the opportunity to play with his old teammate, Chris Smith, again. What were you going to say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't remember now. It's very psycho. Oh, Zion's World. Who are you going to throw the ball to? What if I told you that over their past 3 years, Gardner Minshew has the same / if not better, stats than Trevor Lawrence?
It's a fact.
If I told you the Raiders had Trevor Lawrence right now on their team, what would you say? I mean same stats.
I hear you. I hear you. I mean, I'll say this too. You got to give Minshew at least a little bit of credit for what he had to go through last season. And I say that because I think Indianapolis might have had one of the worst teams in the NFL. I'm not kidding you. And yet that team was still a game away from making the playoffs. Minshew might not be the sexy pick, but what if 1 year, right? What if 1 year, and what if this is the year the Raiders are like, I'm building the trenches. We're going to build from the inside out. We're building the trenches. And then they try to get a little bit more aggressive next season if they're confident in the trenches. If Gardner Minshew this season, right? If he finishes this year with 24 touchdowns, I know it's a big year, but they got some talent there. 24 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. With this defense, I think that's a 10-win season.
Now, we haven't actually seen Spencer Rattler go off the board yet.
Rattler is still on the board, correct.
Do you think they go to Rattler in round 4?
I don't know. I legitimately, I don't know, man. I would be shocked if Rattler... I think this is what's going to be interesting. And I think because you're seeing teams right now trade up for offensive tackles, that tells me of how much talent at the offensive tackle position this draft has. And because of that, Spencer Rattler might fall a little bit further than what we thought. Like, because of 6 QBs going off the board at 12, right? 6 QBs going off the board in the top 12 is exactly the same thing as like the Raiders reaching on a Delmar Glaze. Yeah. NFL teams had certain grades, probably heard certain things from a lot of other teams saying, you know what, if we don't get one of those top 6 quarterbacks, we're not getting one for a long time. And we can have our rankings, and we have our rankings based on stuff, but I think it's also important for the draft is you got to be, I always say you got to be water. You got to be able to like ebb and flow with what's happening. And the fact that not a single other quarterback has been drafted since pick number 12 tells me that a lot of these NFL teams had some of these quarterback grades a little bit lower. And right now is when teams are reaching for offensive tackles because they're confident that a lot of these other positions are still going to be there a little bit later.
Yeah, agreed.
So, again, could the Raiders draft quarterback Spencer Rattler at pick 112? Yes, they could. But I do find it very interesting that not a single QB has gone off the board since pick number 12, and you're seeing teams trade up for tackles, not QBs. I think it's interesting. It's been a fun draft, though, man. We've had a lot, and I mean a lot, of trades, a lot of different stuff going on. We got how many more picks here in round 3? Probably like 20 more to go?
Yeah.
Probably about 20 more picks here left. The Raiders don't have any picks today.
Jeremy in Vegas, sorry, our system's slowing down a little bit on me. I do have your old super chat, but this is what he just sent in. As if all of us are in the coach's room, please. I'll wait to grade a pick until the first year unless it's totally obvious. Some of these people have to hang up the pessimism and chill the F out. And I agree.
I don't disagree either. I mean, I hope people understand, like, my job is to give grades and it is to give my opinion. And I still want people to be able to give their opinion and give grades. I think that's what makes it fun. But you're 100% right. I mean, I sat up here and I hated the Robert Spillane signing. Give me the L, right? But sometimes you got to be able to make those takes. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're not. And you got to see how everything works out from top to bottom.
Pick is in for the Cardinals. They take, this was one of my sleepers.
Elijah Jones.
Elijah Jones at corner.
Elijah Jones is the pick. It is the pick. And then Lord Cameron Abbott with the 50-piece. Raider Nation, don't freak out. AP and Telesco have a plan that's building our interior, which is the Raider way. Davis is in their mind. They know what he wants from the Raiders. RIP to Al Davis. He would be proud of AP. They won't let me send anymore. From Cameron Abbott. Lord Cameron Abbott. We could have had Peyton Wilson. I know. But here's the thing. What if the Raiders have some inside information that they know teams aren't going to draft Wilson because of his
the Raiders passed on the Raiders passed on Peyton Wilson. So did every other team to this point.
Correct.
He's a very talented player. There's something that we don't know about Peyton Wilson, maybe his medical, maybe something else, that is stopping a lot of teams from drafting him, and it's not just the Raiders.
Yep.
Not just the Raiders. What do you think is the weakest position on this Raiders team right now?
They still need a number one corner. Quarterback definitely can be a discussion there. If you don't count Brock Bowers as a receiver, like if you don't keep him as I think, again, I'm going to list him as a tight end wide receiver. I think Trace made a good point. Like if you've ever played fantasy football and there's that flex option, Brock Bowers is a flex. He's a wide receiver tight end. That's what he is. And I think quarterback is a fair answer to have here in terms of what the weakest position is. I also have this. Another one. Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! All hail Lord Cameron Abbott. Let's go, man. Round 4 is not tonight. Tomorrow, round 4, round 5, round 6, round 7. The Raiders picks tomorrow, 112, 148.
We actually only have about 10 more picks.
Well, they also have the – oh, no, you're right. We have, about 10 more picks because the conditional picks as well. The Raiders have pick 112. That's round 4. Round 40. 148 is round 5. 208 is round 6, 223 round 7, 229 round 7.
Pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. They're getting another linebacker in Tyron Hopper from Missouri.
I'm telling y'all, the fact that guys like this are going above Peyton Wilson, I bet you there are teams that took Wilson off their draft boards because of the injury concerns. This also means this, though. Because Cameron Abbott's one of our OGs here watching, and he sent in a 50, I'm going to say Lord Cameron Abbott right now is the MVP. Right now, if we were to end the live stream today, Lord Cameron Abbott would be the MVP of our stream. I'll also see if we get any more people in here for this duck race, which I'm not going to lie, I've kind of forgot about, and I feel bad for saying that.
Gotta get the peoples in. All right, let's see. If you haven't already got in, $50 to enter. What would they win right now?
It's a great question. Let me do the math. Oh, wow, it's brutal. That all right, $50 Venmo right now to win $800. Yep, winner would get $800. I also got to send you one more thing here, which I just got something. This is getting rather interesting here. I see one person. That's what I need. That's what I need. I also think I missed. Did I miss that one as well? Robert Claiborne is in. So that means now winner would get $825.
And are these for bangs or are these for two?
No, anytime I send you that, it's for a bang. Unless I'm getting a message. 50s for duck races, 100s have been for bangs. I got to keep it like that. Stewart Viator! Bang! What up, Stewart? What is up, Mr. Stewart?
Do it.
He said, keep doing your thing, boys. Stewart! What's the Mad TV?
Stewart. Can't.
I gotta go get more Happy Dads. Oh wait, we got a fridge over there.
Yeah, I have one right here if you need it.
Cool, thank you. We got a few dead bodies over here. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. We got a few bodies over here.
We have it back.
Trying to stay hydrated. The pick is in. Bucks select wide receiver Jalen McMillan.
I love the pick.
The pick is in. Jalen McMillan is the pick. Kenneth Pierce. You in? I'll see this one. All right. Brian Folsom just messaged me, goes, any chance we draft Joe Milton? I don't know. Also, because Cameron set that in, wheel spin?
Yeah?
No, we don't have the new guy, so.
I'll have to delete those.
Yeah, we don't have the new guy. Bump, 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 bump.
He didn't notice, but I loaded up the board with his name.
Yeah?
There's like 8 of his names.
Oh, 8 of his names?
Whenever it went on him.
I didn't notice it, I'll be honest. He probably didn't either. I don't think he did, at least. I know I didn't.
Shh.
Nobody tell him.
Don't say.
Nobody tell the new guy. Nobody tell the new guy. That's absolutely devastating.
Can I pick it?
See, I feel like if you pick it, that means I get to pick yours going forward. Is that fair? We'll pick each other's. I'll say to you what you said to the new guy. I actually don't remember.
I'll say what you said to him. ZZ.
Yeah, it was something like, We're about to find out how much like you like me or something like that. It was on those bases. We're getting late into the night. I'll tell you this, though. If somebody randomly pulls up to our stream and just sees Mitch Nasty, what is a Mitch Nasty?
I don't even know which one this one is.
Oh, you can't look at it then.
I don't know.
I could tell you.
I legitimately don't know which one that one is.
All right, so
I was looking for it on the side. I didn't see which one it was.
This is either peach. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
I think it's either peach or barf. And
So I asked you.
oh no.
What?
This is shit. This is strawberry smoothie or dead fish. Oh, dude, this is also Jackson Hunt, safety turn edge. He just went off the board to Philly.
Interesting.
So the Eagles, they just took him. The strongest position on the Raiders, I'd probably say defensive tackle.
Wide receiver?
Not if you consider Brock Bowers a receiver, Devontae, Bowers, and Jacoby, sure. Some people might say edge just because of Crosby, but I don't know. All right, y'all.
This one
I'll
from Big Daddy.
see you on the other side.
Glazed is a future return pick, provides O-line flexibility / depth, and will slide to guard
can
when the
smell
Raiders
it.
move on from James.
Oh, man, I
What?
can smell it.
Is it bad?
Yeah, it's bad, dude. Honestly, I'm not good
me-
with gross.
Let me know in the comment section. Type 1, 2, 3, or 4. How many chews should Mitch do before he gets to swallow?
Oh, dude, that's not nice.
1, 2, 3, or 4.
I'm worried I'm going to throw up. Dead fish is horrendous.
I see 4, 5, 3, 10, 20, 4, 4, 5, 3, 4, 4,
Baltimore
20.
Ravens select Adisa Isaac. I actually don't even know who that is.
Oh, surprised he fell this far. Edge rusher from Penn State. Surprised you don't know who that is.
Yeah, now that you said that, I'm really surprised too. Yeah, good athlete. I'll be real. I didn't pay attention as much to edge rushers this class as I have in some years past, but somebody said 600. We're weak on tight end from Kevin. I don't know how you could say that.
Lord Cameron Abbott said 4 is his lucky number, so I think you got to go 4.
4? I'm so nervous. All right, 4? Oh, bro. All right, I'm just going to get it ready. Dude, this is not going to be good. My God. Oh, God. Oh, man, bro. Oh, I'm not even kidding you. Oh, Christ.
Dude, I can see your eyes watering.
Oh, dude, we can't do that chomp battle anymore. Oh,
Hey, if you're going to spew into this.
I literally have chills right now. Dude,
Danny-
I'm not lying to you. I think that's the worst one. Oh my God. I don't know how you could possibly do that. I don't even know how on earth. How do you make these? Who tests them? Whose job is this? Whose job is it to eat these frickin' jelly beans?
Who are you?
I mean it.
Who are you? I am.
Imagine you got to eat them every day to get that. Oh my God, I can't get it out of my mouth. Pause. I feel like I just blew the Flying Dutchman. That's awful. That's the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth. You couldn't pay me to do that again. I'm not eating that again. I don't think I could. It's still in my mouth.
$200 super chat.
I'm not eating that jelly bean.
$200 super chat.
Bro, I'm not eating that jelly bean again. I almost threw up. That might have been the closest I've ever been to throwing up. You saw me. Bro, I was this close.
Is it stuck in your teeth?
Teeth? No. But I'd be lying to say that right now if I burped, it would smell like a fish's asshole. I'm going to go home and I'm going to kiss Alex. She's going to be like,
pennies.
I'm telling you right now, I don't think I could do that again.
Danny Ruvaklaba. Mitch, I agree. Cornerback is in need, but I don't think we desperately need a true number one as long as our D-line can put pressure on our corners will improve. I agree. If you have a really good defensive line, that helps out your secondary a ton. That really helps you up.
I'm not okay right now, dude. I'm really not. That was horrendous. It was the chews. Because I'm not going to lie. Usually when I do that, it's you take a bite, you get the taste, and it's like, I got to get it down. Those extra 4, I was trying to put my tongue in the back of my throat so it wouldn't touch the jelly bean. Oh, my God, dude. No, I literally don't think I could do that again. I would rather eat those freaking crickets than do that dead fish jelly bean.
Yeah?
Say dead fish jelly bean 4 times fast.
Dead fish jelly bean. Dead fish jelly bean. Dead fish jelly bean. Dead fish jelly bean.
All right, you did
dead
it pretty
fish
easy.
jelly
All right, F me then. F me. Also, check your Slack when you get a second.
What?
You Slack? Oh, you already got it. Brian Folsom Bang! Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God, dude. That burp. Next time I burp, I'm burping in your face. I want you to smell what dead fish smells like. Oh, my God. Did you smell that through my microphone? It wouldn't surprise me if you did. Honestly, you guys could log off right now. It wouldn't surprise me if you smelled that.
I'll do a beer bong for this one. There was some backwashing from I don't know who did a beer bong in here
Trace.
last. There's a little bit of backwashing.
Little
there.
spillage.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, dude.
If it was just a little bit, I would have been like, okay. There was like a little pool down there.
I'm so grossed out right now. Dwayne Carter is the pick off the board of the Buffalo Bills here at 95. That's the pick.
I like Dwayne Carter.
He's sneaky good.
I like him a lot.
I like it a lot. I like it.
So
I like it a lot.
How much for you to eat one more of those jelly beans before we finish?
Bro, I'm not eating one of those jelly beans.
$500.
Bro, I don't know if I could.
$500?
All right, how about this?
We'll split it.
No.
$200, we'll split it.
No. If somebody sends in a 5, you're eating one with me.
Okay.
You would do it.
Yes.
See, you're like Brett, where I feel like you do it better. No.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm really.
Brett's
not that
disgusting. I'm actually concerned what he feeds his kids.
I'm more concerned about what he's doing.
Holy shit. I might be able to get the new guy to do that one. We could probably get the new guy to do it. We probably could.
You think this is bad? I get shit on my chest, and I like it.
Will you poop on me? Does anybody know that movie reference? Does anybody know that movie reference?
I will split it with you if you do that.
I don't know if I can, though. Adrian is in. So as it stands right now, for the 50-50 raffle, we got $50 Venmo, you'd win $900. $50 Venmo, $900.
Rebel said puke on the stream for the meme, and Lord Buddy Bear, he has a message for you, actually.
Sorry, Mitch, I don't really work in the oil field. That's a cover. I manufacture awful-tasting jelly beans. The funny part about this is I can see Buddy Bear sitting in his chair with Choco on his shoulder just being like, "Wah! I got you. No chance. There's nobody making me do that again. Nobody's making me do that again.
So, lucky enough.
That's not, what do you mean? What do you mean, lucky enough?
We're 6 bangs away
I'm listening.
from our record from day 2 last year.
Oh, really?
6 bangs away.
That's wild.
And you said $500 and we'll split the beans.
Bro.
So I think we're all a nation. We're all together.
Don't do that.
If we can get 6 more bangs and beat our record from last year,
Dude,
me and Mitch will split the beans.
what do you mean?
We each eat a bean.
I get to pick yours.
Yeah, and I pick yours.
Are you going to pick that fish?
We'll see.
Dude, you can't do that.
I'll pick yours first.
Brandon Higgins, you in. I'm actually worried about it. Charles G in. That means winner now gets $9.25. Can you look at the Slack I sent you?
Looks like we only need 5.
Oh, I know.
5 more away.
Lord Cameron Abbott. Lord Cameron Abbott. I think I broke it. I did.
Again?
I broke it.
It's a new.
The new one. I broke the cap. This might surprise you. I don't know if gong mallets are made to be smashed. I broke it. Luckily, we have 4 more.
Mitch.
Shout out to today's MVP, Lord Cameron Abbott. Shout out to Lord Cameron Abbott, who now is a very comfortable. Somebody wants to take him down. You're going to have to bang 6 times. Good luck to you. And I'll be real. I don't want that to happen. I don't know if I could do a jelly bean, dude. That was horrific. You know what? I actually think I know the nation well enough. You guys, there's no way you're going to make me do that. Right?
I think so. 5 more bangs. All off the board at pick 96. I love this pick. Jarian Jones.
DB.
DB.
Going to
the
Jacksonville. Jacksonville. Donnie Norwood, thanks for feedback. Am I missing something?
Waters 11, Raiders for life. Yep. Wilson falling due to the knee injuries.
Absolutely. And I mean, what if the Raiders got information that multiple NFL teams don't have him very high on the board? Famous last words. Correct. So you Venmo me at MitchellRens365 on Venmo. If you're not confident that it's me, you can add me as a friend. And then what we do is we do a race at the end of the show. It's called a duck race. And the winner right now would get $925. Yesterday, which is insane to even say out loud, yesterday here on the Raiders Report, Chris Luna won $3,550. That's nuts. Imagine spinning Gimmel on that. 7,000. So right now the winner would win $925, $50 Venmo, but also the person that comes in last place, you're going to go home with the Lawnmower 5.0.
Yeah, the Lawnmower 5.0 from our friends over at Manscaped. Go check them out. And Mitch, this is a good segue.
I'm listening.
Manscaped, they're looking out for the boys.
The boys.
They're looking out for the boys.
The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys
They're trying to
are
take care of you.
back in town.
You need to take care of your boys. I mean, some of y'all out here looking like this.
Yikes. I'll tell you this right now. This picture is something. Go to manscaped.com, 20% off plus free shipping on the best male grooming products out there. Get 20% off and free shipping with code Raiders. Can you guys remember that code Raiders? At manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with code Raiders at manscaped.com for the best your boys have ever looked. Trust Manscaped. And I want to know down below, I want to know some nicknames for your balls because Manscaped says call them what you want. You could call them knee knockers, golden nuggets, thigh slappers. But our friends at Manscaped refer to them as the boys. Not every man has children, but every man is responsible for their 2 boys below the waist. When your little guys have more hair than they need, trust Manscaped for all your grooming dreams. Boys need love too, so join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to manscaped.com. Use code Raiders for 20% off, free shipping. You heard it here first. The boys, they're back in town. And guess what? Jeremy and I, we're here. We're ready to rock and roll. We've done a lot of mock drafts. Luckily now with the NFL draft, we don't have to rock out with our mock out. We're going to be able to rock out here on the Raiders Report. Code Raiders, manscaped.com. That link's going to be available to y'all down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. Nickname for some balls. I see Darren says bang. Spunk tanks.
My gobblers.
You see Brian Folsom's? Calls them gimmels. You really call them gobblers? Thanksgiving is probably a big holiday for you.
That's what Brandon said he calls them.
If you call your nuts gobblers, you're a big Thanksgiving fan.
Oh, right in the mommy daddy button.
You do that too well, actually. You do that almost too well.
Next pick off the board as well. Bengals take McKinley Jackson.
Nick
tackle.
says, I call them my chugs.
Hey, babe, while you're down there, can you just suck on my chugs?
Can you touch? And there's the pick. Steelers, Peyton Wilson. Shit. Peyton Wilson goes to Pittsburgh. Shit. I was really, really hoping he would find a way to slide the 112, and he's off the board. Peyton Wilson. Dude, shit. I'm not going to lie. Dustin Reynolds, you in. Winner now gets $9.50 in our duck race. Dustin Reynolds, you in. $50 Venmo, Mitchell Rents 365. Who's on the clock now? The Rams? Their pick is in. It is Cameron Kitchens. Safety from Miami. Safety from Miami, Cameron Kitchens. Kinchens. Yep, that's the pick.
Cameron Kitchens.
We got 1,500 people here in the building, Chugs. Do you think we get to 4,000 likes? That's the real question.
We're 80 likes away?
We're 80 away. How many likes did we get last year on day 2? Do you know?
Let's see.
I don't know if we got to 4.
Who's the best Raiders player of all time?
Who? Best Raiders player of all time? I think this is a tough question because if you go all time, like, are you going all time stats? Because I say this, the best player that I have ever seen, obviously I didn't watch him live. I think the best player that I've ever seen is Bo Jackson. But he didn't play long enough for me to say, like, that's the greatest Raider of all time. Charles Woodson? Howie Long?
We did beat our likes record from last year. So
we did? All right.
Lord Buddy Bear.
Tyler says Woodson. Hot take. I call my balls Rihanna because they're taking a beating. Sorry, I'm pretty drunk right now. Oh, Buddy Bear, I'll tell you this. I've seen the posters in your house. I know they're taking a beating. Oh, Buddy Bear. Never change, Buddy Bear. Never change. If you're watching the Raiders Report and it's 10:18 on day 2, wait till you see what tomorrow brings. tomorrow we got a special game that I think y'all are going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a game tomorrow. A lot of fun's going to be going down. Lot of fun tomorrow here on the Raiders Report. That's a guarantee, man. No doubt about it. So that means now the Commanders are on the clock at pick 100. Chugs, we've made it through.
Last pick.
We've made it. The final pick of tonight.
It's the final countdown. Da-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Oh, man. Victor, you got to go Rattler at 112. This is the way.
What's that from?
This is the way? I don't know.
The Mandalorian.
I've never... Star Wars?
Yeah.
Never seen it. You know this. You know this. I don't watch Star Wars. At this point, I don't know if I ever can watch Star Wars.
All right.
I think you just got to lean into it.
This is your last chance to get in. I'm going to go ahead and put the names in for our boot raffle.
Oh, the boot raffle. I forgot about that. I'm not going to lie. Every $10 super chat that we got, you got a chance to win a boot. Raiders Report boot.
Last chance to get into that too, if you want.
Raiders Report boot. Going to someone. It's going to someone. Who's it going to be? That means we have to get a new one then. That's the first race. You have that, right?
Yeah, I'm putting that in right now.
Chris Phillips, you in? Chris Phillips, you in for the 50-50 raffle. Which that means this, Chugs. The Commanders take Luke McCaffrey. Luke McCaffrey off the board, pick 100, which means day 2 of the NFL draft in the books.
In the books.
The Raiders pick 112. Starting tomorrow, Carolina, Seattle, New England, Arizona, Chargers, Titans, Giants, Vikings, Falcons, Patriots, Jets, Raiders. That's the picks. That's the picks. Luke McCaffrey is the final pick of tonight. God bless you. That was insane. That was too much.
What?
That was too much.
What?
That was too much.
Dude, I don't
It
know.
wasn't a real sneeze. Was not a real sneeze. You know what? You know what one I think I'm going to give you?
Well, we didn't get it.
No, I'm saying for the future. I know old bandage is really bad. To me, though, there's nothing worse than dead fish. I'm going to try. I'll be so mad if you get strawberry smoothie. I'm not even kidding you. I'd be furious. Bro, if you got strawberry smoothie and I got dead fish, I actually would be mad at you. I don't know why, but I would be. I actually would be. Steven Montanez is in. Which means now, $50 Venmo, you'd win a staggering $1,000. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. All right, so this race right here is to win this boot, okay? 3, 2, 1, run it. Mr. Leroy's got a little bit of a lead. Watch out there on the top right side of your screen. Nico Laz. Kilo Cuz.
Luis, this is for the boot.
This is for the boot. This boot right here. Darth. Come on, Darth. Raider Gaines, Nathan Wolf. You got Charles Rock in the mix here. Brandon slamming. Uh-oh, Scheffler is roaring in right now. Scheffler, come on, Chef. Also, big day tomorrow for Chef. Spoiler alert, big day tomorrow for Chef. Brandon slamming. Darth has been running a good race here. 10 seconds left. Watch out for, is that Taino? I think that's Taino 16 right there. Brandon slamming. Who is this? Danny! Danny with the win! Danny, I need you to message me on Venmo or send me $1 at MitchellRens365, and then I can send you the $1 back.
Darth Badass was saying, cramp, cramp.
Oh, Darth, thanks for being a good sport, man. Danny, message me or add me as a friend on Venmo at MitchellRens365 if you don't have Venmo. Message Jeremy on Twitter. Give him a follow. That way you can track it at Jeremy Chugs. And we'll give you 24 hours to claim your prize. If not...
And Misty Williamson, I saw what you were saying
What?
in the chat. Hit me up on Twitter as well. Maybe we can figure that out. She was saying she thought that she had won a boot before, but...
She did. Misty, I messaged you. I just never heard anything back. So if she's saying that... Misty, if you're confirming it, I'll send you a boot because I have a boot for Misty.
Okay.
I don't know if I messaged Misty. Maybe I didn't check my Venmo messages enough, but Misty's right. She has won a boot. She has a boot. So, because the last time I sent you a message, Misty, I asked for your I want to say I asked for your shipping address. I'll go back and I'll look. Yeah, because it was during March Madness. So, Misty, if you go back and you look at the message I sent you on March 14th, or you sent me something on March 14th, I sent you a message on March 20th. If you want to reply to that, it said...
she said she's been sending them on IG.
Oh, yeah, Misty, if you could just send it to... send me it on Venmo, the comments. I mean, I can show you. It says, "Hey Misty, I need your address for the boot." Message me on there. It's hard for me sometimes to keep track of IG. Daniel sent me the info.
Famous last words. Even with Minshew, I feel like the Raiders are unanimously the second best team in the AFC West. We'll only go up from here. Love the positivity.
Daniel, shout out to you. I'm going to message you right now. Send me your address, please.
Matthew.
Huh?
I just saw somebody in the chat said Chug came out booty first. Derek. Figures Steelers get Peyton Wilson. Sad.
Very, very sad.
Red flag. I owe a shot for shot clock and a spin. What? When did that happen?
I don't know, man. What I do know is this.
And Misty, just message Mitch on Venmo. Ray 6688.
Bang! E-Ray. That means that we are 4 bangs away, Chugs, from that jelly bean. That was the math. No, we're 4 away. Oh, shit. Kilo! Cuz! Kilo! Cuz! Let's go! We are 3 away, and now I'm starting to sweat, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm starting to sweat. I don't know if I can do that jelly bean. I'm not even kidding you. I don't know if I can.
3 bangs away.
I don't know.
3 bangs away.
Dude, I don't know.
3 bangs away, brother. Nick Beeman. That Bowers and Powers pick got my chugs deflated.
If you were to make your own jelly bean flavor, what would it be?
Like for the nastiest flavor I can think of.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What would you guys do?
rotten milk.
Oh, that's a good one. I think one that
I guess that's kind of close to rotten egg.
one that I think would be sneaky good, and I only say this because one of my friends, and I saw them throw up from eating it. One of my buddies, one time, left blue cheese in our fridge in college.
Darren, have a good night.
Is he leaving?
Oh, no, he was just kind of being the...
Oh. All right, Darren, be better. I don't know what to tell you. One of my buddies in college, though,
I
left.
just put him in timeout. It's okay.
One of my friends in college left blue cheese in the fridge.
Oh, dog food's a good one.
Dog food. That's a phenomenal one. That might actually be the answer. Cat food? For me, actually, tuna. If you made a tuna-flavored jelly bean, I don't think I could do that. Tuna grosses me out, man.
Margaret, I don't know if I can say that.
What does that taste like? A curry armpit. What is that?
Yeasty tuna. Belly button tuna easy.
Honestly, if you made one dog poop, shit.
Oh, this one might be even worse than that. Hot piss.
Hot piss.
Like, have you ever been?
You combine a Carolina Reaper with piss.
But like, no. Like, have you ever been in at a festival or somewhere where there's like a porta potty, hot outside, and you go in and it just smells like hot piss?
Yeah. Asparagus piss. What is rotten piss? I mean, what is rotten piss? Do you ever take a pee and you're like, that's rotten? That's a you problem.
Steve Harvey has a funny part of his stand-up special. He's like, at a certain age, when you become older, you don't pee anymore. It's piss.
Oh.
Like, young age, you're shooting it out. It's like a jet stream. Older age, it's like hot dribble. It's like, like that's when it's piss.
All right, Misty, I got your address. We're good. Sorry about the confusion. I usually do I give people like a week, 24 hours usually to claim their prize.
Jackson Mahomes bunghole.
I don't think we can do that one. I think he would want us to eat that jelly bean.
Sounds like he would force somebody who worked at a bar to eat that jelly bean.
He's like, you're going to eat 2. He's like, you're going to eat 2 of these and you're going to like it. And you're going to like it. All right, so Misty, we got you covered.
And Jeffrey Kreischer said cat piss is pretty bad.
What about like kitty litter?
Yeah.
Nah, you didn't like that one as much. Dog food.
Dog food was.
I think dog food's probably the only legal one that we said.
This one might be hot take. Just straight up black licorice. I hate black licorice.
I hate black licorice too, but in this world of gross, that's like getting toothpaste. Like, come on. If you told me black licorice or eat any of those, I'm eating 40 black licorice before I eat a dead fish. I'm not eating that dead fish one again. I don't think I'll have to. Misty, Boo, and then I just want to document this. Daniel, Rue.
Matthew, I'm going to go ahead and hide you on the channel because that's really effed up to say, man.
Now what? Why can't we just be fun? I mean, why can't we just be normal people? Just be normal. I mean, here's a life lesson. I've never met a troll successful in life. Bring positive energy into the world, and it'll reach you back, man.
Oh, you know what, Sean? That's actually a really good one.
What?
Old bong water.
Bong water? I actually don't know what that would even be like.
Oh, not good.
Not
that I
good?
would know.
Not good? I don't know. All right, y'all, here's what we're going to do. We got a race to run, okay? Winner of this race, we've let this up on screen, I think, for enough time. I'll refresh my phone last time. Okay. It's a perfect number, actually. Winner of this
69?
race wins exactly $1,000.
Oh, shit?
Yep. Winner of this race gets 1,000. Whoever comes in last place, you get yourself the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. You get the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra from Manscaped. If you're like, Mitch, I already got one, well, then message me on Venmo and we'll get you something from Manscaped.
Maybe a beard hedger.
The beard hedgers are clutch. Like, I mean, I will admit I like the Lawnmower 5.0 more than I like their beard hedger. I'm just being honest with y'all. I think both are very good products. But again, to me, the versatility that the Lawnmower 5.0 gives you, if it's TMI, then you're watching the wrong stream. I'm just being real. I like the fact that I can use this in the shower because Alex hates when I do it above the toilet because I get the hairs all over the toilet seat. That pisses her off. If I can use this in the shower and I know that it's going to be able to work in the shower and do its job well, easy way to have the cleanup, keep Alex happy in multiple ways. I think the Lawnmower 5.0 is, I actually think it's my favorite product that they have. Minus their boxers. Their boxers are unbelievable. We're doing a sack race here for Manscaped.
I mean, I kind of had
Somebody just asked, again, we are 3 bangs away from doing the jelly bean. We are 4 bangs away from a boot. Final offer tonight. If we get 4 bangs, Chugs and I have to do 2 jelly beans. I'm picking his, he's picking mine.
Yeah, Luis
and I'll
Rod.
do a boot.
Luis Rod, you are in there.
You want to go through the names, or I think we're good. Here are the names of the people.
Here, I got it.
You got the names. I put 40 names in. Wait, go up real quick. Wait a minute. I might have screwed one up. Victor. Hang on. Victor's good. Okay. I saw A-Rod, so I was like, that's kind of weird.
Raider Ron.
Raider Ron
Did I
pulled
miss
up today.
Raider Ron?
Yeah. He pulled up. He's in. I hope Ron wins. You ready? Uh-oh, wait a minute. We got a last-second entry. Got a last-second entry here. Finesse. Finesse gets in a lot of our races. See, look at that. I don't even have to give you the last name, you know. Finesse Lounge, you in. Winner now gets $1,025. You ready? Loser, last place, gets a freshly groomed butthole. Thanks to our partners here at Manscaped. You ready? 3.
Oh, wait.
What?
One son jacked up said, Joe Maldonado, I'm not in there.
I have Joe Maldonado's. He should be between my dad. Where's my dad's name? Richard Renz, Jamari Murray. Good job, Joe. Yeah, put Joe in there. 1,050. You in. Joe Maldonado. In. I will admit, I do try to abbreviate some names. Brian, I did a beer bong for you. And here's the thing, Brian. I didn't know if you wanted to be in the duck race or if you wanted a beer bong because you sent 100. And your message said, have a good time, fellas. So I did a beer bong for that.
He said, oh, okay, no worries.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry,
Here we go.
Brian. Here we go. Winner gets 1,050. 3, 2, 1. Run it. And the base just keeps running. And Matt Fluhey out to the early lead. Person that comes in last place. I mean, right now, Scott Eckert, Luis Rodriguez, and Chris Phillips, they're telling me that they got a hairy butthole because they're clearly going for the Manscaped trimmer. Charles D., Dustin Reynolds, Matt Fluhey, they got to pay off some debts. The Raider Ron's starting to fall back. Maybe he needs to clean his butthole. Rebel says, my butthole is clean, and I am streaking forward right here. Adrian is going for the cash. Fluhey heard me say that, and he's like, you know what? My butthole needs more cleaning than my rent needs to be paid. I respect it. Nico Laz has got the cleanest butthole in here, and he's streaking for this cash right now. Nico! Rebel! Adrian! Norman Hernandez for the dub.
All right. Mitch, let's see.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Charles G., Adrian, they came in second. All right, how many times has Norman Hernandez won? I always like to look at this. This is Norman Hernandez's first ever win, first off of that. He's been in 1, 2,
Matthew.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Norman Hernandez has been in 18 races, and he gets his first dub tonight.
Matthew, I'm not triggered. You just can't be a dick. If you're going to say awful things on here, I'm going to put you in timeout, or you're going to get blocked. So I'm not triggered. Just don't be an ass. I don't know any other way to put it.
Norman Hernandez, can you please confirm down below that you just received $1,050, please? That would be greatly, greatly appreciated.
All right. One son's jacked up, says he wants to be in last place. Let's see who it is.
All right, we're about to see. We're about to see who came in last place. Winner gets the Lawnmower 5.0. Oh, Richie almost had a clean butthole.
It was almost Willie Fister.
Luis!
Rodriguez!
Luis, what's up? All right, Luis, I'm pretty sure I already have your shipping info, but just because it'll help me out a lot right now, if you could send me your shipping info, that would be clutch. Just text me, message me on Venmo your information, and then that way I can send you the Lawnmower 5.0. If you already have the Lawnmower 5.0, Luis, tell me that. That way I can get you something new. And then Luis Rod, he won Manscaped Ultra. Got it. Locked in and loaded. All right, Chugs, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put some time on the clock here. 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes on the clock. If you want Chugs and I to do the Jelly Bean and Boot race, we are 4 bangs away. If not, tomorrow we will be live for day 3 of the NFL draft here on the Raiders Report. Which, what time does that even start? So tomorrow, what time does the draft go? NFL draft time.
It's in the morning.
I know it's early. Off the top of my head, though, I don't quite remember. All right, so tomorrow the draft starts at 12 p.m. Eastern time, which means we'll be live here 11? You do 11? 11 Eastern time, 10 our time?
An hour before.
10 our time, 11 Eastern time. All right, tomorrow, Jeremy Chugs and I, we're going to be live 11 a.m. Eastern time here on the Raiders Report. So put that in your calendar, and that way you can come rock with us. The Raiders pick at 112, 148, 208, 223, and 229. I think Raider Waste is just trying to trigger me at this point. Trade a first-round pick and get Melton. Bo Nix is him. I actually think it's Joe Milton himself. Imagine at this point in the draft if a team traded the first round pick to move up to take a quarterback.
Vontae Mack, no matter what.
Vontae Mack, no matter what. Vontae Mack, no matter what. I'm sweating. I don't know if you guys know anybody named Molly, but I feel like I met her because I'm sweating right now. I am a hot tamale. Matt Sanders, you roll, my man. Now, man, hairy ball pictures are headed your way on before and after. I hope not. I really hope not.
Matthew LaRiviere, suck my jock.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matthew.
I gave you a chance.
Unfortunately, Matthew, you will never be able to watch the Raiders Report again. You are permanently blocked from our show.
I tried to give you a chance.
I know. It's just, I don't understand how people have that much negativity in their lives. I feel bad for people at times, man. I really do. I don't know. I love doing this show because we can bring some solid vibes, and I think a lot of people that watch this show are here to have a good time. I will never understand how people are that miserable with their own lives. It's sad, man.
Very sad.
Very, very sad.
Somebody watch out for that guy, Matthew L. He's a sad little boy.
Yeah, Matthew, unfortunately, we're probably going to read about him someday, and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good.
No. Matthew, suck my nuts.
Looser! Move on! Get out of here! Throw him out! Get out of here! Get out of here!
All right, we're 3 bangs away from our record last year.
I kind of like that. If you want to start tossing guys, I think the new rule is you got to be full MLB umpire.
You're out of here!
That's the only rule. If we're going to toss guys, you got to do it. If we're going to toss guys, you got to do it. We are 3 bangs away from our record last year on day 2. If we do it, we got to eat the jelly beans, if we do it, we do it. If we get 4 bangs, boot. And jelly beans.
2 boots?
You got one in you? Boot race? You got a boot race in you.
Yeah, I guess.
Now, I also say this, or... No, I'm not going to do that.
But you have 2 minutes.
I could start tomorrow, but I don't want to start tomorrow. If I start tomorrow with a boot...
You have 2 minutes.
If I started tomorrow with a boot, I feel like I would be in a lot of trouble. What?
A 10 a.m. boot?
A 10 a.m. boot would be bad. Though, we got some fun games tomorrow. And tomorrow, I'm telling you right now, is going to be a crazy show because, spoiler alert, I'll say it right now, John Scheffler will be up for Mount Raider more tomorrow. David Zahn has been hounding me like a dog, saying, hey, I want Scheffler and Mount Raider more. So we're going to try something a little bit different tomorrow where it's not only going to be up to Chef, it's going to be up to the entire nation and Chef to get him in Mount Raider more. Somebody's been watching the show for a very, very long time, and last offseason was an absolute maniac on our show. Watched the entire season. We've rocked with them for a very, very long time. And Scheffler's going to have an opportunity to join Mount Raider more tomorrow. However, we're gonna leave it up to the nation as well because I want you guys to have some votes. Rebel says, let's go home and save it for tomorrow.
That's wild.
What?
Maurice Jones-Drew's top 5 running backs in this draft. Will Shipley, Trey Benson, Blake Corum, Ray Davis, and Frank Gore Jr.
Here's the thing. Maurice Jones Jr. he is probably one of the worst people on TV right now for actual, knowing what the hell's going on. I think they actually just hired Maurice Jones Jr. just to give outlandish takes. Him and Bucky Brooks. I don't know why, but the Raiders recently put a lot of stuff out on Bucky Brooks. I think he is one of the worst draft evaluators out there. And don't get me wrong, I get people just got to get clicks. I get it, but you got to still be able to provide good content. All right, y'all. real quick, Chugs, we got to sing our song, and then we're getting out of here. Sound good? Hey, I want y'all to sing with us. I've had a lot of fun today. I know the last pick, Delmar Glaze, was probably a little bit of a weird pick for some people out there. It was a reach for me as well, but the Raiders went based on need. They're trying to build in the trenches. But I don't want people to, that last taste in their mouth of Delmar Glaze, which could definitely be a donut out in Las Vegas. The Raiders are having a hell of a draft, guys. Like, you were able to get Brock Bowers and Jackson Powers-Johnson, 2 players that we have in our top 21 players overall. You're still having an incredible draft. I get it. Delmar was a reach, and I will say that it was a reach. But seeing the way that this draft has gone, I'm okay with us reaching at offensive tackle, a position that we felt we needed when a lot of offensive tackles ended up going off the board. So, Jeremy, I'll let you start it, and then we're going to get out of here.
Wait, let me change it to a little.
What do you got for me? Luis Rodriguez knows.
It's a little super chat.
What? What we got?
I was just changing it to the super chat.
Subscribe if you can.
Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time. Turn on all the lights on over every boy and every girl.
We're 19 likes away from 4,000. Let's get there.
Closing time. One last call for alcohol, so finish your whiskey or beer. Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. 'Cause I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. Take me home.
Hey, man, real talk. Had a lot of fun today. Tomorrow's going to be a reckless day. I was crushed after round 1. Tomorrow, let's get the drinking pants on. It's Saturday. Raiders got picks 112, 148, 208, 223, 229. Let's get rowdy tomorrow. Let's have a hell of a freaking day. And I would rather spend my time with any other people out there. Chugs, real one. Shout out to Trace for pulling up today as well. Shout out to the nation.
I think it's you,
What?
LCA.
Lord Cameron Abbott was today's MVP. So, Cameron, you won yourself our Raiders helmet. Chugs and I will sign it to you. So, if you could send me your address on Venmo. Again, I probably already have your address somewhere if I look, but it'll help me when I go back and look at some of my numbers and just everything on Wednesday. Actually, I'll probably look at it Monday or Tuesday because I'm moving on Wednesday. However, shout out to Lord. What?
Are we still on lives on Thursday and Friday?
Thursday, Friday. Friday, no. I don't think I'll be live. I took off next Friday because I have to move that day as well. Our movers are coming next Friday, but we will be live on Thursday next week. Yeah, Alex and I were moving May 1st, May 3rd, get all of our stuff in and out. You guys probably don't care, but that's what's going on in my life. Lord Cameron Abbott, send me your shipping address. We'll sign that helmet for you. Also, major shout out to Kilo Cuz tonight. 5 first-time Super Chats, all 100s. I don't know if I've ever seen that before in my life.
Kilo Cuz.
Shout out to Kilo Cuz. Real talk, had a lot of fun. From me, from Jeremy Chugs, from the whole Chat Sports team. Congratulations to Norman Hernandez, who won $1,050 today. Unbelievable stuff. Tomorrow is the day that our bosses allow us to get reckless. So if you want to get reckless with us tomorrow, pull up here. I love y'all. Let's go Raiders. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time here on the Raiders Report.